Morning everyone, and welcome back to Bristol for the grand finale of the 2021 season for the Western Storm and the Sunrisers as these sides meet one last time in Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy action. Sunrisers claimed their first victory as a team in these two sides meeting in the Charlotte Edwards Cup at Taunton, whilst Storm won the return bout in an agonising final day of that tournament for them as they were pipped to the post at finals day by the Northern Diamonds at the last gasp. Georgia Hennessy will have extremely fond memories of this fixture, as last year she struck 105 and took 2 for 29 as the Western Storm knocked off the Sunrisers by 47 runs. All indications are, though, that this year's meeting will be a hotly contested affair. Cordelia Griffith has been in quite prodigious form recently, and Sunrisers are also able to call upon the distinguished services of a Western Storm stalwart from their time in the KSL in England player Fran Wilson. Storm coming into this game having produced what turned out to be a fairly comprehensive win over Lightning, whilst Sunrisers came within 2 runs of effecting the highest chase in domestic List A cricket in their last game against the Vipers. Perhaps on paper this may look like a dead rubber, but Storm could finish as high as 4th in the table with a win here, whilst Sunrisers will see this as a prime opportunity to pick up their first win in the 50-over format. And whilst we're on the subject of things that may initially seem dead on the outside, my name is Ed Seaborn, but providing the life and interest, it's splendid to be able to welcome back to the commentary box newly double-barrelled Hannah Thompson and Cassie Coombs. Welcome back, Hannah. Double-barrelled now, how did that happen?
Yeah, so I got married in end of August. Still getting used to the whole double-barrelled life, but I'm trying to make it work, you know, because Hannah Thompson is very basic. So Hannah Thompson Radford now.
Very basic. I like it. Cassie, how have you been keeping the past couple of months?
I've been very well, thank you. I was fortunate enough to attend Hannah's wedding. It was a lovely day. But yeah, we've been really good. We're involved with some parts of the 100 competition. I was based with Southern Braves. That was a really good experience. And yeah, really looking forward to a great game today here at Bristol.
Weather-wise, it's a bit of a misty morning, but we are dry for now, and hopefully the showers which are forecast for later on stay away. The news from the toss is that Western Storm have won it, and they've decided to bat first. And Hannah, I think you've got the home side.
Yep, so we've got obviously captain Sophie Luff, Lauren Parfitt, Fee Morris, Georgia Hennessy, Alex Griffiths, Danny Gibson, Nat Wraith, birthday girl Nicole Harvey, Chloe Skelton, Claire Nicholas and Lauren Filer.
And Cassie, the visitors.
Yep, so we've got Cordelia Griffith, Grace Scrivens, Lissy McLeod, Fran Wilson, Naomi Datani, Kelly Castle as captain, Jo Gardner, Katie Kopak, Sonali Patel, Amara Carr and Maddie Villiers.
Sunrisers looking pretty strong on paper, especially with Fran Wilson and Maddie Villiers back. This is not a side that you would expect. Well, it's not a side, particularly with those two in, that you would expect not to have picked up a win in 50-over cricket. How do you see that side on paper, Cassie?
I think, as you said, it's surprising that they haven't picked up a win yet, especially with that close chase against Southern Vipers recently. I think Griffith, McLeod and Wilson especially have been firing, and that's been great for them. If those three can sort of do a similar job today, I think it'll be a really close game. I think that's the main thing. It's been consistency for them. If they can come out and put a good performance in and those three fire, then I think Storm will be pushed quite a long way.
Yeah, and Storm coming off the win, Hannah, unchanged side, same formula, I guess, is what they're thinking. Win the toss this time, bat first, put a total on the board and try and defend it later on.
Yeah, definitely. They back their bowlers so well, don't they? Because Western Storm, that lineup as well on paper, the bowling attack look phenomenal. So trust the batters to put on a good target. Sophie Luff, you know, at the helm there. And then we've got Claire Nicholas back in the squad for her second game now. So her with the ball, it's going to be phenomenal to see her return. Yeah,
and she was terrific last match, bowling in the power play. She bowled 5-6 overs, I think it was, up front, finished with 1 for 22, but 2 maidens in there as well. It really tied down the Lightning at the start of their reply, and they never really quite got going until right at the end. So Western Storm opening batters are coming out to the middle, Fee Morris and Lauren Parfitt. And the Sunrisers side already out there. And it looks as though it will be Kate Kopeck to open the bowling from the Bristol Pavilion end. And striding down to take the first ball, looks as though Fee Morris will have the honours today, which I think is the opposite way round to how they did it last match, where it was Parfitt who took the first ball. Parfitt made 11, Morris made 25 in an opening partnership of 38 the other day. But early on here, we saw it in the women's ODI 2 days ago. We saw it in this last match here. You've got to keep wickets in hand, I think. And first ball, Kopeck to Morris as we get underway in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy encounter. And punched away straight to cover, and there is no run. I guess you both watched the ODI a couple of days ago.
Yeah, it's been so good as well to have it on YouTube available to watch. It's opening up to a brand new audience and everything, and England have been so dominant so far, haven't they?
Sort of followed the same pattern, actually, in a way, to Storm's last game here against Lightning. Morris brings out that pull shot that she likes so much. This will be a test of the outfield early on. There might be a bit of early moisture, but it doesn't matter. It's still flown away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs, and the Western Storm are underway.
Yeah, and Fee Morris is so good at that shot. She picks up the short ball really, really well. And I think we've seen quite a lot in her innings that she's got off to good starts. So today she'll really be looking to push on and get past that sort of 50 mark. But that was great from her just then.
Yeah, and it's sort of, I suppose, it's the difference between T20 batting and 50 over batting. You've got more time, but you're also required to play longer innings. It's driven straight to mid-off. Oh, misfield. That's looks like it's been booted by mid-off to mid-on. They'll grab a single, 5 for no wicket.
As you said, it's that transition, isn't it? We had a lot of the girls were involved with the 100, and then they moved obviously back into T20 cricket and then on to 50 overs. So it is a different mindset. I think someone like Fee Morris, we know she can be really disruptive. Hitting the 19 off 8 balls against Thunder recently at the start of the season. So she's definitely got that in her locker, and be interesting to see how she adapts today.
Lauren Parfitt to take her first ball then. One slip in place. Ooh. That was, I guess, a tempting line there from Kopeck. Parfitt facing her first ball, not exactly quite sure whether to have a drive or whether to leave it.
Yeah, not too sure about that one, was she? But, you know, just getting this early bit of confidence in, you know, see the ball, hit the ball, keep it simple.
That's a good delivery, and Parfitt treats it as such. And I think she plays an important role at the top of this order, because Sophie Luff has done a great job of the last few games across both formats of holding things together. But you don't want to be relying on Sophie Luff every single game. So somebody else has to play the kind of holding together role sometimes, and Lauren Parfitt is somebody who can certainly do that. And looking to get off the mark with a guide backward of point, but it's fielded there by Fran Wilson, and that ends the first over. 5 without loss. Western Storm having won the toss and elected to bat at what is at the moment a sunny Bristol County Ground.
Yeah, taking 5 for the first over. That's a perfect start, isn't it? You know, not doing too much out there, but hitting away the bad balls. So, really steady start.
Yeah, I mean, she got one short ball, put it away to the boundary, and early on, I think we've seen you don't need a massive total here. You just need enough to bowl at.
Definitely, I think that's what it's all about, isn't it? Hitting the bad balls and then sort of looking to take the singles off the good balls. And yeah, Fee definitely cashed in on that short ball then.
Second over, Sonali Patel to bowl, and that's cut straight to cover. She'll be a little bit disappointed she missed out on that, even though it was the first ball that she's seen from Sonali Patel.
Yeah, I felt that disappointment then. She definitely looked like she was trying to play it right through that gap there for another boundary option.
Certainly hit it hard.
Yeah.
That wasn't the problem. Little bit of swing into the right-hander, but no run as it's driven out into the covers.
Yeah, Patel's a really promising youngster. She obviously took 3 wickets in the last game against Southern Vipers, so she's definitely got a lot of promise, and she's second highest wicket taker for Sunrisers, so she's really, really dangerous with the ball in this competition.
That's exactly where you want to be starting it if you're going to bowl in swing, just outside that off stump, swinging back onto off stump. Nothing that Fee Morris can do about that one. Yeah, she took a hat-trick this year, of course, against the Thunder earlier on in the season, and then she nearly did it again against the Western Storm in their meeting at Taunton. Oh, wow, it's a lovely shot, straight down the ground, and the crowd, which are a decent number, there's not a huge number of people in, of course, but there's still a good smattering of people around the ground, certainly appreciating that one. What a lovely straight drive that was.
Yeah, Patel's just gone a little bit too straight there, but don't take nothing away from Fee Morris, so that's a great shot down the ground.
So second boundary for Fee Morris. Well, that's just swung down the leg side. They've got fine leg, very, very square. It's more like a long leg, really. And so that's going to be 4 leg byes.
Yeah, that's the only thing we have to be careful of, isn't it? In the Sunrisers chase, if they hadn't given away so many extras to the Vipers, it would have made it a little bit easier for them. So they are more at the batting side that we did discuss earlier. So it'll be so interesting to see how this bowling attack go.
I want to get your stance on leg byes after this ball. Just driven. Oh, she's found the gap beautifully there, and this is once again going to test the outfield, and I think the outfield's going to win, and the ball goes to the boundary. So 3 4s in a row to end the second over, and Fee Morris is looking in really blinding touch at the moment. That's just a push, and it's flown away to the boundary.
Yeah, it was a great shot from Fee Morris there. I think Patel's just struggled a bit with her line in the last couple of deliveries, just struggling to control that in-swing a bit with the new ball, but started the over well. But Fee Morris really is on fire at the moment, 13 runs off 9 balls.
Yeah, just a push drive straight down the ground, push through extra cover, and she's not mistimed a ball yet. Kopak then to start her second over from the Bristol Pavilion end. Oh, that's almost a Yorker. In fact, when I say almost a Yorker, it was a Yorker from Kopak just outside off stump there.
Yeah, looking a little bit dangerous there.
Never too early to try a Yorker. Whether she was meaning to try the Yorker exactly, I don't know, but it certainly worked. Oh, that's very wide. And the only question was whether that was going to just, well, it landed on the cut strip. That's the important thing. Otherwise, it would be a no ball and a free hit. But those wides, you've got to watch them. And it's not easy controlling the early movement and the new ball, but still. Oh, that's got to be close. Surely, yep, gone. Parfitt is LBW without scoring. Umpire Yvonne Dolphin-Cooper raises the finger. Looks as though Parfitt was a little way across there, looking to work into the leg side and struck on the pad. Western Storm 18 for 1.
Yeah, I think she just struggled a bit then, Lauren Parfitt. Her movement wasn't too great then. Just kind of got caught up, and like you said, great bowling from Kate Kopak to start the Sunrisers off.
Yeah, and it's, I would suggest, Hannah, quite an easy decision there for Yvonne Dolphin-Cooper.
Yeah, we just saw it on the replay, like pretty much plumb, wasn't it? So excellent bit of bowling, a bit unlucky for Lauren Parfitt there, just didn't get her hands through, body position not quite in the right place there, so got a little bit tangled up. But now looks like Sophie Luff's coming in, and like you said earlier, like she has got a lot of responsibility, a lot of weight on her shoulders to steady the ship now and continue a start that Morris has had.
Yeah, coming off 2 50s in a row in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and also a 50 in the last game of the Charlotte Edwards Cup. She made 70 off 111 balls in the last match here against Lightning, but it was an innings of extreme value without which Western Storm would not have got up to a competitive total.
Yeah, and as we've said before multiple times, multiple occasions, Sophie Luff really does sort of, in terms of batting, carry this Western Storm side at times, and they do rely on her heavily, and she does always seem to sort of step up. So it'll be interesting to see if someone sort of steps up alongside her today, supports her in that innings. And
first ball then, faced against Kopeck, and a false start. But particularly here at Bristol, she has been extraordinary, really, over the 2 seasons of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy action. Can barely remember a failure. I think she may have not scored runs once in about the 4 or 5 games that we've had here now. And a good start from Kopeck to Luff. But yeah, it's so consistent, and she leads from the front in whatever she does as well.
yeah, and she's second highest run scorer in this competition overall, so she's definitely crucial to this team and their success.
Yeah, she always has been, hasn't she, throughout age groups all the way through to her professional career now.
Oh, reaching for that one now. That swung, but it was inside the markers when it passed Sophie Luff.
Yeah, we're just seeing Kopeck get a little bit of a way swing early on here, which is proving to be a little bit difficult for the batters.
Yeah, she went a little bit fishing there, didn't she?
Clipped into the leg side. They'll get 1, and Sophie Luff wants 2, but Morris doesn't. I think probably a wise decision just to leave it at the 1. Sophie Luff is off the mark.
Yep, I don't doubt that Sophie would have made that, but I'm not sure if he was making that anytime soon. No need to do anything too silly too early.
No, just a little bit silly.
Yeah, nothing like that's needed at this time.
Squeezed away into the offside. They're not going to get a run there as Fran Wilson dives over the top of the ball. She managed to get something on it anyway, but no run, and 19 for 1 after 3 overs. So the run rate over a run a ball, but the wicket falling. And I felt like the away swinger, even though it was a wide, set up the dismissal of Parfitt the next ball, because she was kind of a little bit falling over towards the offside there.
Yeah, she was always trying to like mitigate the swing then, wasn't she? And I think it's always tricky early on, especially if you're an opening batter, to sort of get those feet moving and be confident. But with that LBW dismissal, she does just sort of get caught up and sort of cramps herself up almost and doesn't allow the hands to come through. And it's quite an easy decision for the umpire in the end.
Yeah, I kind of, actually looking at that slow-mo we just saw, it looked like she hit her pad rather than the ball.
Yeah, it just looked very, very awkward, didn't it?
Pretty much playing around that front pad, almost through it. Here's Patel, and wide delivery, which Luff tries to cut, and then ends up leaning on her bat out there. It was a slightly ungainly attempt, because the ball didn't get up perhaps as much as she wanted to. She wanted it to, I should say. Some balls so far are swinging, and some aren't, which cannot be easy.
Yeah, it does look quite tricky out there, as you said. Some seem to be swinging, particularly Sonali Patel from this end, sort of bringing it back into the batter, but some just seem to be holding their line, and it is quite difficult for the batsman to work that one out.
Chopped away, but won't be a run, as it's fielded at backward point. They mentioned Sonali Patel and the hat-trick, and then the 2 in 2 as well. I mean, I was a little bit surprised to see she was only 18 to a certain extent, because for some reason I'd sort of imagined that she was early 20s, judging by her development so far. So that's a full delivery squeezed away out towards backward point, won't be a run.
Yeah, I think she plays with a lot of maturity as well. She seems very mature for her age, and like you said, it's almost quite shocking that she's still only 18 years old and she's got a lot of time ahead of her to develop and hone her game. But I think she's been involved in some sort of England Academy programme as well, so that can only be a good thing for her.
A little bit of in-swing. They're going to take off for a quick single, which is really well judged by Sophie Luff. And a score 20 for 1.
Yeah, I guess the other thing as well is, yes, some of these girls are young, but because of the nature and the infancy of this competition, these girls have been playing for such a long time as well. So although they are only 18, they've been playing county since they were like 13, 14 years old. So they're still relatively quite established within the women's game.
You'd have to say, though, at 18, despite the fact that occasionally I think the control goes, but she's a quick bowler. She's looking to bowl fast. And there's a wide down the leg side, which is well stopped by Amara Carr behind the stumps.
I think any coach, when you're obviously coaching someone so young that's got genuine pace and has a lot of time ahead of her to still develop, you just want them to be aggressive, particularly if they're opening up and looking to get those early wickets. So
a good ball, which forces Morris to take a hand off the bat there, as I think that may have caught more like the shoulder of the bat. So the wider side, good over from Sonali Patel. The first 2 overs very much belonged to the Western Storm. Next 2 have squarely belonged to the Sunrisers.
Yeah, it's going to be such a good competition between these two sides. Like we haven't got any silverware to play for, but there's a hell of a lot of respect that they're trying to get. You know, for Sunrisers, they haven't won a game yet in this competition. So for them, it is all about pride and ending the season on a high, so then next year they're not going to be that team who haven't won.
Yeah.
I think as well they were so close in the last game that surely they'll take that momentum from that into this game here today.
Down the leg side, clipped fine by Luff, and that's going to be a boundary. There's nobody down there, down below us, as I try to peer around the camera stanchions. And so 4 runs to Luff. That's her first boundary.
Yeah, a really nice little option there, just flicking it off your legs. It's one of the, it looks so easy, but it's one of the most difficult shots to play when you're first starting out. I remember as a kid trying to do it and just getting somebody to throw balls down your leg side. So often, it's so hard, isn't it, Cass?
Yeah, she worked that one really well. I think she just used the pace of Kopak then to squeeze it down to sort of the fine leg area.
Yeah, and they've still got that field. She's actually deep backward square, never mind long leg. So you've got so much space. Oh, there's another shout here, but I think this is going to be turned down. Von Dolphin Cooper did not think too long about that one. We'll see if we can see from the replay exactly why she was so quick to give that one not out.
Yeah, it was definitely going down leg side.
Sliding down leg side then. Good energy from Kopak though, and I think targeting the pads and sort of putting the batsman under pressure by keeping it quite tight. So Sunrise have got off to a good start here.
And just defended away with a roll of the wrists. But yeah, I mean, if you're going to have that fielder at deep backward square, you cannot bowl down the leg side. I take your point. It is not easy. It's very easy just to turn the ball far too square. It's easy to miss it completely. But for somebody like Sophie Luff, she doesn't even have to worry about clipping it that fine, and she's still going to get a boundary. Ooh,
yeah.
Right up in the block hole again from Kopak.
Sophie Luff's just such a classy batter, and she's got so much in her locker that she can bring out. She can genuinely play 360 when she wants to. So at the moment, she's taking her time playing the expert innings so far.
Kopak will want those sorts of deliveries come the death, because it doesn't really matter what time you bowl at a Yorker on middle stump. It's going to be effective. Oh, that's an inside edge which has gone onto the pad of Luff, and she didn't know too much about where that was going.
Yeah, the last few deliveries, I feel like we just felt a bit of pressure building here. Great bowling from Kopak and just getting it to cut back in then. And Luff looked a little bit awkward playing that shot then.
She's kind of on the move, isn't she? And then ended up a little bit outside off stump as she played the shot. And just leaves that one alone. Bit of a way shape, and 4 off the over, 25 for 1 after 5 overs. I feel like that over is kind of the innings so far in microcosm, with the first ball misdirected and clipped for runs, but the next 5 causing some problems. Yeah, so going back to that leg bye issue, where do you stand on leg byes then? In terms of, I've heard some people say that they should count to the batters, and I've heard some people also say they should just get rid of them completely.
Well, it's not coming off your bat, is it? So it feels a little bit cheeky to like clip it off your leg, go for 4, and that count towards your total. I mean,
Oh, that's whipped away through square leg. She has hit that with some power in the wrists there as Fee Morris, and she moves on to 17, 29 for 1.
could you imagine like telling kids that, and instead of using their bat, they start trying to just, oh, we're going to knee it down there? You know, no, I can't imagine that would happen. But yeah, for me, just keep it how it is.
Brilliant shot from Morris there. We're just looking at the replay, and she's looking really comfortable at the moment out there in the middle. So hopefully this partnership between her and Luff can continue.
Down the ground. Oh, Sophie Luff. That's the second time in 2 games she hasn't got out of the way at the non-striker's end. It's come off her boot. It may not have been runs, but still. Sophie Luff is... I don't know if they practiced this, but perhaps at the end of play today, Sophie Luff will be standing there with her bat in hand, hand on hip, having balls hit back at her that she can get out the way of. That's defended into the leg side. That's twice in 2 games where she's been hit at the non-striker's end off a ball that, I mean, that was hit hard enough, but still. If I were Fee Morris, I'd be giving her a bit of a glare there.
Yeah, I think I did see Sophie's hand go up in apology, so.
That's all right, you can't do that to your skipper. Even if you are the vice captain, you can't do that to your skipper. It's turned leg side, there won't be a run. No, I have to say I'm with you on the whole leg bye thing. I heard, I can't remember where it was. I think it may actually have been on TMS during the last ODI where they were having that debate. Just thought, well, I was admittedly a terrible, but I was a bowler. Trying to tell me that a batsman should be rewarded. Oh, that is a great ball, which is just nipped back towards Morris and beaten her off the inside edge. We'll come back to the leg bye issue because that was a good bit of bowling.
Yeah.
Yeah, as we said before, it's still surprising that she's so young. Great delivery there from Sonali Patel. Just nips back in, and Fee Morris just playing on the wrong line there.
Driven straight to extra cover where Cordelia Griffith does the fielding. So just like the last over, a boundary off the first ball, and then 5 deliveries which were threatening. 29 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, it's been a very even contest so far. Like you said, it seems to be Storm hitting one boundary, and then the Sunrisers just bringing it back again and finishing off the over well.
Yeah, but I guess all you need is that one boundary. They soon add up, don't they? And then you can power on towards the later end of the innings.
Definitely. I think Storm will be looking here to set those solid foundations, something that perhaps they've missed a little bit in recent games, and getting that partnership together with the likes of Sophie Luff, who we know can score runs and has scored runs consistently for Western Storm. Yeah,
I think that is exactly hitting the nail on the head. They haven't quite had the top order partnerships that they would want, and that's, as Kopak continues, oh, that's a little bit of a way shape there this time, and Luff beaten on the outside edge this time.
Yeah, the reaction from the Sunrisers there was a massive kind of gasp of how close that really was.
Just drawing her into the shot. beautifully with the length as well as the line. So she uses her feet and then gets a delivery which jumps up at her, and she's got to get up onto her toes to knock down to safety. That's great bowling from Kopak, because I guess she's seen Sophie Luff come there and adjusted her length.
Yeah, definitely. And Kopak's sort of bowling that sort of fourth stump line, perhaps just slightly bit wider. And like you said, then she's reacted really brilliantly to Sophie Luff moving across the crease there.
Stays where she is this time and just defends up towards mid-off. But it's an opening attack, this, with a bit of pace about it, actually. And with pace, you're always going to get some deliveries which go for runs. And I guess you've just got to take that trade-off and hope that they can pick up a few wickets as well. And Kopak's got one already. Driven hard, but only as far as mid-off. But it's kind of that trade-off, isn't it?
Yeah, it's exactly that. And I think, as we mentioned earlier, as a coach, you want your opening bowlers to be attacking. And as you said, it may be a case that they do go for a couple of boundaries, but actually, in return, it could mean a few wickets as well. So it is that trade-off that you make.
Clouds seem to be clearing away here, and we've got a beautiful morning as Luff defends once more. And she's somebody who... I mean, you talk about maybe some players struggling a bit with the transition between T20 and 50 over cricket, but Sophie Luff, I don't think you could put her in that category. She knows how to bat time.
Yeah, I think the 50 over comp is definitely more her style as well. She's definitely suited to perhaps a slightly longer format.
Pushed away, but only as far as backward point, where the fielding's not the tidiest you've ever seen from
I think
from Fran Wilson there. Maiden over.
Yeah, I think what Sophie Luff does really well is she's always looking busy, and there's always sort of plays with a lot of intent, whether that's 50 over cricket or 20 over cricket or the 100. So
sorry, just looking at that slow-mo replay where it almost looks as though Sophie Luff's actually got into the way a bit. sorry to cut you
brilliant.
off there.
Morris will definitely not be too happy with that one.
Yeah, I think she turned around very quickly, so we couldn't see her facial expressions.
Yes, all the lips moving.
Yeah, I'm sure it wasn't PG anyway.
Keeper up now for Sonali Patel. And a bit of width driven. It's knocked down and well stopped at cover. I think that's Maddie Villiers there, and you'd expect that kind of fielding from her, I suppose, but it was a necessary intervention because the outfield's pretty quick.
Yeah, and we've seen in the recent series against New Zealand just how crucial she is in the field, Maddie Villiers.
Driven straight down the ground. It's stopped by Kelly Castle this time up at mid-off, so a couple of well-timed shots from Morris, but nothing to show for them.
I think she's sort of targeting sort of back over past the bowler. I think that's a good option to Sonali Patel, particularly when that ball doesn't quite swing in, it holds its line a bit more, being really positive and looking to hit straight.
That's short pulled, no doubt where that's going. That's gone for 4 through mid-wicket at some speed. Morris into the 20s.
Yeah, one of her favourite shots, as we've already established. Textbook, wasn't it? Absolutely perfect. Defend the good balls, hit the bad balls. Exactly all you have to do, isn't it?
Yeah, and she really picks up on that short ball well, Morris.
Now, have we got the ball back? Yes, we have, and I don't think it needs to be sanitised either, which is always a bonus. There's a few people sitting down there in front of the cars. Didn't reach over the fence, thankfully. Right on off stump there, and Morris just defending. So are your cars parked over there?
I was just thinking that Cassie gave me a lift today, so it's very nice. But I was worrying about her car there, thinking if this comes in too short, B. Morris could absolutely pull this into your windscreen.
That thought definitely entered my head, hence why I reversed into my car parking space. So the front the windscreen should be okay.
Right.
It goes through the back windscreen, not quite as bad.
That's a
okay.
good
But at
I
least I can
say,
see if yeah, I still have the windscreen at the front, so it should be fine.
there you go. There's the kind of strategy that you need. Bit of swing, but it's driven straight down the ground, and there's not going to be any stopping this one either. As soon as it beats that infield, especially towards us here in the flats, it's going to be 4.
And that was phenomenal from Sophie Luff at the other end there as well, just to turn dive, just to make sure that she was in case like a finger touched the ball hitting the stumps, because we've seen that a few times this season as well. Like the agility to get down, ensure you're in your crease, get back up, go to run. She didn't need to do any of it because it went for a 4 luckily, but just the athleticism with Luff is so unreal.
I'm sure Fee Morris is thinking, well, why couldn't you have done that for why couldn't you have done that for that other one that I hit straight down the ground? No, lovely shots from Morris. She's been beaten once, maybe twice. I can't remember. My memory's already failing me, even over 8 overs. But she's been beaten once. But every shot that she's made a connection with, she seems to have creamed so far. Still no change in bowling, not exactly too surprising, as we're still inside this first 10 overs of power play. At the last over in the power play to be bowled by Kopak from the Bristol Pavilion end, as that's chipped off a leading edge down to deep third by Sophie Luff, and well, she is trying to move about the crease. She is trying to put off the bowlers, but the bowlers are having more than their fair share of moral victories here so far.
Yeah, we've just got the replay as well, just having a little look.
Yeah, just sort of playing across it there, Sophie Luff.
Not sure that was too intentional.
No, I think that's fairly safe to say. Morris gets a ball that she can drive, but only as far as extra cover. Cordelia Griffith, who also very impressive in the field every time you see her, and she had, well, there were several fielders who impressed you during the 100-ball competition, but Cordelia Griffith, if I can even say it, was one of those for sure, as that's turned out to be a low full toss, which has been clothed up to mid-on by Fee Morris. So there we go, there's the first ball that she hasn't timed. She's got the bat on it.
Yeah, that was a little bit too polite.
So Maddie Villiers doing some loosening up at cover, so she may be straight into the attack after the power play. It's down the leg side, and I'm not sure what she got on that. We'll see what umpire Dolphin Cooper thinks. Looks as though yes, it was off the pad, but too far down the leg side to be LBW. So there's another leg by.
Yeah, I guess the thing with leg byes, I do feel for the keepers, I guess, in your little debate about them, because it's hard for the keepers to be able to stop that, so it shouldn't go towards their stats, right?
Leg buys.
Does it go towards the keeper stats?
Well, no, not. I mean, even buys don't really. It's one of these silly. I don't understand keepers. I never have, never will. They're just a different breed. Love chops that straight to backward point. Won't be a run. I don't understand the whole thing about buys go against me. I've never understood that. I just haven't. It doesn't go against you. It goes into the extras column. If the bowler fires it way down the leg side and you can't stop it, it shouldn't be going against you. It's just buys.
They just seem to take all the responsibility for them.
That's another full toss, and not even that low a full toss, actually. They're going to come back for 2, and this time it was Morris, I think, who instigated that, and she's made it quite comfortably to the non-strikers end. 41 for 1 after 9 overs. But yeah, I don't know. I just think if you weren't able to hit it, then why should you be getting runs for it? The whole point of the game is to hit the ball, isn't it? You bowled the ball, it wasn't hit, so why should that go against you? Nine overs gone, and I'm not sure what's happening here. I thought that 9 overs would seem to be a slightly odd time to have a sanitisation break. We've just had the first half hour as well, so I'm not exactly sure why there was a delay there, but anyway, I think we may be getting, yes we are in fact, we're getting a change of bowling, so clearly Maddie Villiers wanted this Ashley Down road end, and so that's why we've had the little hold up there, because Sonali Patel is out of the attack and Maddie Villiers in, and she doesn't get to do as much bowling for England as I'm sure she would like, but she is still a threat.
Yeah, definitely still a threat, and I think coming back into the regional environment is probably perfect for her right now, just to get some more overs in. And as we said, we know how much of a threat she can be, so be interesting to see how Morris and Luff approach this one.
Certainly also no danger in putting Maddie Villiers on inside the power play either, even though she does have this 1 over where she is bowling with the field restrictions. Sweep coming out first ball and helped down the leg side by Morris. It's trickling towards the boundary. I don't think he can give up the chase on that as well. So Morris gets 4. First ball faced off Maddie Villiers.
It's becoming a recurring pattern, isn't it? 4 off the first ball,
Yeah.
see off the rest of the over, but let's see what she's got. And like you say, it's interesting to go with Maddie Villiers now with the field so tightly in. A bit of psyching out perhaps the batters here, putting a bit of additional pressure on just before the power play comes to an end.
Bang on the money this time. She quite often bowled 1 over at the start of a T20 match for England and then didn't get to come back on after that. Oh, that is a genuine drag down, and it's beaten the dive of Datani at mid-wicket, but they've got a fielder out on the boundary rope, so just the one. The 2 fielders out on that leg side boundary at deep backward square and deep mid-wicket out on the rope.
Yeah, it would definitely be interesting to see the difference between Luff and Morris's style of play here against spin. We know that Luff is quite aggressive and likes to use her feet against the spinners, whereas Morris does tend to prefer that sort of sweep shot or reverse sweep, so interesting to see.
There is the immediate use of the feet. They're going to take a quick single, and it really looked like they were targeting Datani there at mid-wicket.
Yeah, just to Datani's right hand there, her weaker hand, but still to get through into that single there. Great running from the Western Storm girls there.
That one had nice flight on it. I don't think there's going to be a great deal of turnout there, though, for the spinners today. It doesn't mean they're not going to be effective, because they certainly can be, but I don't think we're going to see the pitch turn a huge amount, if at all. Cut straight to cover, there won't be a run. I mean, you'd think that a ball like that would turn, if anything, because so often it's the shorter deliveries that turn and the fuller deliveries that don't. But 6 runs off that over. That's the end of the 10 overs of power play. Western Storm 47 for 1. So whereabouts, Hannah, do you see the balance of things at the moment?
Yeah, I was just trying to think. It's not a bad start, is it? It's quite a promising start, a good foundation. Perhaps could have got away a few more, but they'll certainly be happy with that. They've got wickets in hand as well. Just losing the 1 wicket of Lauren Parfitt, can't complain too much, can we?
No, I think, like we've mentioned before, with Western Storm, it is just about getting that sort of solidity and laying those foundations for the later batters to come in and really sort of play with a bit of freedom. So I think it'll be really important for Morris and Luff just to stay here and work those singles and put away the bad ball.
Yeah, the pressure's definitely off a little bit, isn't it? So, but for the Sunrisers, they've had a brilliant start here as well. So the next phase of the game is going to be really interesting.
So still no change in bowling for now as Kopak starts her 6th over and Luff playing defensively. So they've not really changed things up too much, have they, actually, looking at the field at the moment? It's still pretty much what it was during the power play.
Yeah, apart from slips come out, but apart from that, it's very, very similar.
Oh, that's down the leg side and a full toss as well. And nobody anywhere near that to stop it. And there's the 50 up for the Western Storm, Sophie Luff, with a gift which she gratefully accepted.
I think it's interesting as well when we talk about the balance of things. Obviously, Sunrisers last game against Southern Vipers, Vipers hit, I think it was 309. So Sunrisers got very close to that total. So perhaps their batting is an area that is stronger than their bowling, perhaps. But again, a decent start for them here. But Western Storm should be feeling fairly happy so far.
Yeah, they do bat deep now, especially with Maddie Villiers back. Luff driving, well-timed straight to cover though. Might be a run. Yeah, I mean, you look down their lineup. I mean, Griffiths, Scrivens, McLeod, Wilson, Tatani, Carr, Villiers, and Gardner and Castle coming in well down the order. That's a deep batting lineup, and it would be easy, possibly, to get a little greedy and think you need too many runs. Chopped, but they've got a fielder in a... I don't really know how to describe where Maddie Villiers is at the moment. She's almost at a short third position, but it's like a short wide third, and then you've got a deep third as well, who's very fine. It's a strange old field.
Yeah, it's a very strange field. I know Morris and Luff have tended to just play off the back foot and sort of squeeze it to that backward point area, but it is an unusual field placement.
I don't mind it by any stretch, though, actually, because I think they're trying to cut off the easy chop down fine on the offside. Also trying to stop the easy single, knowing that well, they're basically saying to Sophie Luff, right, we know you're going to play this shot, even though there's a fielder there, and you're only going to get a single for it. So we can put two fielders there. We can really plug that gap. Oh, that one's come off the bottom of the bat, I think, from Luff and skewed off up towards mid-off.
Yeah, it definitely sounded like toe.
Yeah. It's almost interesting how they have left that quite big gap, sort of the mid-wicket region, almost trying to get Luff and Morris to play on the leg side when Kopak has got a slight away swing at times. So it's interesting that they've left that gap, almost tempt the batters out there.
Driven up to mid-off, won't get a run. 11 gone, 51 for one. And I think it's twofold, isn't it? I guess you've got the ball swinging away, so you're... Well, I say twofold. Actually, I'm about to make the same point, just in two different ways. So I'll just say, one thing. But yes, you got the ball swinging away. You're looking to get them playing across the line, and then you can also bring in that one that doesn't swing, which got Lauren Parfitt out LBW. So I think it's this really intelligent captaincy from Kelly Castle in a field setting. And also like the fact that just because it's outside the power play, she didn't just push the field back for the sake of pushing it back either. Here comes the paddle. That's not gone anywhere near as far as Morris hoped, and it's a dot.
Yeah, I think a slight laugh there from Morris. Thought she may have got a little more on that than she ended up getting, but definitely an option for her. I know she does like that shot as well as the sweep, which we've spoken about already. But
it looks like we've just moved Lissy McLeod out there now instead.
Driven backward of square in the end, and it stopped well at backward point, diving away to her left. But just that one shot, it got the slip out, so it was still more than worth doing, because it's forced them to take that attacking field position out and put somebody into a defensive position.
I think that this is where it gets slightly tricky as a captain. You've obviously got Fee Morris, who's shown against Sonali Patel that she has that ability to hit you straight back past the bowler, but then also the sort of ability to hit 360 in a sense by that paddle and the sweep. So it will definitely be interesting to see how Castle approaches that.
Short and pulled, but not off the middle by Sophie Morris, but the first time she hasn't got that pull shot away when she's looked to. And fielded by Datani at short mid wicket. Villiers just sending mid-on back onto the boundary rope now. So having got 4 dots, she now thinks, well, I'll just make sure I get out of this over without conceding too many. That's swept high in the air, could be a catch out at deep square leg and taken. No problem at all for the fielder out there. It was pretty much right down her throat. I think it's Sonali Patel who's taken the catch out there on the boundary rope. We'll confirm that in a moment. But 51 for 2, and Morris not able to keep that sweep shot down. And she departs for a well-made 30, but Western Storm now 51 for 2.
Yeah, really interesting celebration there from Maddie Villiers as well, clipping her feet. She definitely looked like she wanted that one. So disrupting this partnership now. Sophie Luff's going to have to rebuild with the incoming batter.
I think it's a little bit, Morris will be frustrated there, obviously. I know the last 2 games she sort of hit 30 and 25, so she looked like in great form today, but unfortunately, again, just couldn't quite push on and get towards that sort of 50 mark and above, which would be disappointing for the Storm. And next batter in really needs to stick in here with Sophie Luff and build a solid partnership.
Yeah, she hit it too well, actually, in a way. So she didn't keep it down, but she just actually hit it. I mean, she hit it very hard and in the air, but just hit it too well.
We've got Georgia Hennessy coming in now, and these two, again, they've had so much success this season working together, especially in the county season before coming into regions. They've put on some really good partnerships.
Yeah, and of course, Georgia Hennessy also, as I mentioned in the intro, made the century here last season against the Sunrisers. Use of the feet from Luff, they'll get 1, making it into a full toss. So the over is at an end. It's not a wicket maiden, but it's still just an over that's produced 1 run for the Storm and the wicket. 52 for 2 after 12 overs, and Luff 15.
Yeah, and we've spoken about Maddie Villiers and what a plus that was for Sunrisers, her coming back into the side. And we've mainly talked about that from a sort of batting perspective, but bowling-wise as well, we do know that she has the ability to be really disrupted to the batters as well. So, yeah, great addition for Sunrisers and got that wicket then.
She's also seemingly a very popular member of every dressing room that she's in. The delight on the faces of her teammates when she gets a wicket compared with others is noticeable.
Definitely. I think we saw that in the 100 as well, didn't we, with Oval Invincibles, the team that Maddie was with. I think she was a popular member of that side as well.
Got back into her 7th over now, and Luff defending to what is still a tight offside ring, and it's picked up by Joe Gardner out at cover.
Yeah, I'm hoping we'll get to see a bit of Joe Gardner with the ball as well, because she's somebody who hasn't had too much of an opportunity this summer, but somebody who's put her name out there fielding, but with the bat and ball she's had glimmers, but not quite come to fruition.
Worked into the leg side, it will be picked up at square leg. It's the case, I suppose, with so many players now they've come back into the regional competition, especially during the 100, with overseas players in and the depth of talent that there was in the sides. There's a lot of players like Joe Gardner who haven't got as much time with the bat or ball in hand as they might like.
Yeah, and she's got some genuine pace about her as well, and I've seen her bowl some really good stuff within the KSL as well, so back in the day when she used to play for Lightning, so it'd be good to see her have a bit more responsibility with the ball as well, but hopefully that will come.
Keeping things pretty tight here, Kopak, and I wonder how many more overs she's going to get. I mean, this has been a long spell from her.
Yeah, that was exactly my thought then. How long is Kelly Castle going to keep her on? But I mean, 1 for 18 at the moment. She's been bowling really, really well, so definitely justified to keep her on. But it'll be interesting to see how much longer.
Driven through extra cover, and that may well run to the boundary. There's 2 fielders after it, Gardner and Griffith. Neither will get there. In fact, neither got particularly close to it in the end. That just rolls away across this carpet, and it's 4 runs. Yeah,
we saw a really similar shot from Fee Morris earlier on in the innings, and just seemed to push it in. It seemed to go straight away to the boundary, and a very similar shot from Luff there. Just pushed it into the gap and let the outfield do the rest of the work.
Outfield's very hard again, I think, as it was at the start of the year. The grass is short, the outfield's hard, it just flies. Down leg side will be a wide. It's in a way, it's still, despite the fact that we've now seen 3 games in quick succession, and this is the same pitch as the ODI was played on, despite that fact even, it's pretty hard to know still for me what a good score is. And left alone to end the 13th over, 57 for 2.
Yeah, for me a good score's got to be over 200, definitely without a question, and perhaps maybe around 230. I think is probably a good score here.
I think run a ball in this sort of competition is key. But yeah, as Hannah said, definitely up in those numbers. I mean, we did see, like we said, Southern Vipers with the 309 at score earlier, so there's definitely opportunities if Western Storm build the right sort of foundations to push on and get a decent score here.
And of course, first game of the season here, we saw the record chase, although it was almost beaten by Sunrisers in their last game, but really high scoring affair there. Villiers to continue. Driven up as far as mid-off. Hennessy facing her first ball there. Sophie Luff had all the strike up until then, since Hennessy's come in. I think you look at the ODI and the 2-4-1 that England defended by 30 runs in the end. And it was a fairly similar tale in Storm's game against the Lightning. Hennessy drives as far as mid-on. They elect not to come through for the quick run. Hennessy showing a bit of composure there, because it would have been quite easy just to go sprinting up. Not only I've played a good shot, I deserve runs, but I want to get off the mark here.
Yeah, they need just a little bit of patience. Like, if you look at Sophie Luff's strike rate at the moment, it's not brilliant. It's nowhere near the 100 mark at the moment, but she will power on. As long as she stays out there, that will soon change, and she'll power on towards the back end of the innings.
Oh, that's a clever little dink from Hennessy down towards the deep third boundary. It will go for 4 runs with only backward point behind square on the offside. So Hennessy gets off the mark with a boundary, almost slightly cheeky there, the way that she just dinked it past the slip.
Some would say a slightly risky shot with the slip in place then, but she watched the ball all the way onto the bat and looked like she did that very intentionally down to sort of third man area. So good shot in the end.
Yeah, to be fair, if Lissy McLeod got a hand to that, that would have been very, very impressive, because it was dipping down so quickly.
So Villiers through her over with 4 runs conceded. 3 overs, 1 for 11 so far from Maddie Villiers. 61 for 2 after 14 overs. So I mentioned the ODI, and then the last game, just as a brief refresher, Western Storm 228 for 7 and won by 62 runs in the end. But they'd won by even more, and not for that last gasp effort from the Lightning with their 11th wicket partner. Sorry, 11th wicket? We don't have 11 wickets. 10th wicket partnership between the 2 youngsters, 2 teenagers, Grace Ballinger and Ella Claridge, which put a bit of respectability on the scoreline, but it showed, I mean, both that partnership and the partnerships late on in the ODI, when they gave England a serious scare towards the end there. The likes of Kasparek and Tahuhu coming out and making it look a very, very good surface, which is why I'm still not exactly sure what a good total would be. Datani's into the attack, by the way, from the Bristol Pavilion end, so we can debate that during this over. Driven as far as extra cover, no run. But, you know, at the same time as 230, 240's been enough, late on, it's looked like it should have been more than that was needed.
Yeah, I think the thing is, if you set yourself up well and lay those foundations early on, then you give yourself the best possible chance for the later batters to come in and play with a bit of freedom to push that total up.
Punched up at mid-off, no run. Yeah, I think that's it, isn't it? With both those games, early wickets fell. Well, England, actually, I suppose it wasn't early wickets, but they lost a cluster of wickets in the middle of their innings after quite a good start. Clipped into the leg side. Well, there's not a run there. Hennessy was almost sold a dummy there by Sophie Love.
Yeah, we know how Love does like to take quick singles, but definitely no run there and sent Hennessy back straight away.
I don't know whether that means that it's a surface that you have to take a bit of time to get used to, or whether it's just how it's happened to be. It will be a wide.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it is a surface that you have to get used to. The way that Sophie Love especially has approached her innings, it definitely seems she is trying to take her time and just see what's happening with the ball, how it is moving and what the surface is doing.
Yeah, so what I wonder then, because that's been the case for the top order and the middle order, and then the lower order seem to have been able to come in and smack it from ball one. Oh, is there something on that? No, there isn't. It was a strangled appeal as Luff reached outside off stump from a ball that was angling across her from Datani, but no edge.
Yeah, maybe that was a little bit hopeful, but we'll see on the replay.
Clipped into the leg side. There once again is no run. So decent start this from Datani, and always good to have a left armour, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think we saw early on that at times, particularly Kopak from that end, when she pushed it across the right-hander, it was difficult to play, and Datani, obviously being left arm, is sort of targeting that area, and it looks difficult to play when it's sort of that fourth stump line just going away from you slightly.
That's too short, pulled away through square leg, and that's 4 more. So Luff pouncing on the short delivery, 66 for 2 after 15 overs. Luff moves up to 23.
I think that sort of shot is so important for Western Storm today. Obviously, Datani's bowled well and started well, but then sort of gives it away with that shorter delivery that Western Storm can sort of pounce on. So be interesting to see if how they sort of approach it and continue.
Slow-mo here of that little late cut from Georgia Hennessy to get off the mark with.
Yeah, I think, like you said, it is very cheeky, a cheeky shot there. Perfectly timed, perfectly executed, so what a way to get off the mark, isn't it?
Especially as she didn't score in the last game as well. Driven well as far as mid-off. I just wonder, I suppose if you're a Storm fan or somebody in the dressing room, you're hoping that Georgia Hennessy sees that Sunrisers shirt and back at Bristol, and she just is able to get into the same mode that she got into in the game last year. Guided away, but nearly as far as point. So Villiers building the dots in this over.
Yeah, and I guess this game for Maddie Villiers is her trying to put her hands up, isn't it? Obviously, she hasn't been selected for the ODI part of the England-New Zealand series, so for her now getting this game time, she's trying to knock on that door again and be like, pick me for the next lot, please.
And she's seen Charlie Dean make her debut, and now she's, I suppose that's kind of who she's competing against, as that's flicked away by Hennessy. She'll get one. That will be all, though, as the throw is fired in off the deep mid-wicket boundary. Hennessy on to 5.
Yeah, I think a lot of it will be about proving that she can do sort of both formats and be successful in both. Obviously, she's a brilliant fielder, so quite often you sort of associate that with T20 and the action-packed drama that it has, but you can definitely do a job in 50 overs.
Use of the feet, as usual, from Sophie Luff, playing that shot down to long on. 16 overs gone, 68 for 2. And I suppose with Villiers, probably you'd say Dean's more of a bowler who looks to toss it up a bit more, maybe give it a bit more revs, whereas Villiers probably more of a, well, I mean, she doesn't bowl it dead flat by any stretch. She's not just looking to fire it in there, but at the same time, I guess that's probably what they're thinking is. So, does Villiers change how she bowls? Throw that question out there.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, it's not supposed to be easy for you. I mean, I've got to throw you a few difficult questions once in a while. That's flicked in the air down towards deep backward square leg, and the fielder is not able to stop that one. And even if she'd been a few yards away from it, she still wouldn't have been able to stop it, because that was hit very hard by Luff for 4.
I think it's always a tricky one when, as you said, do you sort of change anything about your action or how you approach the game? And I think obviously there's always opportunities for improvement, and there might be areas that you're weaker in, but I also think sometimes playing to your strengths also isn't a bad thing, and knowing what you can do well and really utilising that and working on those strengths as well. So I think that'll be something that probably Maddie has discussed with the England setup about how they want her to bowl and where they see her playing most of her cricket for England.
Yeah. There you go, you see. You answered it.
Yeah, that was a perfect answer, Cass, because you can't change too much of a bowler, can you?
Yeah. Defensively pushed out to the fielder coming in from backward point, Fran Wilson. But yeah, and I agree completely. I think you always want to make subtle changes, don't you? Because like you say, that's part of improving, and ultimately it's the England coaching staff who will say, look, this is what you need to do in order to make the squad. Driven down the ground, and Datani, I don't think she would have been able to stop that in her follow through, but she got quite a decent hand on that.
Yeah, she certainly did. Definitely slowed it down, stopped it going for a boundary option there. But like you were saying as well, quite a lot of the players do talk about it quite openly, about they've got to where they are because of their skill sets, because of their actions or batting style, whatever it may be, and it's just about tweaking it and adding to their locker.
Flicked through square leg, but they have a deep square out for Hennessy. Just the 1 run will be accrued.
Yeah, I think sometimes there is a tendency to focus on bowlers, particularly the perfect action and how you can improve and get as close to textbook as possible. But sometimes actually the differences and things that make you unique as a bowler can actually be advantageous as well. So it's about working through those and getting a perfect balance.
Chopped through the offside into the gap in the covers, so Luff moving up to 30, and it's one of these innings so far where you sort of look up and hang on, she's 30 already? Because she's played some really nice shots for some boundaries as well, but she just goes about the accumulation so well, unassuming in a way, she just makes it look quite easy out there when she's in full flight. Just accumulate runs steadily. Hennessy driving up to mid-off. So 7 off the over and 75 for 2. Western Storm, 17 overs have gone. Storm won the toss and elected to bat first. Lauren Parfitt fell early on LBW to Kopeck, as you see there, without scoring, and Fee Morris on the sweep shot caught out at deep backward square leg by Sonali Patel for 30. Has there been, you chat to a lot of cricketers, of course, has there been an example of somebody who maybe, I mean, I suppose it's a bit difficult, isn't it, because there haven't been too many people who have been dropped. It's been a case of up until, I suppose, particularly up until the regional setup was brought in. Once you were in the England camp, you were there for a long time. So I was going to ask whether there'd been anybody who'd sort of dropped out, made a change and come back, but
yeah, I guess the main person's obviously like Tash Farrant.
Yes,
she's
of course.
the go-to that everybody kind of talks about. But I guess at the moment what's really interesting is Lauren Winfield-Hill.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really interesting person.
Clipped leg side. Luff pushing the first one hard, but it's straight to Datani at deep mid-wicket, so just the one.
Yeah, I haven't managed to speak to Lauren Winfield-Hill for like any interviews or anything yet, but I would be so interested to see how she is managing it and how she is finding it from being kind of an England mainstay to then being unsure of what her role is. Obviously, you know, last year.
They're going to take on the fielder at mid-on this time, Kopeck, and that's a well-judged single for Hennessy.
Yeah, obviously last year with the T20 World Cup, her role, Tammy Beaumont's role, Danny Wyatt's roles, all of Amy Jones's role, all of these discussion points were being had, weren't they? In terms of opening and where they sit in that order.
Villiers just adjusting her leg side field. She's got a short fine and a square leg in the ring, just moving deep mid-wicket a little bit wider. She kind of knows where Sophie Love's looking to hit it out into that leg side. And another single taken.
Yeah, and just sort of touching back upon that point, I guess those are the sort of issues that as fans we probably want, because we want to see the women's game progress and regional players, you know, getting an opportunity to step up, like Charlie Dean, we spoke about recently, and play for England.
Yeah, I definitely think there's some more names that could join her. On the way here, Cassie and I were having a bit of a chat about, obviously, Eve Jones, like what season she's been having. Sophie Luff, again, she's one of those people that we talk about all the time, but still hasn't had her England debut yet. But are those players going to get a chance, or are they going to focus on these younger players?
Making that into a full toss. And so singles off every ball so far this over from Luff and Hennessy. And yeah, I think that's a very interesting name, Eve Jones, because she had such a good 100 competition and proved that's driven straight, and Luff once again has to go sprawling to the turf in order to make sure that she's not run out. Backing up. 5 off the over then, 80 for 2 after 18 overs. But in that competition, she's proven that she can face the best bowlers and score runs against them. It's just, where would her role be in terms of, you know, Tammy Beaumont's not going anywhere. And then, you know, does she, which format, where does she bat? It's you know, as you say, it's good problems to have. But, you know, I think particularly, I guess, probably from our perspective, maybe, if I can include everyone in this, that we watch a lot of regional cricket, and we'd love to see these regional names come through into the national side, because it's, you know, it's a sense of pride, really. You've been involved in this from the start. You want to see the system producing international cricketers, but then at the same time, the ones who are there already are there for a reason.
Yeah, they certainly are. That I think, you know, have a bit of bold leadership and disrupt the norm as well, to be fair. And we are starting to see that disruption and just trying new options and just seeing how things work. It is a kind of a new era on the doorknob, isn't it? So we'll see where it goes. But it's so interesting. And like you say, like, playing at regional level is amazing in itself as well. You don't have to play for England. This level is still amazing.
Change of bowling, and we've got Kelly Castle into the attack, and she's worked for a single first ball by Sophie Luff.
I think the other thing for me as well, which I find so fascinating, is the amount of girls who kind of left the game and have seen a regional competition as something that they actually want to get back into. So there's a few names floating around who are really trying to work hard this summer to put their name out there for next year to return and, you know, get involved and do what they dreamt of as kids.
Cut and well stopped at backward point. And really good work from Fran Wilson there to move away to her left to prevent runs.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, that's what we want. Those competition for places will really help sort of push the game on.
Flicked in the air. The fielder out at deep mid-wicket. She knew that she was hitting into the gap there, though, so no real reason to need to keep it down. Yeah, and it's, you know, having a wider selection pool, it's what it's all about, and in the short term anyway. Obviously in the long term it's about bringing through the youngsters and bringing them through to a higher standard than you've been able to bring through the youngsters before, because of the coaching, the increased professionalisation. But in the short term, it's just nice to have more players playing more cricket, obviously.
And being paid, like you say, professionalism, being paid to play as well makes such a difference. And we're seeing the effects of that already. So 5 years' time, it's going to be so exciting. And hopefully there will be more professional contracts for everyone, not just obviously the 5 or 6 that it currently stands at.
Worked that one fine, and there is no fine leg in place, so that's, despite the fact she's just clipped it quietly, she's going to get 3 for that, down towards the fine leg rope, but even that nearly went for 4.
Yeah, really good running there from Georgia Hennessy to push Sophie Luff on there for that 3rd run. They look really happy with that. Just, you know, it makes such a difference just pushing the fielders there.
There's Sophie Luff getting back into her crease at the non-striker's end. That would have been pretty close, actually, if she'd managed to get a little fingertip on that.
Some good skills from the umpire there as well.
And the umpire's showing Sophie Luff how you do it.
Yeah.
Get out of the way.
Yeah,
Tom Lungley there, the umpire at the Bristol, the Ashley Down Road end, pardon me.
But we did see that in the 100 as well. A few run-outs. I think it was Abdullah Maqsood who, I think it was 2 or 3, she managed to get just sprinkling it back onto the stumps and getting the batter out. So I'm not sure if Sophie Luff was one of the victims or not.
Use of the feet, but now they've tried to block that gap up, which I think was probably there a little bit too easily for Sophie Luff before, whereas now she's got that short mid-wicket fielder to contend with if she wants that single leg side. Yeah, I think yes, I like this position a lot more than what it was previously, with Villiers bowling good balls and getting clipped for singles off every single one of them. You know Luff is going to use her feet pretty much every ball.
Yeah, and it was interesting to see in the 100 competition, quite a few bowlers that bowled at Luff tended to sort of put a surprise ball a bit wider as she used her feet just to try and get that stumping option to come into play, because she does come down very aggressively and to use her feet, but Villiers combating that quite well at the moment.
Clipped hard and straight to short mid-wicket again, Gardner. And I think, you know, this is I think how you do it, but also I think necessarily. I'll come back to that after this ball. Villiers getting through the overs very quickly. She's worked it squarer this time and will get the one that she's after. But I don't think you, in a way, you have to change too much what you're doing, because if you fire it wide, Sophie Luff is so good at that shot over extra cover as well, you could end up bringing that into play for a boundary option. So if you're going to fire it wide, you've got to make sure you fire it really wide. Definitely. Otherwise you'll just end up feeding another strength of hers. But a good over that from Maddie Villiers. She's through 6 overs now, 1 for 19, 86 for 2 after the 20 over mark. And Luff and Hennessy just beginning to build up this partnership now. You mentioned Abtar Maqsood affecting those run-outs with the fingertips to the non-striker's end. We can't not mention another mode of dismissal, run out at the non-striker's end. I think most people know which well, not just one game, couple of games that I'm talking about, even made the front page of the BBC cricket page. As Castle continues, ooh, use of the feet from Luff, and she's adjusted so well to tuck that one down fine. That'll be 4 down to the fine leg boundary rope. She made that into a full toss, but I don't know if Castle was looking to fire it leg side for the stumping or if it just went wrong. But either way, really good adjustment made by Sophie Luff.
Yeah, and I can understand why Castle doesn't perhaps have the fine leg down there. She's a bit slower than Kopak, who opened from that end. But Luff is using her feet really well here just to work that ball down to that fine leg area.
Getting to the pitch, goes right between Hennessy's legs there, neatly done. And down to long on for 1. Yes, but 4 mancads in a game. And sorry, I didn't call it that. I've been meaning not to call it that because I don't like that. I don't like that way of calling it. I need to come up with a new name for it. Driven up to mid-off, won't be a run. I think it was Duma, her name, so it should be named after her, yes. It should be named positively, not negatively. And Mankad, who is a great of Indian cricket of yesteryear, should not be remembered solely for that. Clips away fine again. There'll be more runs down towards fine leg. Hennessy wants 2 and should be able to get it. And moves into double figures, 93 for 2. And gotta imagine after, what's that now, 9 runs off 3 balls down in that region, probably got to be thinking about putting a fielder there sometime soon. Driven through extra cover, 2 dives, but neither successful. And that's 4. Georgia Hennessy picks up a boundary, 97 for 2.
Yeah, that ball was nicely in the slot for her there. We'll just see it on the replay. It was an excellent shot. Textbook as it comes.
It's a shot we saw her play so many times last year. And no matter how tight they set the field in the covers and extra covers, she was still finding a way through it. That will give her, I suspect, a lot of confidence to have got that one away. And a low full toss, which is just whipped out to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. So the runs are beginning to flow from the pavilion end. Datani was a little on the expensive side in her couple of overs, and that's a big over there for Western Storm. 98 for 2 after 21 overs. Sunrise is looking for a little bit of control here now.
Yeah, we're just seeing Sophie Luff's strike rate just increasing up again. So around the 10 over mark, she was only at about 40 on her strike rate, and now it's creeping up nearer to 70. So, like I said earlier, we'll see her now starting to creep up a little bit more and a little bit more, trying to get those runs on the board.
Yeah, I mean, just as a 10 over by 10 over comparison, 47 for 1 after the power play, and then 39 for 1 in the next 10 overs, but just beginning to build something here as Hennessy drives up to mid-on. And Villiers has been cheap so far, but she's into her 7th over now.
That's absolutely flown by as well.
Yeah, it has. We talk about Sophie Luff's innings flying by. Villiers' overs have. Dabbed away out to point, no run.
And I wouldn't be surprised if that is a tactic from Villiers to sort of push through these overs and try and apply some sort of pressure on the Western Storm batters, particularly as it is starting to, Western Storm are starting to put up that run rate.
Ooh, that's an interesting ball, which has really been fired in, but oddly, that one seemed to turn where no other balls really turned so far. It's going to be a leg by. It was a strange one. I don't know whether it was... I'm not sure what she did with that, whether it's just stuck it in the hand a bit more and then fired it in quicker. Straight back to the bowler there, no run. Chopper makes its way over the centre of Bristol. I imagine it's a pretty nice day to be up in one of those, although actually having said that, I'm not sure that I really fancy a helicopter on any day. Clipped away down towards short fine.
Not sure about the heights with that one.
100 is up here for the Western Storm. No, well, that's not the problem for me. It's the fact that the helicopter can just go lurching about. You know, you can be tipped forwards, looking down towards the ground like that. No, thanks. Driven straight back to the bowler for the 3rd time. Sophie Luff has to dive back into her ground. Another tidy over from Villiers. 1 for 20 from 7, and it's 100 for 2 after 22 overs.
Yeah, she's certainly given us a lesson in how to stay in your crease, isn't she? So no run-outs for Sophie Luff at all.
And perhaps a hot air balloon wouldn't be a bad,
what?
shout to watch the cricket, considering we're in Bristol as well.
I was thinking that.
You've just thought exactly what I was thinking after that, after the helicopter, because sitting behind us is a man who has not only been in a hot air balloon this season, but he's even conducted interviews from the hot air balloon. Shane McGannon, who's operating the cameras today behind us as Castle now continues. That's hit well into the leg side, and good fielding there from Wilson at short mid-wicket. Pardon me, it's not Fran Wilson there, is it?
I feel like I need to ask more about the interviews in hot air balloons.
Yes, well, you can do. Clipped away straight to Villiers at short mid-wicket, who somehow I managed to get her mixed up with Fran Wilson, the ball before. Yes, well, the start of the year, there was the Gloucestershire hot air balloon went up. So that'll be 1 down towards long on. And Shane had prepared, and I think it's an interview that everybody needs to see in order to spot all of the puns that were included in it with Gloucestershire youngster Dom Goodman. All sorts of things. You certainly seem like somebody who's kept their feet on the ground. You don't seem like somebody who's got their head in the clouds. I think that was... There's another one. Turned up towards mid-on. Villiers will probably intercept it, yes, with the footwork before it gets there, but they get the single that they were after. So, yeah, I think I doffed my cap to Shane McGannon when I watched it, especially because the contract extension was announced of Dom Goodman, and the interview actually took place at the start of the year. So not only is he devious like that in terms of coming up with content and the puns, but also using content which seems current but actually wasn't.
See, that's 100% what I want to see more in the women's game, like more brand activations and partnerships and amazing things like that going on, get the content out there. I know obviously with the regional structure there isn't necessarily the dedicated roles in place. It is the job of multiple people to try and pull together at the moment. But eventually we will have that and we will see it, and it's going to be brilliant just to see more investment and what goes out on social, because it's such an untapped market for the game.
Well, particularly for the regional setup, it would be quite nice to see some centralised social media content. Just from a personal point of view, of course, it would be rather nice to see that it was valued that way in terms of producing regular centralised social media content. That's my own personal view. I'm going to make that very clear.
Yeah, because that's two West Country people. I believe Dan Kingdon's from a West Country. Well, he's definitely a Somerset supporter anyway. Setting up the Twitter channel with Abby Slade, who's a Bristol legend, obviously. So yeah, it's a shame that it took fans to set it up, but they've done an amazing job so far. And yeah, we just want to see more of it, don't we, really? We just want to see lots more content coming from the teams themselves, more fans, and obviously official channels.
Grace Scrivens into the attack, so it's one off spinner replacing another. And they'll get one into the leg side. But Villiers' spell over for now. I think it probably was the case that it was going to be. They need to save some overs of Villiers for later on, but they've got a very worthy replacement in Scrivens here. And somebody also who seems to love playing the Western Storm. Bat or ball, she always seems to be there or thereabouts against them.
I think a bit like Sonali Patel, who we spoke about earlier. Grace Scrivens, obviously 17 years old, still very, very young, but performing on a regional stage and finding her feet there. So it's been really impressive to watch her, particularly in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint competition.
Nicely bowled. Love using the feet once again, but she didn't get as far down the pitch as she might have liked. And I think there's, with Scrivens bowling, you've got some height as well. She's sending that ball down from a good height, still getting a bit of dip and obviously looking to turn the ball. As I don't think you're going to get much turn today. That's clipped behind square. Really classy shot that from Sophie Luff, and she'll get 2 for it. Lovely placement. And she moves on to 47 now, so within one boundary of another half century. But I don't believe Scrivens bowled in the game here last year. Down to where towards backward point, be no run.
She's a really good rising player, and I know she's been cited by some as being one of those next England hopefuls as well. So I know, especially like Raf Nicholson, writes for The Guardian and Cricket Her and everything, she's been very vocal across social media about Grace Scrivens and about her potential England future. She
played in the England A match, New Zealand's warm-up match, so she's not just on journalists' radar. She's certainly somebody, because of the fact that she's scored runs against Western Storm, certainly somebody who I would say, from what I've seen, she looks like a serious prospect. But I mean, that just even from that one over there, it's ball as well as bat, and that was a quality over of off-spin bowling, because there's not a lot of turn in this pitch, if any, but she managed to stop Sophie Luff, who'd been dancing down her feet. Dancing down her feet? What on earth does that mean? Dancing down the pitch using her feet. Dancing, yeah, down her feet. Not quite sure what that would look like, but anyway, sounds quite painful. But she was able to stop Sophie Luff from doing what she'd been doing quite comfortably against Maddie Villiers before, and I really liked the flight in that over. Not bowling it really quickly, not tossing it right up above the eye line either, but it was just a quality over.
Yeah, I think to consistently back yourself and keep that sort of flight on the ball when you've got someone that's willing to use their feet and be quite aggressive is is a great sign, especially for someone who is still so young at 17 years old. So, yeah, definitely been impressive first over so far from Grace Griffiths.
And the other thing as well that you mentioned about England A, it's been so great to see some new names in that England A mix as well with the different fixtures that they've had. It's been quite hard to see the results and see who's been selected. It hasn't been put out too loudly across social to kind of stay on track with that. But I've definitely seen like new names like Abby Freeborn thrown into the mix as well from Lightning, like you mentioned earlier. And that's what we want to see, isn't it, from this regional side, is getting that England A opportunity as well as obviously trying to break through into the England side.
Was a bit of a hack from Georgia Hennessy. I think she was looking to drive into the offside, ended up skewing away leg side.
Yeah, a little bit too wide there from Kelly Castle.
Yeah, Castle struggled a little bit today to find her line. It's interesting though that she is the highest wicket taker for Sunrisers in this competition. So she definitely is a threat with the ball, but just perhaps struggling a little bit today to find the right line.
Yeah, I find her action quite interesting as well. It's quite slingy, it's quite rounded, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I was just gonna say that because it's very difficult to control those more round arm actions. The angle of the arm, you have to be so metronomic about keeping it the same. Even if it's just easier to with a high release. It's just easier to have that be the same every time. Whereas with round arm, there's a lot more variations in there. A lot of things that could be different each time. Driven pleasantly by Hennessy out to the cover boundary.
And that's sort of exactly what we spoke about earlier in terms of bowlers having unique parts of their actions that can sometimes be advantageous or a disadvantage in some cases, but it almost seems that Castle's action is sort of deceiving to batsmen sometimes.
Yeah.
Batters sometimes, so.
Yeah, exactly. Clipped hard through mid-wicket. There'll be at least two here. It's heading towards the boundary open. Certainly needed stopping. And Luff moves on to 49. But I think it's, unorthodox actions, particularly in T20 or 100-ball format, unorthodox actions are actually a real blessing. So you wouldn't want to coach that out of anyone. Luff drives hard, won't get to the milestone of that ball. 4 overs gone. We're at the halfway stage of the Western Storm innings. 109 for 2. Have we started Commentator Cam here, Shane? Have we started something new here? Let's all wave to the camera. Hello. The advent of Commentator Cam. It's the one thing that I've always dreaded.
Yeah, just when you start to think that you like someone, you're like, oh, he's quite nice when he puts a camera on you.
Well, there's commentator cams at other grounds around the country, which, as Scriven starts a new over, driven on the bounce, athletic work from Scriven. So it was entirely unnecessary because Kelly Castle was standing right behind her, but always good practice, I'm sure. No, you have that sprung upon you. Oh, we've got the commentator cam today. Oh, no. This is a face for radio. There's a reason why I'm on the radio. It's not because I can describe the action better on the radio. It's just because the face was made for radio. So I dread the day when Shane puts a permanent commentator cam in the box.
No, you don't have to look a particular way to be on TV. I think all of that needs to get in the bin, to be fair. Like, honestly, the whole kind of like sexualization, glamorization of like sports presenters that you have to look in a particular manner. Not at all.
Got the tidy over this so far from Grace Griffiths. Well, that cheated me up. I'm feeling ready for TV now. Get that commentator cap back on me, Shane, at the end of the over. Scrivens is going to go for the first runs that she's gone for in this over, and so Sophie Luff is going to have to wait a bit longer to get to 50 because Hennessy has nicked the strike, and she's now on to 21.10 for 2 after 26 overs. 20 off 39 from Georgia Hennessy, but this partnership is, I would say, from a Sunrisers point of view, it's starting to reach a level where they really want to be ending it because they know what could come later.
Yeah, I think we spoke about this before, didn't we? It's so important for Western Storm to build that partnership and someone to really stay out there with Sophie Luff and contribute to the scoreboard.
Hannah, do you have the other scores?
Yes, I can grab them for you.
Clipped away through mid-wicket. That's really sweetly timed, and maybe for nope. It's well stopped. It's Gardner out on that boundary rope, way out in the distance, but 2 more runs to the total.
Yeah, dump the scores now.
Yes, we can run through them this over.
Yep, so Lightning are currently 140 for 1 off their 25 overs so far. So that's looking really good against the Central Sparks. I'll have a quick look to see who's doing what, but South East Stars are facing Thunder at their 96 for 5 at the moment, which isn't too healthy, unfortunately, and that's off 27 overs.
So who's got the wickets there for in that game?
So Phoebe Franklin's picked up 1, Danny Gregory's picked up 2,
Oh.
Callie Moore's picked up 1 as well.
Luff, yet again, having to dive back into her grass. She's going to have carpet burns on her stomach at the end of today. The number of times she's had to do that.
Yeah, it's for Thunder, who are 96 for 5, sorry. So South East Stars bowling attack are doing really well.
I was wondering whether Lightning had, whether Thunder had undergone some aggressive recruitment there.
So going back to the Lightning match at the moment, the Bryce sisters are on fire, not out. Sarah Bryce 54 off 66 balls and Catherine Bryce on 61 off 79. So going well in the Bryce household.
Luff drop and run into the offside. They'll make it quite comfortably, and that is 3 half-centuries in a row for Sophie Luff in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. And this one, she has reached off 77 deliveries with 6 boundaries.
Yeah, and that takes her over 300 runs now in the competition, and she really has been crucial to this Western Storm side. Another great innings today, and hopefully she can continue.
Into the leg side, they'll get 1. Villiers throwing athletically across her body, but nothing that she can do to prevent that run. 115 for 2, he says, questioning the scoreboard. I think it will be 115. There we go, 115 for 2 after 27 overs. So there you go, 77 balls, 6 fours for Sophie Luff and Georgia Hennessy. Going along at a tick over 3 and over, but there's so much explosive batting left in this Storm lineup. You know that they can push things on in the final 20 overs even. There's no need really to put the foot massively on the accelerator even yet. Yep. So as far as the table goes coming into this, Scrivens continues, another defensive shot played. Northern Diamonds, Southern Vipers, Central Sparks, all already qualified for the latter stages. It's just a question of what order. Oh, that's turned a bit actually, and Hennessy has managed somehow not to chop that onto her stumps, but completely cramped up for room there by Scrivens. Drop and run, that's good cricket from Hennessy with quite deep there. Lissy McLeod, the fielder, just taking what was on offer. So the fixture between Diamonds and Vipers critical, first versus second, but it's not actually cut and dried that whoever wins that will get that spot in the final. As there's a low full toss, will be not stopped at mid-off, and so that will run towards the boundary and nobody will get that. So a 4 to Sophie Luff.
Yeah, so obviously, like you mentioned, Central Sparks, they win today as well. They could potentially get that final place as well, but Lightning are currently projected at 338 at the moment if they go at 8 and over. Gosh. At 281 if they go at, the current projection is at 281, sorry, and then 290 at 6 and over.
A bit shorter and turned leg side. The throw gets past Scrivens, but Castle is there to back up. 5 off the over, 28 gone now, 120 for 2. But yes, Central Sparks' plan really involves them getting a bonus point, and they're going to have to take some wickets PDQ if they're going to get that bonus point. With the Diamonds facing the Vipers. Did you give us the Diamonds Vipers score? I can't remember.
So the Northern Diamonds are currently 98 for 3 off of 27 overs.
Yeah, that's a struggle.
So Vipers are doing really well. Georgia Elwes has been on fire with the ball by the looks of it in terms of her economy of just 2 off of her. Her economy is 2, so 5 overs, 10 runs and 1 wicket.
It's amazing, isn't it, how players have come in and out of that Vipers side, and yet it doesn't seem to matter who puts on the shirt. They keep winning.
Yeah, even Georgia Adams is having a bowl today by the looks of it, and she's bowled a maiden within her 3 overs. So
big shout for leg before, given out by Yvonne Dolphin-Cooper. Kelly Castle was certainly convinced. Georgia Hennessy was absolutely not, giving Yvonne Dolphin-Cooper the death stare. But unfortunately for her, she has to go. I've got to say, from the replay, I'm giving that out. I suppose she may have hit it, but that's the thing that is most difficult to tell from the replay. But the end of the partnership, it's a vital breakthrough for the Sunrisers at that stage, and Hennessy departs for 25, 120 for 3.
Yeah, we spoke about Kelly Castle earlier, didn't we? How she is the leading wicket taker for the Sunrisers in this competition, and struggled a bit to find her line and length early on, but has come back with a wicket there of Hennessy, which is a really important wicket for the Sunrisers to get back into this game.
Yeah, Hennessy did such a good job there as well with Sophie Luff, and obviously there's still plenty of time, and it's not looking too bad for the Storm at this time, is it? We've still got plenty of wickets in hand, and hopefully get some more runs on the board here. 69
run partnership from Luff and Hennessy, and made in 16 and a half overs. It's not exactly flying along, but at the same time they saw those middle overs out, and although Castle's picked up the wicket there and Scrivens has come on and bowled terrifically, they did see 7 overs out of Villiers and the latter stages of Kate Kopach's good spell with the new ball. Alex Griffiths out at number 5.
I think you raised a really good point there, Ed, that obviously Scrivens has been really good from the other end and put a lot of pressure on the batters. So it could be a case that obviously Castle coming on from this end, it's that pressure's sort of translated onto this over as well.
I think you made it into a good point. Griffiths driving neatly, but only as far as mid-off. And Alex Griffiths, another who has happy memories of this fixture. She got runs last year. If I can actually get the right scorecard up, I'll be able to tell you exactly the numbers. She'll get off the mark as she whips that one away out to deep mid-wicket. And 1-2-1 for 3, 80 off 68 deliveries. It was important to get the number of deliveries right because it was a exciting innings that she played. 11 fours and a 6 in that one. And coming out under a fair bit of pressure, far more pressure than she's coming out under here. So that's dabbed away straight to cover though. Luff wanted the run, but there's not too many quick singles to Cordelia Griffith. And 29 overs have gone, 121 for 3, Luff 54, and Griffiths having just got off the mark. But Griffiths came out with the score 69 for 4 in the 21st over in that match last year. And as I say, 80 off 68 deliveries. Storm would certainly take an innings like that here.
Definitely, and Alex has had a really good sort of past couple games as well, some 30s, and again she'll be looking to push on today and get that good start and see how many runs she can hit. Like we said, she's capable of hitting those big scores, that 80 last year as well, so she's definitely capable, and it'd be nice to see her play with a bit of freedom and support Sophie Luff out there today.
Yeah, and she can play with that freedom, I would suggest. She knows there's plenty of batting left. Driven, timed beautifully. Griffith has actually let that one through, seeing as I just said that she doesn't let too many singles go past her, but that one was hit hard, but you can see from the double teapot, well, we can see from the double teapot that Griffith has got there. She was not happy about that. Straight back to the bowler. Griffiths this time having to get back into her ground, not quite in as flamboyant a fashion as Sophie Luff has been. Such a typical Sophie Luff shot. Just dinked into the leg side. She barely even seemed to move the bat there and just gets one for it.
Yeah, we know what Sophie Luff's like. She likes to rotate the strike, and that is one of her go-to shots.
Oh, I think initially was looking for that booming drive again there, Griffiths, and the length was just a little bit further back from Scrivens past the outside edge. She's actually dragged her length back a bit in general at her Scrivens, and I think this is... She's almost using, well, she's using her height, but she's also using the nature of the surface a bit here, I think. As Griffiths this time will get one out to deep square leg, and will keep the strike, in fact. So 124 for 3 after 30 overs. So the run rate still round about that 4 and over mark, and well, 120 off the last 20, a runner ball gets them close to 250. Do you think that's a realistic or a realistic total? Do you think that would be enough? What are your feelings?
Yeah, I think 230, I think for me is realistic. 250 will be a bonus from my perspective. I think if you get to 250, that's great, but take the pressure off. Get to 230. That's a good target for them to be able to defend, but yeah, ideally we would like to see 250 and even maybe even 260, but
worked for 1 out towards Villiers, who once again that throw across her body.
Yeah, I think Western Storm will want to push it as much as possible here, because as we mentioned, Sunrisers do have a really strong batting lineup, the people we've talked through already, so definitely be important to get as many runs as possible.
I just think there needs to be a slight levelling up now. There needs to be a change in the approach, and they're doing it now, pushing for 2.
Yeah, well run Griffiths running to the danger end, but both components of the partnership responding well to each other there and making sure that they hustled for that second run.
Yeah, and that's what they need to do now, is all about that hustle, turning ones into twos, looking for those boundary options and really starting to push on.
Yeah. There's plenty of power left as well. I mean, Danny Gibson probably come in next. Alex Griffiths, we know what she can do in terms of clearing the boundary ropes. Nat Wraith was in really good form in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Luff down the pitch and hits it hard past Griffith at extra cover, and eventually it's fielded out at deep cover with a little bit of a juggling act there, and having a look down at the turf. There was the deep cover fielder. I get 2 for it. So for a moment there, it looked as if Luff had hit that one straight to Griffith at extra cover. And she'll get 1 now into the leg side. Datani in quickly, but not able to prevent that run. So scoring off every ball so far, and as you say, Hannah, it's not necessarily just about those 4s. 2s really can build an over up really well.
Just changing that momentum as well. Storm want to get the momentum on their side.
Clip down towards long on this time.
As well, there's nothing more frustrating as a bowler when you see a 1 turn into a 2 off your own bowling as well. So I think some risers will really have to sort of up those energy levels in the field here and make sure they're cutting off those singles where possible in the ring.
Use of the feet, but clipped hard, but only straight to deep square leg. However, still 8 runs off the over without a boundary, so that's a good start to this final 20 for Western Storm. Not too many risks, but still picking up 8 runs off the over. And I think it's also perhaps more so when you've got a crowd in, a big crowd, a sellout crowd. The 2s, they really get the crowd going. The energy just increases as well, and it's almost, it increases more than a boundary somehow.
And it's so psychological for the bowlers, like Cassie mentions. The minute you start going for 2s and 3s and the dots aren't there, it gets into your head, doesn't it? And you try to change things perhaps a little too much.
That's driven, might well not be stopped at mid-off and isn't. Castle doing her best to get there, but couldn't. And Luff gets 4 more runs just wide of mid-off. She managed to turn that into a full toss. Low full toss. She almost does, I mean, she almost does that one-handed. Changing the field now. Deep square leg coming off the rope up inside the circle, and Griffith going out to long off. So both long off and long on now back, and just worked away out into the covers. A drop and run from Luff. Get the boundary, get the single. It's an old-fashioned formula, but it does work. And now with 5 off the first 2 balls as well, the pressure is really off Griffiths here. She doesn't want to face a couple of dots, but if she did, it wouldn't exactly be the end of the world now. Driven hard, straight to extra cover. I mean, that was one of the first ones Scrivens has really thrown up above the eye line. I think she was trying to lure Griffiths into going over the top. Ooh, that's, yes, perhaps not the wisest decision to throw that ball, because Villiers has fired it past Castle, who really had no chance to get there to back it up.
Yeah, I think that was slightly out of frustration there, but also just trying to make something happen, it looked like.
Yeah, definitely would have got a high reward if that risk paid off.
Gets to the pitch, Luff, and drives up to long off. I have to say, though, I thought that Luff was well in, though. I don't know. No, you like to see that kind of aggressive cricket, don't you? I think
Yeah, it's just mind games, isn't it?
it's just frustrating for Scrivens, I'm sure. Having started to build up the pressure on Griffiths, she's then allowed off strike. I think about 2 here, but there's no chance to come back for that second run. So another over that's got 8 runs there for Western Storm, so 16 off the first 2 overs inside this final 20, 140 for 3 after 32 overs. I mentioned the crowd. It is actually not a bad crowd. It's bigger than the crowd at Taunton. Yes, all right. Sorry, we shouldn't have that kind of regionalism here when we've got the Western Storm going. But no, it's not a bad crowd actually, and especially considering there's another, I suppose, relatively important domestic cricket affair going on today, which is such a shame that we can't find room in the schedule for everything. Sonali Patel back into the attack, and her first ball is driven up to mid-off. It was a low full toss, but Griffiths, with that extra cover up and that mid-off up, it just reduces the opportunity to pick up that single if you can't quite get it through for the boundary. Short and cut away out towards deep point. They can't get to, however.
Yeah, and interesting to see Sonali Patel come on from a different end to the end that she opened up at.
Yeah, interesting that she's come back from that end. If anything, that's been the end possibly where they may have, I mean, whether it's just because Kopak bowled especially well, I don't know. Cut, beats backward point, and once again they push hard for that second run, but it's not there. And still rotating the strike well here. We certainly felt last game that there was a bit more bounce on offer from the Pavilion end than there was from the Ashley Down Road end, which is contrary to what it's usually like here. Let's try to reach for that one. Griffiths plays it straight to backward point. There's no run. And normally here you would have the spinner on from the Bristol Pavilion end with the long straight boundary, and the seamer tends, or the premier seamer, if you like, tends to choose this Ashley Down Road end. Driven firmly, but once again, Cordelia Griffith denies Griffith's runs.
Yeah, and another shy at the stumps there as well. I feel like the Sunrisers are aware that they do need to sort of pick it up in the field a bit here, and I think that's why we're seeing quite a few shies at the stumps.
This time Griffiths gets that drive away. There is work to do for Jo Gardner on the deep cover boundary, but she's done really well there. In another instance, a fielder may have allowed at least a couple of twos in that over. As it is, it's just 3 runs off it. So Sonali Patel with a tidy comeback, 143 for 3.
Yeah, it's so important for your boundary riders and your boundary fielders to be stopping those twos, and that's exactly what Jo Gardner did there. Great work from her, just to not allow Western Storm to get away too much.
And again, if we look at Sophie Luff's strike rate on the screen there, it's creeping up even more now to 74. So like we were saying earlier, she does progress her innings on quite well. Starts off a little bit slow, takes time, and it is now starting to really fire off.
And Griffiths now facing 17 balls. She could afford to do that. But obviously now is the time that she'll want to be really kicking things on. I mean, she's shown good intent out there. I may borrow that modern way of putting it.
Yeah,
but
she really has, hasn't she? And she's got so much power. She's just been finding the fielders rather than finding those gaps. And
yeah, she's faced a few deliveries now, and she'll be, I'm sure, feeling like she can find those gaps. The more balls that she sees, although that time as Gardner's now into the attack. The wide Yorker wasn't able to get bat on it. So another bowler used, 7th bowler now used by the Sunrisers.
And Hannah, you mentioned that Jo Gardner was one that you wanted to have a few more overs. How are you feeling about her coming on now?
I was literally just about to say it's so good seeing her back out there bowling. And
it's driven uppishly, wide of long off. They are going to take on the second run this time. Luff making it home very easily in the end.
she darts it in quite well, which I quite like. But I really need to catch up with her and find out what has been going on behind the scenes and stuff and what she's working on.
Coming off a short run here and then executing a perfect Yorker, which Griffiths can do nothing about.
I was just about to say, because her run-up seems so much shorter than what I've seen previously, and I definitely need to catch up with her and just find out how she's getting on and what she's doing to find out a little bit more.
5 paces and in. Low full toss driven through the offside. There's no fielder sweeping in the covers, and despite the best efforts in pursuit of it, it's going to be 4 more. It's just beats the infield, forget it, pretty much.
Yeah,
you don't want to be bowling full tosses at this stage, really.
Cassie and I were talking previously about if players have been injured, like we'd love to see some comms about it. And just understanding what's going on with these players and stuff, so we can actually comment on it and find out a little bit more about the goings on behind the scenes, not just, oh, her run-up's a bit shorter, what's going on? Like, perhaps she has had an injury, but we haven't seen anything being publicly shared, so we don't know unless we ask her directly.
150 up with the last ball of the 34th over there, so Griffiths 16 off 23, and it only takes a couple of boundaries, and a run every 2 balls can become a runner ball early on in your innings, and Griffiths getting her first one away. Feel good about that. But yeah, yeah, we were having that discussion before the start, and it almost feels as though some teams, if not all of them, are kind of using the lack of coverage relatively around the women's game almost to their advantage in a way that perhaps they shouldn't be. So that's carved straight to backward point, but Griffiths can't pierce the field. You know, trying to keep secrets from opposition teams, but in fact, you know, you look at news sites on cricket, and player injuries make up quite a decent number of stories.
Yeah, it's just to give a bit of clarity as well with what's going on, obviously, and whether players are being dropped or whether they're injured, and rather than leaving it to us to assume something that perhaps it isn't, you know, or making a story out of something that isn't actually a story, it's just a decision that can be easily explained. But just having that coverage there to understand.
Driven hard down the ground, diving effort from mid-off, but unsuccessful one, and Griffiths gets her second boundary, 154 for 3.
Yeah, and just got the sense now that Griffiths is sort of opening up, and as we mentioned, she can afford to play with that freedom, and this is a shot that she favours, and, yeah, and drilled back down the ground. Great shot from her.
Yeah, that was travelling. This time played defensively. Patel's been offering up a fair bit of width actually in her first couple of overs, but at least so far she hasn't necessarily been put away that much because of it, but that time just right on off stump and defended. Oh, a little bit uppish there, the drive, but fell well short of extra cover. Another shy at the stumps, which Sophie Love still holding the pose. She crouched down back into her crease.
She's definitely had a lot to do at the non-strikers end today, Sophie Love.
Yeah, it's just one of those days where you're having to be all over the place. I'm sure she'll enjoy it. Ooh, that looked like it. Well, I think it may have been the attempted leg break slower ball, and it's not come out right. Only the 6th wide, though, by Sunrisers in the innings, so in general the discipline with the ball has been pretty good, and that so often has been the key for them, as that is another wide here, though. A bit tighter there. Was probably just outside the wide markings, however, and Griffiths hadn't really taken a step across her stumps. But I think, you know, in terms of number one issue for Sunrisers, it has tended to be that discipline with the ball. Driven straight to extra cover. Griffith has another shy at the stumps with Sophie Luff not going anywhere at all, but the backing up is good from Tatani. 6 off the over, 156 for 3 after 35 overs.
I think we're just seeing some attempts by Sunrisers then to try and disrupt this Western Storm partnership, but Sophie Luff well within her crease there.
I think the other thing is that you're actually quite glad that those sorts of throws miss, because then they can go straight to the field of backing up. If they hit and then speed off to the boundary, then
Sonali Patel would be
yes.
pretty upset.
I think
with that.
even yes, even though she is 18 years old and Cordelia Griffith is one of the more experienced players in the side, I think it would have been quite difficult for her not to have shown some sort of displeasure there. And I've certainly noticed in general, and it's hardly surprising this really, that in the women's game in general there is less of an expression of displeasure when something like that happens. However, I did think it was quite nice to see Grace Ballinger, the youngster for Lightning, particularly when I was watching the stream of her against the South East Stars in the previous match to where she played here. She was throwing her head and her hands all over the place with a couple of missed fields. I thought, that's great.
Definitely like to have some passion.
You shouldn't. Why should we have to be so nice about it all?
Exactly.
Put everybody out there under pressure. Gardner continuing. It'll be 1 down to long on.
Yeah, different teams definitely have different vibes, don't they? In terms
Yes.
It's a batter's game, so as a bowler, you're well within your right, I think.
Quite.
I just think within this Western Storm team as well, I think Sophie Luff just commands that respect in a non-scary way as well, in a very kind of friendly, open captaincy, but there's definitely a line of respect.
I think because she performs so well on the pitch, that respect sort of naturally comes.
Driven past extra cover. There's a lot of work to do for both long off and extra cover, and it has bisected them perfectly. 4 runs to Griffiths, and she's up to 24 now.
Yeah, just starting to see this partnership build here now, watching the replay. That shot. Yeah, lovely from Griffiths.
Yep, pretty much out the textbook through extra cover. Get 1 here down to long on. Yeah, you're talking about the characteristics of some teams. Some teams are very loud out there. Others, I think, what you would call angry teams. Clipped away, backward of square. They'll get 2 at least here. It's not got the pace on it to go to the boundary rope, but Luff now moves into the 70s. A neat little tuck down the leg side. Yep, one example that springs to mind from the men's side. It wasn't really going to be for the women's side, was it, so much? I don't think there are too many angry sides in the women's game, but driven down towards long on for 1 to end another decent over. I think back to that Surrey side with Gareth Batty captaining, the likes of Jay Dernbach as well. Also, I mean, pretty much just everyone in that side, even Jason Roy took on more of an angry, frustrated form in that side. They were just a very angry side with a lot of frustration that they clearly needed to exercise in the field. But no, I don't know. I think probably about the closest in the women's game might be Danae van Niekerk, but she's not necessarily angry. She's just fiery.
Definitely, I think we saw that in the 100, didn't
Yeah.
we? I think the Oval team in general, very competitive. And
Luff won't get a run here. Griffith wanted to throw that again.
I guess the other person as well is obviously Anya Shrubsole. When a misfilter of her bowling, you do not want to do that. The teapot comes out and...
Yes, that's true. Yes, that
but
teapot of Shrubsole's.
Yeah, she's so lovely off the pitch.
Cut in the air. Oh, that was a one-handed attempt there from Castle at short third, but it will go down to the boundary for 4. That would have been a blinder, and I thought for one moment that she was going to be able to take that catch. As it is, it's 4 more runs to Luff.
Yeah, this is excellent now for Sophie Luff. She's really is powering on, taking responsibility, and I think now she's starting to see that she can have some freedom herself. It's not just about supporting, it's about building herself.
yeah, and we have seen that sort of wider line from Patel, and quite often the batters have left that alone, but Luff just deciding to play that one there.
Just gets more width here, and no, I thought she got away with it for a moment, but it was a wide.
Yeah, she's looking just to punish those wider deliveries now, isn't she?
That's the 50 partnership up between these two as well. So back-to-back 50 partnerships. Driven through the hands of Griffith. It is just going to be the one. No, they're going to get 2. There's Gardner out at deep cover has had all sorts of adventures with that one patch of turf out there at deep extra cover, and she did well to keep the ball in front of her. There was no, well, even an angry Surrey bowler couldn't get annoyed with her for giving away 2 there.
I did actually hear in the 100 as well that one team, naming absolutely no names, selected their team based on nice people because they wanted to create a nice team environment.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Oh, lovely. Did they do well?
I think they did all right, yeah.
They did all right. Yeah, they did nicely, I suppose.
They did nice things.
The nice team did nice things in a nice way and didn't win. So that's cut away. Back on a square on the offside. There's work for Gardner the other way to do, and she's not going to be able to get there. She kind of shaded towards extra cover out on the boundary rope, and that caused her not to be able to get to the ball towards point. And it's another boundary to Luff, who's now up to 82.
Yeah, just using the width on offer here from Patel, the Western Storm batters really cashing in on that extra width and just putting their hands through it, and it's difficult for Gardner out there to make up that much ground and stop the 4.
It must be quite difficult for Castle to know what to do as well. Does she put an extra fielder out on that offside because that's where Patel's tended to bowl, or does she say, no, you've got to try and bowl at the stumps here? She does bowl at the stumps, but that is delightfully played off a controlled outside edge from Sophie Luff down to the deep third boundary for 4 runs. 3 4s in the over. Luff has moved on to 86, and Western Storm 180 for 3.
Yeah, this is becoming a Sophie Luff masterclass now, isn't it? So still got plenty of time to really power through on that score, and I know we said about 230 would be kind of good, but it's looking definitely more like around the 260 mark at this stage.
Yeah, and 86 now off 100 balls. It wasn't so long ago that strike rate was down below 70.
Yeah, she really has brought up that strike rate. It's so impressive, because I think some people would start to panic early on if, okay, I'm only getting half of the deliveries away, whereas she takes time, and all of a sudden, like you said earlier, unassumingly, she's just absolutely accelerated.
I think what's been really useful for Western Storm right now, they've obviously built a great partnership, but they still have 7 wickets in hand, which is a great position to be in going into the sort of last 13 overs of this innings.
Datani returning from the Ashley Down Road end, so that's the opposite end from where she bowled her first 2 overs, 2 overs for 12, and she's coming round the wicket. Steered only as far as point. There's going to be a shy at the stumps of the non-strikers, and Luff had come a fair way down that time, and there's plenty of people who could back that up.
Yeah, just looking at the other scores at the moment, Lightning innings, Sarah Bryce and Catherine Bryce are still in the middle on 81 and 89. What a partnership that's become.
Well, yes, I suppose they have been a partnership for quite a while, but that's driven by Griffiths out towards deep cover will be one. Yeah, so they are terrific players to watch.
Yeah, it's nice to have them back in the same team as well, because obviously they're playing for rival teams in the 100. Their parents must be the most well-travelled parents from Scotland
In
ever,
regional
because
cricket,
yeah, they were coming down from Scotland each time as well, having to go back up because of work commitments.
A bit shorter and down the leg side, just helped on its way by Luff down to the fine leg boundary, and she has gone into the 90s.
The crowd are loving it as well. There's a lot of noise building around Sophie Luff's innings here.
She is a fan favourite wherever she plays,
But
whether it's Cardiff or Taunton or Bristol.
Yeah, especially for the West Country though, she is, you know, they call her the Queen of the West and stuff, don't they? Because what she's done for the game down here especially is phenomenal. Yep,
she was, I guess, kind of putting it on the map before it was fashionable to put it on the map, if that's
100%.
If that's not too bad a way of putting it. Defended, Datani slides well to stop off her own bowling.
And often with Sophie Luff, her work has been perhaps a little unseen, like the amount of outreach work she's done, coaching in schools. She's won awards through her coaching in schools and stuff as well. Like, she's done so much for the game that isn't always talked about, but it's definitely there.
Down the leg side. Now, I heard something there, and I think it was probably pad. I'm pretty sure I heard a noise, despite the headset being on.
I definitely heard a noise as well, but I think it sounded more pad than wood.
Yeah, that's certainly what umpire Lungley thought. I didn't seem too disappointed that it wasn't given out, Sunrisers, but not a wide either. Slower ball from Datani, which it's taken all the pace off the ball, but it allows Luff to get one to have the strike. So 186 for 3, 38 overs gone. Luff will keep the strike on 91 now.
I think that's what these two have done so well. Sophie Luff just showed they're just taking the pace off the ball and using soft hands to get that single, but they've also put away the bad ball, and that's the perfect sort of scenario from a batting perspective.
She's just so intelligent, isn't she? Like, she's got such good game sense. Like, so it's so tactical what she's doing. It's not by accident she's got to where she is.
And she knows her own game so well too. She doesn't try too many things out there, really. She knows that her game gets her stacks of runs.
Yeah, I found it so interesting speaking to her pre-season about that as well.
Sonali Patel bowling, leg stump flicked away. There's work for the fielder on the deep square leg boundary to do. It's quite a long boundary out there on that leg side. I think that boundary was pulled in a fair distance actually when we had the game a couple of pitches away last against the Lightning, and it's allowing twos to be taken. And this time tickled fine, and once again there's no short fine or deep fine leg, and so Luff on to 97 now, 192 for 3.
But yeah, speaking to Sophie Luff before the season started, she was saying because of these professional contracts now, she does know her game so much better. And for me, like, I grew up playing with her. She was my captain back in like the Somerset under 15 days and stuff like that. And I always thought she knew her game from back then.
Mm-hmm.
So to hear her say it was only in the last couple of years I've, you know, really understood how I play and why I play. I found that really surprising because she just oozes confidence, doesn't she?
Yeah, I think it comes back to, like we said before, playing to your strengths and knowing your game plan and where your options are.
Chopped into the offside and parried out at backward point. There'll be one.
It was interesting, both her and Eve Jones said the same thing about being a little bit older. Obviously, they're still relatively young, but around that 27, 28 kind of age. And it's only now they feel like they're finding their peak.
Yeah.
which is obviously amazing to hear, but for somebody who's had such a big contribution so far.
Driven beautifully by Griffiths. She's played a few really nice cover drives, but this time not producing a run.
Yeah. And the fact that Sophie Luff says she's still learning and things like that, which I think we take for granted as outsiders, about how much effort does go on behind the scenes to keep improving and keep pushing on.
Steered down towards short third, not stopped cleanly by Castle. They'll get two. They might think about a third here even. And yep, Sophie Luff wants the third run. And she'll make it. More warm applause from the crowd in Bristol, enjoying the sunshine and enjoying this partnership, which is taking Western Storm towards, well, we said 230, 240 would be nice, but Western Storm look on track for more than that at this point.
Definitely, and touching on your point, Hannah, when you said that sort of older players are reaping the rewards of the regional structure, it can only be promising for younger players as well, if that's the case for the older players. So we've got a lot to look forward to, I think, especially over the next couple of years with the regional setup. Yep,
and you know, in the past, cricketers weren't allowed to reach their prime, you know, reach the point where actually you've played enough cricket really to know your game inside out, and then have the chance to go out onto the field regularly, being paid for it,
yeah.
and do it.
Yeah, because externally, when she said that to me, I was like, oh yeah, like you're still learning, you're still developing. It's not you're Sophie Luff, you're a great batter. It's end game. There's still so much more to come from you. And I know that sounds really stupid to say out loud, but it did kind of hit me. I was like, oh, actually, yeah, fair play. Because just hearing her talk about what she still needs to do and how much growth there still is and how exciting she is and finding her peak, it's just so exciting.
Good ball from Datani, spearing the ball in towards that off stump from around the wicket. Griffiths can't get that ball away. And, you know, she's despite the fact that she is one of the more experienced players out on the circuit, never mind just for Western Storm, she's still got a lot of cricket left in her. As that's worked away just wide of mid-wicket. And she's been, you know, for the age that she's kind of been on the radar for, I mean, the age that she started coming through at, it's a career that's always been kind of ahead of her years in a way.
Massively.
That's very wide and will be signalled as such by umpire Lungley.
Yeah, having obviously like the privilege to grow up with her, having her as my captain back in the day kind of thing. I remember playing at under 15s with her, and she was playing for Somerset women at the time, and we were obviously all in awe, like, oh, we want to be like Luffy. And just seeing her journey, it makes kind of my generation feel quite proud, because most of us have left the game and we haven't gone on to do anything. But we just didn't have that opportunity, and we were just, we just fell out, I guess. There wasn't anything to catch us. You kind of finish your under 17s. There was no under 19s for us at the time. Played an odd few games for women, mainly as like a 12 man. And that's it. Whereas with Sophie Luff, she's kind of really plugged through, and she's been a mainstay in the Southwest for such a long time. It gives us all that pride that somebody has made it.
There'll be a extra here, and a leg by as it goes towards short fine leg. So Luff back on strike now on 98.
And like you said, Hannah, I think that's something that I really hope is something that's starting to change, is less people sort of falling out of cricket because there's not the opportunities there to play anymore.
Yep. Thought that one was going to be there for the cut for a moment, but Datani, she rolled her fingers across that or not, but certainly was defeated a bit by the change of pace there, was Luff. But yeah, and then as you've mentioned, and it's been very gratifying to hear that, because I haven't necessarily heard that myself before now, that some people are getting the studs tightened and those boots back on.
Yeah, they certainly are.
It's a really good over from Datani. Excellent stuff. Just 2 off the over. Only, well, I say 1 off the bat. There wasn't 1 off the bat. They were both extras. Just the 1 run going to her figures. 198 for 3 after 40 overs, pardon me. So that's 74 runs Storm have got in the last 10. So they really have started to kick on here.
Yeah, and they're in a perfect position now, like we said, wickets in hand to really start to play their shots and be really aggressive and take the game to the Sunrisers. So be interesting to see if Alex Griffiths takes on that role more than Sophie Luff perhaps, but we'll wait and see.
And I think sometimes it's also something that been a bit lost in terms of really wanting to bring through the youngsters and the next generation with this. You know, it's there for development, of course, but you do still need to have experienced players around the youngsters who've been there, done that, and can be that role model, and players who aren't just going to get called up to England and then leave a kind of a hole in the side, as Villiers is back into the attack for her 8th over and a single to start off.
Yeah, because like you mentioned as well, is this competition about development, or is it about performance and professionalism and then commercialisation as well? Like, that's where I think we need to work out what this competition definitely is for.
Yeah, definitely. Particularly, as you say, in terms of commercialisation, because, you know, if these players are being paid professionally to play their cricket, I think that it should be commercialised as a professional product, personally. As Luff uses her feet, she'll get that down to long on, but it will be fielded cleanly. So Luff moves to 99, but the total has moved up to 200. So Western Storm reaching that just a couple of balls into the 41st over. Griffiths going back, looking to cut, but Villiers just getting that drift away, or whether it's just that old off break that doesn't turn, which causes all sorts of difficulties. Fired in, that one by Villiers, flat battered away out to deep mid wicket, so that will bring Luff back on strike.
It's interesting to hear what you said, Hannah, then about sort of professionalisation and commercial opportunities, because Sunrisers, we know, are part of like women's elite sporting collective, and there's about 5 different teams, I think, London, Essex based, they partnered with to try and push that commercialisation of women's cricket.
Luff makes it into a full toss, drives it as far as extra cover, and then it ricocheted off the hands of Griffith there, and I thought maybe they'd still scramble through for that single, but everyone just has to take a deep breath.
It looks like Maddie Villiers is coming around now as well, and yeah, making me a little bit nervous for her here.
It doesn't help for the fact that she likes to use her feet so much as well. It adds to the drama of the situation, I think. So Villiers indeed round the wicket. Fired in. Oh, they're going to come, are they? Luff needs to get back and does so. Well, that was another nervy moment. That will be the end of the over. So Luff will still be on 99, and the score 201 for 3. Heart rate monitors, if the Storm players are wearing them, will be going through the roof, and I suspect Sophie Luff's too, as she got hit by that throw.
She's got a smile on her face, but that definitely looked like that must have hurt.
Some great keepy uppies as well from Maddie Villiers at the end there. Nice to see them enjoying their time at Bristol.
She's still touching her back there, bless her. I think that must have hurt more when she's letting on.
Datani to continue. Clipped into the mid-wicket area, and 1 run for Griffith, so I guess she's done her job. She's got Luff back on strike. Now, what do the Sunrisers do? Are they going to bring a couple of fielders in? It looks like McLeod at mid-wickets in a couple of steps, but Griffith is back on the edge of the circle at cover. A full toss. Luff wants the run, and they're going to come through for it. Sophie Luff has reached her century, her first century this season, her second century in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. A magnificent innings which has been built up steadily, and she has got into fifth gear now and reached her century still with over 8 overs to go in this innings. What a knock from the Western Storm captain again.
Yeah, it's been a Sophie Luff masterclass. It's been absolutely unreal from her. What a way to kind of bow out as well, because obviously today's match kind of concludes things for them.
Griffiths can't get a run though. Datani has come back and been good from this Ashley Down Road end. A couple of overs for 12 to start with, but she's come round the wicket now for this spell, and that seems to have really worked for her.
It's a bit of a tighter line she's managed to achieve by, coming round.
Griffiths looking for that pickup shot. Inside edge onto pad, I think, and it will be 1 run just behind square on the leg side.
Yeah, that Sophie Luff ton as well. You can see how much it meant to her. The fist bump and the celebrations there, just excellent to see. And she's someone who absolutely deserves it.
And I think she's shown how to bat in 50 over cricket. She started off relatively slow, but then as she's got in, she's really kicked on and built her innings.
Oh, that's a full toss. It's dropped at short mid-wicket. They'll come through for a single as it goes off the hands of McLeod, but yeah, that will be a no ball for over waist height. So a free hit. They're doing the free hit dance next to me. Actually, with the hats on that the umpires had for the ODI here a couple of days ago, which sort of resembled vaguely cowboy hats. Yeah. I think that lassoing motion would look quite good with those hats on.
Maybe
I think
that's one for the 100.
Yes, they could invent. Well, they do need a signal still for that 10 over block as opposed to 10 ball block, as opposed to 5 balls, as that's driven gloriously through extra cover by Griffiths. Meanwhile, for 4 runs, once again, that fielder at mid-off, diving away in vain, and Alex Griffiths has now moved to 37. It was a free hit, but it wasn't necessarily a free hit shot, if you see what I mean. She wasn't looking to launch the ball into next week, but just timed the ball through the gap. Oh, that's another full toss, which is a dink into the leg side. It barely makes it out of the 22-yard circle. And oh dear, that is real problems for Datani, and I suspect that is that for her. I don't think either of those were slower deliveries, so that's unfortunately that for Datani, a player of considerable experience, but it happens to everyone at some point. Datani is not going to be allowed to bowl again, and it's going to be another free hit for somebody to come on and bowl, which has got to be about the worst job as a bowler that you can do.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to Joe Gardner as well to do.
It's a shame as well, because we just mentioned how Datani seemed to come back into a second spell and do quite well. So hopefully, as we said, Joe Gardner, not the greatest job to come in on a free hit, but I'm sure she'll accept the challenge.
Yeah, she hasn't been bowling her best today either, so additional mind games at play.
I think, you know, that when this happens, the runs ought to go to the bowler that's just been taken off. Because you come on for a free hit and you get whacked for 4 or 6. It's not really your fault.
You still bowled it.
Yeah. All right.
No, I'm 100% with you.
Here is the free hit then, and we're just going to bowl that one again, as that's going to be a wide. I mean, you can see what she was after there. It wasn't a bad ploy. I mean, I think it's better to do that than it is to come up and bowl one right in the wheelhouse that gets slogged over mid-wicket for 6. And that's been picked up into the leg side. They'll get one, but deep square leg does well out on that boundary rope. So that, at last, is the end of that over. And having praised the discipline of the Sunrisers bowlers pretty much right up until that point, it's all gone a bit wrong for them. That over 215 for 3 after 42 overs.
Yeah, it is something that we observed on paper. They are definitely a stronger batting side, so we knew it was going to be a little bit shaky, but perhaps not to this extent.
Yeah, I think as we mentioned earlier as well with the Sunrisers, extras have always been a bit of a difficult a subject for them. So they have shown improvement, but it'd be nice to see them just sort of tidy up in the last sort of 8 overs here and finish strong.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, there is that depth in batting, so they should know that they have the batting lineup, especially after last match. They've got the batting lineup to chase any total, but at the same time, you don't want to be going into the dressing room at the halfway stage thinking, oh gosh, we let them get 40 more runs than they should have got, 30, 40 runs even, and you feel like you should be chasing less, so automatically the total that you are chasing feels a lot bigger than it should have been, and then therefore it also feels like they've got more runs than you can get somehow. Really is to continue. Here goes Sophie Luff again. We're going to have to come up with a name for this manoeuvre.
I feel like this needs to be edited up into like a meme or just a series of like video shots.
Clipped away behind square on the leg side by Griffiths, and they thought about 2, and now they will in fact get it, as it's not been picked up cleanly by Kopak out there on the rope.
I feel like we might need a stump camera.
I was just
to show Sophie Luff's face when she's diving back in.
Yes, well, there's the helmet cam as well, isn't there? Which, if you had the helmet cam of the dive back, I think that would really make you feel seasick.
Yeah.
I think it's bad enough at the best. Actually, I think it was Alex Hartley who was saying the same thing. And when Alex Hartley first said it, I thought, yes, that's exactly what I feel about helmet cam. So it's driven up of a low full toss to long on for 1 run. I mean, she said, it just makes me feel sick. That's exactly what it makes me feel. It's just, it's disconcerting.
Yeah, I did see somebody in the 100 was looking around at all the different options, but they were looking around so quickly. It was literally just whoosh.
That's the thing. It's when you got it on the wicket keeper as well, and the keeper's looking all over the place. Yeah, not nice. Just tickled away, backward of square, and another single added to the total.
Yeah, I've just thought of the perfect, you get all these different like viral sounds and stuff. There's some perfect noises that could be attached to it. Some clippings of Sophie Luff's little dive in there.
Definitely
so
a TikTok opportunity.
We'll be passing that along to Western Storm social media team and seeing what comes of it.
Driven in the air down the ground. What a nice shot that is. It's right between long off and long on. It doesn't get too much better than that. Alex Griffiths up to 47 with a terrific lofted straight drive.
Oh, we've spoken about her innings before, the 80 last year, and she's definitely looking in great shape out here and supporting Sophie Luff.
It looks like they're just genuinely enjoying the occasion as well, so there's no pressure on them whatsoever. It's literally about just getting this win on the board, enjoying it, and then resetting for next year.
Fired in, down the leg side, they'll get a quick single as the throw goes into the non-striker's end. From short fine leg, the boundary, previous boundary, brought up the 100-run partnership between these two. There is still 7 overs remaining. I mean, I think 300 might be a bit of a stretch, but at the same time, we said that about 230, and they're almost there with 7 overs to go. But I think high 200s, and who knows, we could have a game similar to the game that we had to start off the season here. That extraordinary match between the Thunder and the Western Storm, well, the Northwest Thunder, as they were back then. They dropped the Northwest partway through the season. Other thing to watch is that the cloud is just beginning to build up a bit here. As Scrivens back into the attack and is driven through the offside. They'll pick up a quick run. Would have been at least a couple if that had made it through. It would have run away across the square, which I have to say is looking really good for mid-September. The square is looking terrific here. Getting to the pitch of the ball, Luff, it's off the hands of Scrivens, so another single can be taken. But it's often said of Bristol that the pitches don't always look that great, but they play true. But they actually look great at the moment, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Driven down towards long off. And there is half century for Alex Griffiths. So something about this fixture for Alex Griffiths against the Sunrisers here in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. And she's got to the half century in very good time. And I still feel like Griffiths is only in about third or fourth gear here. I mean, she can really make some serious hay now that she's reached that half century mark. Luff just using her feet. Looked like she wanted to free the hands, maybe to hit over extra cover, and then adjusted and gets one.
Yeah, I think now she's got to that sort of 50 mark psychologically. Griffiths will be thinking to really push on here, and like you said, move it up a gear, and nearly sort of 6 overs nearly left. So
bashed down the ground and dropped by Scrivens. That should have been her first wicket, and then once again Luff ends up rather like a fish out of water on the deck at the non-strikers end as she could. I mean, she almost got 2 wickets there, Scrivens. The one that was dropped, and then Luff would have been back, but not too far off another. As that slog swept out towards wide mid-wicket, there'll be 2 bounces and over the rope for 4. So I didn't think it would be too long before Griffiths really opened up her shoulders, and she got the placement really well on that. Boundary to end the over to 32 for 3.
Yeah, great stuff from these two here. As we said, still 7 wickets in hand, so Western Storm are in a great position here to really push on and hit that sort of high 200s.
Yeah, and unsurprisingly again, Sophie Luff's strike rate has increased that a little bit more. And Alex Griffiths is going at 93.10, 54 of 58 balls. That's so solid, and it's exactly what we need in this game scenario at the moment. But like I said, there's so much depth still to come, and it's explosive batters left on that lineup who will do such a good job towards this tail.
Yeah, particularly likes of someone like Danny Gibson. She obviously did really well in the 100s, sort of coming in that sort of latter end role and providing the runs and being quite aggressive. So that will definitely be interesting to see.
Villiers, her last, that is mowed, really, by Sophie Luff, straight to short mid-wicket. There's no run. That is delightful over extra cover from Sophie Luff. It's a shot she plays so well, but it doesn't stop being beautiful every time you look at it. 4 more.
Yeah, brilliant shot. Very similar to Danny White of Southern Brave when she was in the 100. Likes to sort of open up that extra cover area with a lofted drive, and Luffy does just that then. Great hands and yeah, great shot over extra cover.
It's the way that she keeps that bat face open somehow. It's all in the wrists, it seems, with her. And it's extraordinary how she does it. This time she'll just drop and run leg side. I mean, that was almost played directly to the fielder, who is well inside that circle there, and they still get that single very easily. I am a little bit, I have to say, concerned with this dark cloud that is heading towards us. There were showers forecast for later on this afternoon, but they seem to have come maybe a little bit earlier than we might have hoped, as that's driven up towards long off. I mean, it should be okay, I would think, to finish the innings. It's just what happens later on. It looks a bit grey, and I think it may be raining over as we look towards the centre of Bristol, but further along than that, as there will be one there towards short fine leg.
Yeah, I guess perhaps that was in Sophie Luff's mind when she won the toss as well. I saw, if you go onto the Western Storm social media page as well, there's an excellent video of her practicing her toss.
Yeah.
Because she was yet to win one, so...
Oh, that's high up into the air. This should be taken comfortably, and is. So Maddie Villiers gets a wicket with her last ball of her spell. She'll finish with 2 for 39, and a very comfortable catch taken in the covers. But Griffiths looking to go big over, I guess, wide long on, just chipping the ball up into the air, and a comfortable catch.
Yeah, and obviously Alex will be disappointed that she's got out, but she's had a great innings, and like we said, Western Storm have so many wickets in hand that it was definitely the right time for her to try and be a bit more aggressive and play with the freedom to hit her shots. So can't be too disappointed with her performance today.
No, absolutely not.
She's been absolutely warmly received as well. That applause was something else, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it's something you never take for granted, having done games behind closed doors so often, not just Gloucestershire games, Western Storm games, having done finals day personally last year with no crowd at all. It just, that ripple of applause is greater than any music for me, and a cricket match especially. So Gibson out at number 6, and the terrific partnership between Luff and Griffiths is at an end. They put on 119 together in just 16.4 overs. Magnificent work from them, and they still just took their time. They gave themselves a bit of time to get in. I'm not sure that Danny Gibson will be giving herself too much time here, but then with 5 overs left, that's what you've got to do at this stage.
Yeah, she stood there with her bat high already.
Fran Wilson taking the catch, by the way, so the 2 England players for the Sunrisers combining. That's clipped over the top of Yvonne Dolphin Cooper at square leg, but just the 1 run can be taken. Gibson off the mark to her first delivery. Of the feet, but they've brought everybody up on that offside, which it does allow for that shot over extra cover, but at the same time it's something you see a lot of teams do at this stage, just keep the singles down through that offside. Love goes leg side. They thought about 1 but decided against it as it was clipped straight to short fine leg.
Yeah, you just get the sense that Sunrisers are trying to apply some sort of pressure, although it's quite hard given how well Western Storm have batted.
There is that shot. It was, I suppose, in some ways the most obvious option, but you've still got to have the ability to execute it, and Sophie Luff once again just lofting the ball beautifully over that extra cover region, and that is her 15th 4 now.
Again, great shot from Sophie Luff, playing to her strengths, and we know that's a really strong option for her. And as you said, the field was set for that shot, and she's executed it brilliantly.
Just waiting for that ball. It was a little bit over pitched, a little bit wide, and straight onto it. Now she goes in the air down the ground. Work for Kopak to do from the long on boundary. She can't get there. It's another 4. So 1 offside, now 1 leg side.
And we're really seeing Sophie Luff in her element now. Again, stepping it up another gear, particularly as we come into latter stages of the innings.
So Luff surpassing her previous highest score in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy of 104, and that's come off the inside half of the bat out into the leg side. There'll be 10 runs then total off that over, and Sophie Luff 119, 4 overs remaining, 249 for 4. Bowling options, what do we think? Who's going to come back? I mean, Kate Kopach's only bowled 7 overs and she bowled so well up front. It's been a surprise that she's not bowled.
Yeah.
She's going to bowl now. I promise you I didn't see that.
Yeah. I was just going to say, like, do you think she should come on a bit sooner, or do you think now's the ideal time for her?
I think it's been difficult because Western Storm really have made it hard for Sunrisers with that partnership, and it wasn't as if a wicket fell and you felt that Kopach could come on. It's only obviously just recently that Griffiths has got out. So I think it's been difficult for Kelly Castle in terms of captaincy and knowing when to bring people on, especially when you've got players like Sophie Luff who can hit a great shot over extra cover and then follow that up with an equally brilliant shot through sort of mid-wicket, mid-on region. So it has been difficult for Sunrisers.
And in some ways, it's sort of the price that you pay for using up so many overs of the bowlers who were bowling well up front. And I suppose, you know, I don't mind that at all in a way, because you know, that's aggressive captaincy. You're trying to take wickets by bowling the bowlers who look most likely to take the wickets and had taken the wickets. But it does lead to a situation where if a partnership does build, it's quite hard then to stem the flow of runs later on, and again just showing the value of taking your time and keeping a few wickets in hand. So here is Kopach then from the Bristol Pavilion end. Use of the feet from Luff and launched away over mid-off. That is another boundary, and the cheers for the 250 this time for Western Storm. Luff up to 123 now. Down the pitch this time over mid-wicket. One bounce, maybe 2 bounces. It may have just been the one over the rope. Doesn't really matter. It's 4 runs nonetheless.
Yeah, but you can see what she's trying to do now in this latter stage. She's just trying to get her hands through it. Having a bit of a swing now.
Yeah, she's been using her feet so well to the spinners, but now she's even using her feet to the seamers with the keeper up nonetheless.
Yeah, it's definitely a sign of confidence. So using her feet like that, especially like you said, as the keeper's up, but really seeing Sophie Luff come into her own here and really push up that score for Western Storm.
Yeah, she's got nothing to lose at this stage.
Going to go for the sweep this time and send it down towards fine leg for 4 more. I said she wasn't trying a huge amount out there. Well, now on 127, and in the latter stages of this innings, she is bringing out all the shots.
I think 1 for 150 here. Sophie Luff's definitely pushing to get that score. Great shot from her.
Kopach doesn't know where to bowl, really. I mean, it's hard to know where to bowl. What she needs, I suppose, is some of those Yorkers that she was bowling with the new ball, because length at the moment, Luff is just doing what she likes with it. And that she can, maybe she can try digging one in a bit shorter, but that's tricky as well. Luff chips that one aerially, but wide of Villiers, who runs across from extra cover.
Yeah, just found a safe space there. Didn't quite get her hands through it as much as she perhaps would have liked to.
But at this stage, you've got Danny Gibson at the other end. It's hardly a problem if Luff only picks up a single. You've got a very explosive player in a situation where she has got absolutely nothing to lose and only one way that she's expected to play, really.
Yeah, this is the perfect scenario for Gibson, isn't it?
It is. I was just going to say it's been a while since she's actually faced the ball because of Sophie Luff on strike quite a bit there.
Long discussions now between Kopach, Datani and Scrivens, it looked like, who's now actually going to, despite initially heading down towards the long off boundary, is now going to come up. So you've got mid-off and extra cover up inside the circle. Gibson drags it down towards long on. They run the first one hard, but there's no chance to come back for a second run. So Luff gets one ball to face in this 47th over.
And Western Storm have already gone past that 260 score, so definitely 280 on the cards at this stage, if not more.
Ooh, Luff has, for once, been a bit defeated by that one, but she did get the bat on it, so she's going to get up to 133, and the end of over number 47 as we take a look at a replay of one of the shots of the innings, but there's plenty to choose from. One of those delightful lofts over extra cover from Sophie Luff.
Yeah, this first innings has definitely been about her, without a doubt. The headlines are all going to be about Sophie Luff at this moment, but obviously the Sunrisers are still in it. They've still got to come out and try and chase down this total, so we shouldn't get too far ahead of ourselves at this stage.
She did take a wicket as well in the fixture last year, so maybe she'll fancy herself to come on and have a bowl later on. This is some faith in your young bowler, Grace Scrivens, being asked to bowl presumably overs 48 and 50. Use of the feet cut away, pierces the offside field. It doesn't have the legs to go to the boundary rope, but they may think about pushing for 3. No, they'd be pretty happy, I suppose, at this stage for Sophie Luff to just be on strike, even though, saying what I said earlier about Danny Gibson and not being bothered about her being on strike, but you do want Luff on strike at this stage. Oh, she's not got this one, but it might fall safe, and it does. It plinks right to where a mid-off fielder would be, and once again, they're going to be able to come back for 2, despite the shy at the stumps. Luff moves on to 137, which is now the 3rd highest score in Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy history.
Yeah, she's batted brilliantly so far.
There's the sweep shot, and there's nobody at deep square leg. There's only a deep mid-wicket. Luff to 141.
Again, the sweep shot there, not necessarily one of Sophie Luff's go-to shots, but just shows she can place 360 and brilliantly timed sweep shot from her.
Yeah, like again, it just go back to the point about knowing your game. She knows how she ticks the score along, but now she's showing she knows how to manoeuvre the field. All the shots being brought out, that's dragged down out towards deep mid-wicket, but short of Gardner out on the boundary rope. For one moment, looked like she may have just picked out the fielder there, but falling short. 9 off the over so far already. That's helped away, backward of square on the leg side. Work for Fran Wilson, and she does well, but through for a couple of runs. It's a region which Danny Gibson likes, and probably not where Scrivens wants to be bowling there.
Definitely not. We've spoken about Danny Gibson before, but obviously with Sophie Luff in the form that she's in at the moment, she hasn't really had many balls to face, but definitely an explosive player and has the talent to hit some runs here and push that Western Storm total up as high as possible.
Low full toss, that's got to be close. Ooh. I thought Tom Lungley was going to raise the finger there. He stood and had a look at it for a long time, but he felt there was bat involved. So a run goes on to Gibson's total. She will have the strike
I guess from that angle, perhaps she got an edge on it, but it's a bit unclear to see, isn't it? Maybe that's a little bit too hopeful.
Inside edges are not always the easiest to tell, but interesting. It certainly looked pretty straight, you could say that. 276 for Fort, 12 deliveries remaining in the innings. Looks as though Kopak will bowl the penultimate over of the innings.
Again, Sophie Luff's strike rate, which you talked about before, but now 104, as Hannah's mentioned on a couple of occasions. She started a bit slower, but she's definitely built her innings and come into fruition at the end.
Yeah, it's just so impressive, isn't it? It's just so intelligent.
Gibson hits this one powerfully. That's way back over deep mid-wicket for 6. So it's about the only thing we were missing from this innings so far, and Danny Gibson has whacked it into the leg side for 6.
Well, we said she's definitely got that in her locker, and she's a really explosive player, and that was a brilliant shot from Danny Gibson.
She's definitely had a really good summer, and she's really putting her name out there as well, getting attention from new fans as well as obviously existing fans, which is so good to see.
This time slower and wider, so Gibson powerfully hit again, but only along the ground out to deep cover. And I think at the moment we're still seeing the occasional selection internationally even, where players are being selected for their fielding, batting lower down, but not necessarily having the power to clear the ropes at the end of the innings. I think we'll move more towards having the Danny Gibson type cricketer in that role. I mean, Danny Gibson is a very good fielder as well, but for me, that's a change that will be made. That's a really slower ball, but Luff has got it just over Cordelia Griffith coming back. They're going to sprint back for a second run here. Luff is going to make it. Just about. It was a close run thing, but Luff, you can tell why she wanted to get that second run so desperately. It was another intelligent piece of cricket, even if she didn't get quite the bat on it that she was hoping. She didn't have a lot of pace to work with, to be honest. Really intelligent, just helping it up over short, fine leg.
Yeah, really well placed.
Another slower ball cracked over wide mid-wicket. This will be one bounce 4 again. That was almost 150 in the perfect style. Only about 3 or 4 feet short of a 6 to bring it up with. 148 she's got now, and 300 is very much on.
I was just thinking, what is going through her head right now? Is she thinking I could score a 6 here and bring up the 150 in style? And then I was thinking, perhaps she's probably not thinking anything. She's just thinking about getting the job done.
Comes down the pitch, works that one away out towards wide mid-wicket. They will pick up at least 1. They'll come back for that second run, and Sophie Luff has reached 150. An incredible innings. Surely the innings of her career so far. That was an absolute masterclass from the Western Storm captain, Sophie Luff.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant from Sophie Luff, and you can tell how much it means to her from her celebrations there. I think her family are in the crowd. Definitely saw her point the bat out towards them. So yeah, great moment for her, and like you said, definitely a great innings and one to remember.
Moves across her stumps and just helps it round the corner expertly. And that is yet another 4. 22 fours now in this innings. That is a monstrous over. 295 for 4 with 1 over left.
And you have to feel for Kopak here. She started so well in her first spell. Like we said, bowling 7 overs back to back and looked really dangerous. But then in this latter stage of the innings, come back on for a second spell and just hasn't quite had the impact that she had in her first spell. And Sophie Luff and Danny Gibson have really cashed in on Kopak's bowling there.
Yeah, I mean, she hasn't done a huge amount wrong there, Kopak. She's tried to vary the pace. The problem is that Sophie Luff's seeing it so well, and Danny Gibson has come out and seen it well too. they've just been able to wait on those changes of pace. She's tried the slower balls, and then she's been whacked in front of square. She's bowled full pace, and the pace has been used to help it away behind square. She's been damned whichever way she's chosen to go. Scrivens to bowl the final over then. Danny Gibson, that is big over long on. That's another 6 for Danny Gibson, and the 300 comes up with that one. More power from Gibson, this time straight down the ground, 6 more.
Again, we've talked about how explosive Gibson is, but this just proves it again. Great shot, another 6. A second 6 of the innings, and brilliant for the Western Storm.
It just looks so effortless as well. She's not doing much, but getting the rewards, isn't she?
Moves across, helps this one over the top of short fine leg. I think it's going to kick on. Yep, it is. That's 4 more. I think perhaps on a different outfield that might have plugged, but it's so hard here that everything is just skipping on to the rope. 22 of 8 balls for Danny Gibson now.
Absolutely brilliant, and she exposed her stumps there a little bit there as well. Absolutely fearless. Really, really stylish batting.
So difficult for the bowlers now. I mean, where do you bowl to a set batter like Sophie Luff, and also someone like Danny Gibson, who's playing with no fear and can hit you back over your head, but can also play sort of cuter shots round the corner as well.
Oh gosh, she's broken her bat. It's been smacked down the ground, and a great big splinter's gone flying off towards mid-wicket. She'll get one down to long on, but thank goodness nobody was standing near that, because that could have been seriously dangerous.
I think she's only just realised as well that she did that. The look of surprise on her face when she looked at the toe of her bat there was interesting.
Yvonne Dolphin Cooper picks, I think you've dropped something. Goodness me, that's a serious chunk that has come flying. I don't know how she didn't notice that.
Yeah. And so both Sophie Luff and America stood behind the stumps there having a bit of a giggle.
Yeah, thankfully they can laugh about it, because it would have taken some ducking and diving if there'd been somebody at short mid-wicket.
Yes.
It's something you see in baseball all the time, the bat shattering, but you don't see it too often in cricket. Sometimes you see the bat snap cleanly in two, which is always amusing. Sophie Luff works that one into the leg side, a good Yorker length delivery, but there's a long way for Gardner to go off the boundary rope. It's a good throw, but even that is not in time to get Sophie Luff. 156 now, so that is now the second highest score in Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy history. She needs to get up to 163 to equal Amy Jones. And driven up towards long off, but they're not going to think about the second run, to be honest. Sophie Luff looks like somebody who scored 157 now as she came down the pitch there. I think she'll be quite happy to take the knot out and watch Danny Gibson face this last ball. "14 off this over, 1 ball to come. Scrivens bringing up deep square leg, and it's a dangerous ploy, I'd suggest, with Gibson. She's going to have to bowl this one probably wide of off stump. Gibson moves across, and then oh dear, she sold Amara Carr down the river, and that will be 4 byes to end the innings. So that kind of sums it up, really. Those last 10 overs for the Western Storm, whatever they tried succeeded. Even missing the ball, they still picked up a boundary, and they finish 313 for 4.
Yeah, brilliant from the Western Storm. As we mentioned at the start, they needed to get those partnerships together, and they've done just that. And Sophie Luff walking off 157 not out is just brilliant for Western Storm. And she's definitely had the support today of her fellow batters as well.
It makes such a difference, because when Western Storm have failed, it is because of those lack of partnerships. So today everything has just come together, it's gelled to perfection, and What an innings from Sophie Luff. You can't say anything more than that, can you? It's just absolute masterclass.
Yeah, the ideal 50 over innings, coming in very early on and then just playing the situation as it came to her, really, moving through those gears that they always talk about up to a really explosive finish. And what a finish it was, both from Luff and Gibson. 115 runs have come off the last 10 overs of the innings there, and I suspect probably if I looked in even more detail, the acceleration would be even greater than that. So extraordinary innings, and Gibson 23 off 10 balls of the 4 and 2 sixes. It is so nice to have a player like that in your lineup who can come out and clear the ropes at the end of the innings. So 313 for 4. Sunrisers will once again have to affect the highest chase in domestic List A cricket. Can they do it?
I mean, I think they can take some confidence from the last game,
Yep.
the Southern Vipers game, where they did sort of get 308. But again, it is a massive task for them now to come out after being in the field for 50 overs, and especially that sort of last partnership between Luff and Gibson. That'll be demoralising for them. So they really have to come out with some positive intent. I mean, never say never, but it's going to be a tough battle for Sunrise, I feel.
And as we have a look at the bowling figures there on the screen, Villiers 2 for 39 in amongst all that carnage. Really impressive stuff from the England off-spinner there, Hannah.
Yeah, it gives a lot of hope, doesn't it, for her personally, but for the team generally. There's a lot of big numbers in those run columns, unfortunately, and they did control the extras a little bit better today, which is good, but obviously Western Storm batters have just absolutely lit up Bristol today, and it's now time for the bowlers to take on their responsibility and get some early wickets for Sunrisers and get this game done for Western Storm.
Indeed, and there's a few of those bowlers who will be hoping to score plenty with the bat. It's a deep batting lineup. There's plenty of experience in there, but there's no experience of chasing down successfully a total like this. However, as you said quite rightly, they can take a lot of confidence out of the batting performance from their last game. So Western Storm will defend 313. I'll just give you a brief summary of the other scores. Thunder were bowled out for 185 in the end by South East Stars. Northern Diamonds 256 all out against Southern Vipers. That match probably now, in fact, I mean, not quite definitely, but you can pretty much say that it's a battle to get that automatic spot into the final at Northampton, because Lightning have piled up 315 for 5. There's 2 balls remaining in their innings. Catherine Bryce, 157 not out of 154. So all the statistics I can have been giving you about Sophie Luff's innings are wrong, because Catherine Bryce has also been getting a gigantic score there. But Lightning looking pretty good there, and Central Sparks may be confined to that 3rd spot. So Western Storm 313 for 4 from their 50 overs. We'll be back in around about 25 minutes time for the run chase, and hope you can stick with us for that. Welcome back to the Bristol County Ground, where the umpires are already out in the middle and the Western Storm players are just milling out as well, along with the two opening batters for the Sunrisers, and they have a stiff task ahead of them. 313 for 4 was made by the Western Storm. Sophie Luff anchoring the innings, and more than anchoring as it turned out. 157 off 142 deliveries with 22 fours. But there were some big partnerships along the way. She put on 69 with Georgia Hennessy, who made 25. Then a partnership of 119 with Alex Griffiths, who made 55 off 60 deliveries. And then Danny Gibson came in at the end and made 23 off just 10 balls with a 4 and 2 sixes, as the Western Storm piled up 115 runs in the final 10 overs. So 314 is the target for Sunrisers if they are to win this game. My name's Ed Seaborn. Alongside me, Cassie Coombs and Hannah Thompson. And Cassie, this is a stiff task, this, for Sunrisers.
Definitely, and we've spoken about Sunrisers before and how they are perhaps more of a batting side, but still the performance that Western Storm put on was magnificent, and it will take a real task here today and some great partnerships to reach that total.
Claire Nicholas to open the bowling from the Bristol Pavilion end. Cordelia Griffith and Grace Scrivens, the opening batter. So we've got a right-hand, left-hand combination here, and it's Griffith to take the first ball. Right on the money from Claire Nicholas. Georgia Hennessy in at slip. And Nicholas, who's been so good in the power play in her career, whether it's 20 or 50 overs, can really be so difficult to get away early on.
Yeah, she's been a key member of this side, and obviously previously in the Kia Super League days as well, so great to have her back in the Western Storm side.
Oh, that's way down the leg side, and Nat Wraith has done very well to stop that from going for 4 wides. I mean, praise the accuracy. That one just did come out a little bit wrong there from Claire Nicholas, but it doesn't happen very often. 2 and 2 balls. But both times, Griffith, who is on terrific form, has not been able to get anything on it. Much more on the money there from Nicholas, and it sort of seems to float on the batters, her off-spin delivery. She's a very different off-spinner from the two that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think that's probably why she's been so successful over the years for Western Storm, because she is a little bit different to the sort of standard off-spinner.
Clipped leg side, they don't get a run there. Morris was across quickly, but possibly later on in the innings they might be thinking about pushing the fielder hard there for the run. Cut away, and another good piece of fielding, this time at cover, and really good work from Gibson, who is one of the gun fielders in this side, but she often doesn't work out on the boundary rather than inside the circle. Another wide down the leg side. So 3 already, and that's the only scoring so far.
Yeah, classic case of a commentator's curse there, praising her earlier, but I'm sure she'll find that line.
Well, if she bowls 2 dots and gets out of the over only conceding 3, then she'll still be happy enough. She won't do that, though, because that's been cut through extra cover. A terrific shot from Cordelia Griffith, and as we've seen all day, and as I suspect we'll continue to see, outfield lightning fast, and actually it seems like a nice pitch to bat on.
Definitely, and Cordelia Griffiths has had a really successful sort of competition, especially in the last 2 games. So she scored 69 against Central Sparks and 91 off 82 balls against Sun Vipers. So really, really strong player, and when she seems to fire, Sunrisers can reach those higher totals and get towards them.
Another cut shot, this time not able to pierce the inner ring, but a good start for Sunrisers. 7 runs off that first over there. You mentioned those last 2 scores. in her last 2 scores in the Charlotte Edwards Cup as well. She made a 32 in the fixture against Western Storm at Cambridge, and then a 63 against the Thunder as well. So 3 60-plus scores in her last 4 innings. And somebody also, we talked a little bit about some of these players who hadn't necessarily got the chances with the bat that they might have liked in the 100. Cordelia Griffiths probably another one of those, but she's making the most of it now that she's back with the Sunrise. Seems to have taken a lot of confidence from the 100.
Yeah, massively, because like you say, she didn't have too much of a role, and when she did, she didn't really get going within the 100. So good to see her find her form, and it is the difference for the Sunrisers. Perhaps when she wasn't firing off, contributed to some of their poorer results. And obviously not just on her, but others as well. Like, they have struggled to find form, but now they're finding it. It's so exciting to see.
So Lauren Filer to open the bowling from the Ashley Down Road end, and Grace Scrivens takes strike. Cut, but only as far as backward point. Lauren Filer, somebody who can produce that magic early on, and if she gets it right, she's a handful for anybody to face early on in an innings.
Definitely, she's got some genuine pace, and she hits the deck hard. It's just like you said, if she can get that accuracy, then it's difficult for anyone to play. It's just finding that consistency.
A bit of width on offer, but Scrivens kind of cut over the top of that, as well as it being a little wide of her attempted cut. Scrivens, we talked about some of the players who have a lot of confidence from this fixture last year and know that they are successful on this ground. Scrivens, likewise, from a Sunrisers point of view, she drives but can't beat Morris at cover. 72 off 73 deliveries in that game last year. Cordelia Griffith also made a 41, so she got runs in that fixture as well. But Scrivens, it was really an innings where you sat up and took notice. That's cut through the gap. She was not going to need too many invitations to hit it through that offside field, and she gets that one through and gets off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they've got a lot of energy beast to it at the moment, and are definitely looking to chase down that large total set by the Western Storm. So you can hear their teammates cheering them on as well. They're definitely here to fight this down.
Scrivens also 34 not out in Sunrisers' win against the Western Storm at Taunton. Clipped into the wide mid-wicket area, and across from mid-on, the birthday girl Nicole Harvey does the fielding. Scrivens up to 5. Nicole Harvey, I suspect, will have an important part to play in this at some point, and well, she's been one of the best bowlers in the country in the last few weeks. Just an extraordinary Charlotte Edwards Cup campaign for her, and then also picking up 3 for 17 against the Sunrisers against at Fenners last time she played them. So that's cut, but not past the offside field there, as it's picked up by Griffiths at cover. And the end of over number 2, 12 without loss. So Sunrisers off to a similarly bright start to the one Western Storm made early on.
Yeah, like you were saying, I guess it's got something to do with this pitch as well. It's definitely a batting paradise out there, it seems. So good start from them so far. Still plenty of time to tell, but I wouldn't be too unhappy with that.
Yeah, and interesting that the Western Storm have opted to go for a spinner and a seamer rather than Sunrisers heading up their attack with 2 seamers. So we'll see how that pays off.
She was terrific last match, Claire Nicholas. The overall figures for the innings, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 22. I think she did come back for maybe an over or 2 later on, but not much more than that. The most of those overs were bowled up front, if not maybe even actually all of them. That's edged. Oh, and it's gone to the other side of Hennessy at slip, rolling towards the deep third boundary, and oh, it's going to be, well, Lauren Parfitt is going to pull it back in, but well, that was a stroke of fortune for Grace Scrivens there, and Georgia Hennessy, you don't expect really to have to move that way at slip.
That's great bowling from Claire Nicholas there. Like we said, she's a real threat, and Western Storm will be really happy to have her back in the side and back opening up the innings.
This time it's cut wide of Hennessy, who's standing with her arms outstretched to say, what do I need to do here? And once again, there's a dive on the boundary rope, but in vain. And it's 4 more to Grace Scrivens, who moves up to 13, 20 without loss.
Yeah, just on that replay, you can see Georgia Hennessy like begging the question, where do you want me, where should I be standing? I'm not too sure what I'd be saying to her at this time, because there's 2 kind of chances there in very different places.
Just clarify, the first ball of the over was a 4. I thought that Lauren Parfitt had pulled it back in and then was going to try and claim that she'd managed to keep it inside the field of play, which I suppose technically was true, but she put her legs and feet all over the boundary in trying to keep it from crossing it, so it was 4 runs. That's cut through extra cover this time. That's where she was looking to hit that shot before, and that will fly across the outfield for another 4. 24 for no wicket now after just 2.4 overs.
Yeah, great from Grace Scrivens there. Again, we've talked about her before and her opening partnership with Cordelia Griffiths before, but yeah, Grace Scrivens, great prospect, and just uses a bit of pace from Nicholas to guide that into the cover region.
It's there for the cut again. A little bit of turn there from Claire Nicholas, but the length has been a little bit off, as well as the line so far. Cut hard again, but good work from Filer at cover, and there's no run to end the 3rd over. 24 without loss. I mean, having said that, there are a few balls coming out not how Nicholas would like. She could easily have had a wicket in that over, having found the outside edge of Scrivens' bat, but it's been an exciting start. 24 without loss after 3 overs.
Yeah, she's definitely giving a lot for Captain Sophie Luff to think about there. I think it'd be too soon to take her off. Keep her going, maybe even bring in somebody else to go alongside Hennessy perhaps, just to give that backup option.
Filer then to start her 2nd over with a slip in and deep 3rd and fine leg, the 2 fielders out. Bit of in swing, but Griffith adjusts nicely and clips it into the leg side for 1. But yeah, there's a lot of confidence at the top of this Sunrisers lineup, and they can't necessarily afford to pace the innings quite the same way as Western Storm did. I'm not sure they'd be wanting to leave 116 off the final 10 overs, but at the same time, you know, if they keep just taking what's on offer as they have done so far, they'll be up with that rate. Driven hard once again. Oh, she's just easing the ball really out there at the moment, Scrivens, but she just looks such a good player.
Yeah, she looks like she's got a lot of time to play her shots, which is always a good sign of a good player. And I think this sort of left-hand, right-hand combination works quite well as well for the Sunrisers at the top of the order.
Oh, she's missed that cut shot and didn't look to be too far off it. And I suppose there's no knowing exactly where an edge might have gone, but that one certainly looked to be a lot closer to the outside edge than the one that she missed in the previous over.
I just overheard somebody downstairs as well say, is this a T20 match or a 50 over?
driven through the covers. That's scorched away for 4 through extra cover. Gosh, she can hit the ball hard when she wants to.
Yeah, it looks like she's really enjoying that sort of extra pace that Lauren Filer has, and yeah, great shot through the covers from her.
I wonder if it might not be too long before Lauren Filer's going to switch to round the wicket, because at the moment she's angling the ball across Griffiths and she's getting cut and driven a lot. So I'm thinking either perhaps there might need to be a field change or a change of angle.
Definitely, and particularly she bowls sort of naturally bowls in swing as well. As you said, it is really pushing it across Grace Scrivens, and she seems to be liking that extra whip from the ball.
Now, the ball, I think, went through the fence out at extra cover and towards the car park. I mean, I don't think the windscreen was in any danger, but might have needed to check the tyre pressure perhaps after. Do you get back down to it after this?
Yeah, I think Danny Gibson's innings, I was definitely a bit worried about my car, but had to see what the Sunrisers can produce.
This time it's helped on the leg side. They did change the field to bring short fine leg up, and that is 4 more. Another despairing effort. I think that's Parfitt again down on the fine leg boundary. So they changed the field, but Scrivens hit it to exactly where they changed the field from, and it was just a little bit straighter. Allowed her to help leg side for 4.
Yeah, good awareness from Scrivens there, just to notice that sort of the change in the field and capitalise on it.
25, 15 deliveries and 6 fours, 1 single. That's been her scoring so far.
Yeah, I guess that comment from downstairs just shows the intent, you know, somebody thinking it's a T20 match, but that just shows how much she is literally just trying to fly from the get-go.
This time off the outer half of the bat, out towards point. So a dot ball to end the over, but it's a very quick start this from Sunrisers. 33 without loss after 4 overs, and so far all she's done is she's just played good cricket shots, and I think that's all she needs to keep doing. She's clearly timing the ball well enough. She just doesn't need to do anything else other than what she's doing.
It's as simple as that, isn't it? It's such an easy game, cricket.
It is from up here, exactly. Yes. I do love watching her bat though, because there's just something about the preparation and then those long levers that go through the ball. You just, it's stylistically, it's terrific to watch. Nicholas then into her 3rd over. Griffith drives hard, and Gibson stopping the ball. Just imagine she may have felt that one a little bit off those fingers. Edged, and once again wide of Hennessy, this time over her head really, and that is rolling slowly towards the boundary, but will cross it for 4 more.
Yeah, she did not look impressed with herself then at all. It might show on the replay, I'm not too sure. But just take a look at Hennessy's face there. She's fuming at herself.
Frustrating there for Storm. 2nd opportunity now in the slips. Difficult one though.
Well, yeah, she's got to shake that off.
You're not going to take that, are you? Down the pitch comes Griffith, hits it in the air. Gibson over her shoulder, can't quite get there. And it's over her head, and now she's got to try and bring it under control as it almost seemed to gather pace as it hit that hard practice pitch over there. And they're through for a couple more runs. I don't think Nicholas will be so disappointed to see that, though. And it's one thing to kind of, I guess, be timing the ball through the gaps, but having already got 4 of the first 2 balls there, Griffith was looking to launch that down the ground. And now just plays defensively. I mean, it was almost a bit of a rush of blood, that shot from Griffith, and she just got enough bat on it.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, it's not needed at this moment in time. Sunrisers just really need to keep this partnership going and put as much pressure as possible on Western Storm.
She's flat batted that straight down the ground, and it's stopped up at mid-off by Nicole Harvey. She might be wishing she tried to hit that one more towards cover or point. It was an impressive shot, she didn't get any runs for it. Down the leg side, and she's helped that one away. There is no fine leg in place, so it's going to be a chase in vain for the fielder there. She's dragged a couple down the leg side there, Claire Nicholas, and this is the first one which has been punished by Griffith for 4.
Yeah, definitely. As we said before, she's just sort of struggling to find her line a bit, Claire Nicholas. Obviously, as we said, she's a big part of this Western Storm side and has come back into it recently, and she'll be a little bit disappointed with that, but again, plenty of time to come back from that.
Yeah, and I guess, you know, because this match is kind of just a reputation match, isn't it? You know, nobody's going to win any silverware here today, but it gives that freedom to allow her to get back into the swing of things and just to get a bit more experience under her belt, ready for next year. Hopefully she stays around for next year as well.
Oh, past the outside edge again there.
Yeah, just hope she hasn't got any retirement plans anytime soon.
Well, from both these sides' point of view, you've got Sunrisers looking for their first 50-over win. For the Western Storm, they've had an excellent finish to the year. Ends up being a full toss, which is clipped straight to mid-on. And now Scrivens has got to get back in her crease and do a little vaulting manoeuvre over the top of the ball. But you know, they've had a great finish to the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Just that bonus point of Northern Diamonds getting them into finals day at the last, and then winning the other day in the, last weekend in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Down the leg side, I think it's come off pad. Only question was whether the mound of sawdust was going to stop that one, but it didn't. It went just wide of it, and that's 4 leg byes. No matter how they come.
Yeah, because I think the Western Storm as well is obviously you want to be winning this game. You cannot allow Sophie Luff to put in a performance like that and end up on the wrong side of the scorecard, can you? Like, that is not what you want. They want to be celebrating their end of season. They want to be going into next year full of confidence, knowing that they have improved across this summer.
Swinging delivery driven through point, and there's work to do for Gibson to prevent that going from the boundary, and she's even managed to keep it down to 1. Excellent work out on the boundary there.
Yeah, she's one of the best fielders in this Western Storm side, Danny Gibson, and yeah, she's put in some great performances with bat and ball, but like you said, you can't forget her fielding in all of this as well.
It's more where Lauren Filer certainly wants to be living. The other major domestic event today, Somerset have won the first semi-final against Hampshire in the end by 2 wickets, but I also would like to, after this ball, edged, but well wide of the slips in the end, and down to deep third. So Griffith will keep the strike. 49 without loss after 6 overs. Sunrisers absolutely flying along here. But I would like to say good luck to Alfred the Gorilla in the annual mascot derby. Alfred the Gorilla, a Bristol legend, of course. So best of luck to Alfred in arguably the most important event of the day. (49 without loss after 6 overs.
I'm speechless.
Haven't had the opportunity to meet Alfred
Yeah.
yet, but definitely on the cards.
Yeah.
When the mascot race is...
It is top draw, to be fair.
You know, it's... somebody described it as the best sporting entertainment
Was that
invention in British sport.
Was that Mr. Nick Friend in his recent...
Yes, it probably was actually that, yes. I can't actually remember where I read that, but it probably was that.
in his about 2,000 words love letter to mascot racing in The Cricketer.
Well, there is a change of bowling. Claire Nicholas is out of the attack, 3 overs for 29. And Danny Gibson called upon to try and stem the tide. And that's smacked over mid-off by Griffith. That is a dismissive shot, and it will skip on to the boundary for 4 more, and that is the 50 up. First ball of the 7th over.
Yeah, Sunrise is cruising along here, looking really good. We've spoken about this partnership already, but that's a great shot from Cordelia Griffith. Just watching it back now on the replay, and dispatches that one for 4.
Flat batted over mid-off. Some power behind that. Turned into the leg side behind square, and a single taken, and there haven't been too many singles so far. It's mostly been boundaries, but at the same time they've still just, even if it has been singles rather than boundaries, they've manoeuvred this field quite nicely so far. Ridden their luck a bit, but then at the same time it's been worth it because of the start they've got off to, and as we've talked about many times already, the depth of batting that the Sunrisers have got. Defended out towards cover, and no run. Race is over. Oh dear. There's who's that? Who's fallen at the first hurdle? Well, it's not Alfred, that's for sure. I don't recognise either of those two. I mean, Freddie the Falcon that's defended into the leg side. There'll be no run. Right, so that's the Derbyshire mascot, which I daren't have too many digs at Derbyshire, but I suspect you know what I was going to say. Oh dear. Alfred the Gorilla, very successful. Back-to-back victories at one point even. Oh gosh, that is a ball from Gibson. That's one way to stem the runs. And, well, as I say, it's not been as though Western Storm haven't had some things to keep them interested out there, but that's probably the best ball that's been bowled so far.
Yeah, good from Danny Gibson there. See, just angling her run into the left-hander and sort of bringing it back towards Scrivens there, cramping her up for room.
And another good ball to finish with. 5 off the over still, 54 without loss, 7 overs gone, and it feels a little bit at the moment as though Western Storm are kind of clinging on for dear life until this power play can end and they can put a few more fielders back on the boundary rope.
Yeah, I definitely feel that sense as well. I think they're trying to, we're trying to make something happen here. They have had a few chances, but they desperately need to break this opening partnership.
They do. But, batting to come is considerable. McLeod has also been on good form coming in next. Fran Wilson coming off a good innings, and there's certainly a place that she knows very well. In fact, really, I mean, it's something that we haven't necessarily talked about yet. It's just the sheer number of former Western Storm KSL players in this side. I mean, it's been a special bonus to have Fran Wilson back in the side as well, and Amara Carr, who has come back into the side today. But plenty of players who've helped Western Storm to titles in their KSL days. Driven as far as cover. Alex Griffiths does a full 360 there, but she'd kept the ball in front of her after all.
Yeah, I think that's the other thing as well with the KSL legacy is the fact that Western Storm have retained that perhaps identity, albeit in this new kind of regional structure, people are aware of them a little bit more, and the presence in the southwest is just so huge.
In swinging delivery. Oh, Sophie Luff. She almost wore that one in the chops. They'll come through for a single. And I don't know where that hit her, but I think it looks as though she's okay. But she went down and the ball popped up on her.
Yeah, I think it hit her wrist and then popped back up towards the shoulder area. It looked very painful. It was hit extremely hard.
Yeah. Bit of always an awkward one, and it just sort of bounces in front of you on those sort of squares.
She's certainly in a bit of pain though, because she's holding on to her arm there.
The adventure for Sophie Luff continues. There's certainly not a single there. I can tell Grace Griffiths that for sure. Just played it pretty much back to the bowler, but she realised quickly that she hadn't quite got that into the gap that she thought she had. But really, this has been the ideal start for Sunrisers so far, and Storm in desperate need of some wickets. Right up in the block hole. That's not a bad delivery to try.
It's been a good battle here between the two youngsters. Obviously, Lauren Filer, young fast bowler, 20 years old, and Grace Griffiths, 17 years old as well. So the future definitely looks bright for women's cricket, especially in the regional competition as well.
Yeah, it's when you say Grace Griffiths is only 17. It's thinking back to what were you doing at 17, isn't it? It's one of those questions because I was certainly not opening the batting for my region.
No, I was at school, surprisingly enough.
She's just so good.
55 for no wicket after 8 overs. And it's also, in terms of a couple of things, there's that delivery which almost sliced Scrivens in half from Danny Gibson. A great reaction there, almost a bit Edvard Munch-like there from Gibson after that one. And, well, you certainly deserve to put on a reaction like that after bowling a ball like that. But you've got a bowler with pace and you've got a left-handed batter who, you know, those are two commodities, I suppose, if we're going to reduce them down to that, that English cricket needs. Gibson bowls short and gets away with it somewhat. Well, I say somewhat, completely, because there's no run straight to Harvey at cover.
Yeah, and you have to say Western Storm's ground fielding has been really good so far, start of this innings.
Yep.
Really put their bodies on the line and prevented anything going through the offside.
There's been plenty of opportunities for misfields, but yes, there hasn't been one yet. And for once, completely mistimed by Cordelia Griffith. Why do you think, have you got a theory as to why there's been so few left-handers of late? It just happens to be how it's been? Is it something to do with the coaching? Has anyone said anything to you about that, Hannah?
Not necessarily, but to me, I guess it could be to do with...
Oh, that's sliced over the covers, and that's flown for another boundary for Cordelia Griffith. That's 5 for her now, and she equals Scrivens on 26.
Yeah, I just think it could be to do with coaching and everything, because, you know, coaches, when you first go, they show you how to pick up the bat, they do it the right-handed way, and I genuinely don't know whether it is just to do with that or not, but I was thinking just about how much coaching has developed within the women's game as well, because I remember being a youngster, the most exciting shot to play at the time was like a sweep shot. That was seen as innovative at that time, let alone all these different amazing 360 shots that you can do now, and coaches being more open to failure and using failure as a learning opportunity rather than don't get out, and that kind of mindset.
Slightly uppish, but perfectly safe. Backward of square, and fielded by
Yeah, I think there's definitely
Chloe Skelton, I think that is.
It's definitely been like a mindset change towards how you go around your innings completely. I don't know if you've seen that as well, Cassie, because it seems like players are allowed to play much more freely now, whereas back in the day, growing up, it was definitely more hesitant, I guess, and you're a little bit more scared to play those kind of shots because you didn't want to get out.
Nice delivery there.
No, I totally agree. I think You just have to see from the way that Alex Griffiths came in. Obviously, the situation was quite favourable today, but she still came in and played with freedom and built her innings around being confident and playing to her strengths. And I think that's a massive thing as a coach, to back your player to, in whatever circumstance, to actually go to their go-to shots, and hopefully they pay off.
Wide, and she's got that one up and over as well. It was in the gap, and didn't really matter that it was up and over, but it was. And that's 4 more. 63 for no wicket after 9 overs. Griffith with her 6th for now. And they have offered up a fair bit of width so far, the Western Storm bowlers, and these two have cashed in.
Yeah, and Cordelia Griffiths especially likes to go at things with quite a flat bat, and we've seen then as soon as she gets that width, she really puts her hands through it, and it's definitely paying off so far.
Yeah, bowling figures don't make the most pleasant reading. I mean, Lauren Filer 4 overs for 17 is not bad, but it's the zeros in the wickets column that is the issue so far, with a top order who have, I mean, you have to give them a lot of credit for finding the confidence that they've found when, you know, it's easy to find confidence when you're winning, but to find this kind of confidence that they seem to have found when you haven't necessarily been winning is admirable, and has, I guess, to come down to good coaching.
Yeah, I guess, especially for the Sunrisers side, like, we keep saying they haven't put a win on the board yet in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint competition, and that mentally must be so tough. But having gone past that point of worrying to a point of it's going to come, and just reframing that mindset.
It'll be a wide down the leg side. Yeah, I think that's a really good way of putting it in a way, and I suppose they would say, look, we've been getting closer gradually, but at the same time getting the players to believe that, and obviously it helps, I'm sure, a lot that they know they've got the likes of Fran Wilson and Maddie Villiers coming back into their side. It'll be cut out for a single to deep cover, so they've set the cover sweeper out there now in the 3rd man, so Filer has freedom to bowl wide of off stump, but still to get the other players to step up who have, I think you have to take your hats off to the Sunrisers setup for that.
Yeah, just finding that form when it matters.
More width and cut. This time it does get underneath the fielder at backward point, but when you're hitting the ball as hard as Sunrisers have been with regularity, eventually I think one of those probably was going to creep through, and that one did. 69 without loss.
Yeah, Cordelia Griffiths just really up in the rate here. Great off that back foot. And as you said, Western Storm started well in the ground fielding, but Sunrisers have really been applying the pressure, so it's bound to want to get through at some point.
She has still just been looking to defend most things which have been really on a roundabout off stump, middle and off, but she does just throw those hands through anything wide of off stump. But with the exception of a couple of shots that she's played against the spin, that's been what she's done. The wagon wheel will be showing a lot through that offside. Oh dear, that's going to be a no ball, I think. Yep. So more problems for the Western Storm. Lauren Filer looks a little bit as if, what have I done? But it's no ball, free hit time.
Yeah, it's just that width again as well, isn't it? As well as the no ball, obviously, but the Storm really need to get it on middle and off at this point, isn't it? It's just bring it in a bit.
They've kind of taken swing out of the equation as well. We've seen plenty of swing on offer in the games recently at Bristol, but here comes the free hit. And there's more width on offer, but it's toe-ended really up to mid-off. So they've got away with that one a little bit. But I suppose, really, it seems to me, without being able to see the bowler's releases close up, as though they've pretty much had to go to cross seam because they've been worried about, particularly bowling to Scrivens, they've been worried about the ball swinging too much. And, well, there we go. That one does swing, but it goes well down the leg side. So really, I mean, when you think about, or when I think about the last couple of games, early on it's been quite difficult with the swinging ball. And then it's been the last 10, 15 overs where things seem to have got a lot easier. And I'm wondering if actually, as that's got away, there'll be 4 more. Slammed to the cover boundary by Griffith. It moves to 38 now, and that's the end of the 10 overs of power play, 75 without loss. I just wonder whether actually it's mostly the swing that's made it difficult early on, and we've seen later on this is a pretty good pitch.
Yeah, definitely. As you say, Lauren Filer's shown sort of glimmers of that in-swing, but not necessarily as much as she usually gets, and it's given a perfect opportunity for Cordelia Griffith then to use that width and punch that on the back foot. Great shot from her, and Sunrisers are really starting to up it here, and you can hear the fellow teammates, Sunriser teammates in the dugout cheering on their team. They'll be desperate for a win today, and they've definitely made a really good start.
Yeah, there was the one edge just wide of slip off Claire Nicholas. Well, a couple of edges actually wide of slip. And then that one delivery from Danny Gibson, which beat Scrivens off the inside edge. But otherwise, it's been all Sunrisers. Now let's clip down to fine leg, and will be a single. So they can set the fielders back, the Western Storm. That's one bit of good news. I mean, the other bit of good news is that the required run rate is still basically bang on a run a ball, which still leaves work to do, but at the moment Sunrisers are doing it.
Yeah, Danny Gibson desperately needs to get this breakthrough now.
Now Cordelia Griffith's not ready. You wait for me.
This is such an imposing score at the power play as well.
Driven hard once again, as far as Hennessy at mid-off. I mean, to give you the 10 over comparison, it was 47 for 1 Western Storm, which was not a bad start either, just been blown out the water by Sunrisers 75 off the first 10 overs. In the air, over the top of mid-on. Now, this one may just plug a bit, but it doesn't matter, it's 4 more. It just thought for one moment that that one was going to be one of the first that we've seen, which is really not skipped on, but it still went for 4 more.
Yeah, great for Cordelia Griffith then. Again, Danny Gibson, we said it before, she has bowled well in spells, but that was a great shot down the ground.
And then just opens the face delightfully backward of point. They want 2, and they'll be able to get it as well. More terrific stuff from Griffith, who she's pretty much, well, she levelled Scrivens on 26 when she was on, I think maybe even still in the teens. Griffith's just been dominating this of late. She's had a lot of the strike, and she's been hitting it to all parts. And now it's whipped through mid-wicket by Griffith. I should think there'll be at least 2 more here. Yeah, they're going to come back for that second run. Scrivens will make it. That was probably about, actually I said she'd been hitting it to all parts. She'd hit it through the offside to all parts and then down the ground. The one thing that she hadn't done quite yet was whip one through mid-wicket, but she did that there. Short, pulled on the bounce, out to deep square leg. 11 gone, 85 without loss. It has been terrific to watch this opening partnership, both components of it.
It's been brilliant, and we said before how important partnerships would be to Western Storm's innings, but equally here with the Sunrisers now, this partnership is crucial if they're going to get anywhere near the total that Western Storm set. So yeah, really promising start from Sunrisers. And
Yeah, there's been so many matches when we've spoken about the lack of partnerships. It's completely flipped on its head today, and it's going to be a battle between which partnerships matter, isn't it? Obviously, this first wicket stand is going to be huge, but what's going to follow on? Will Western Storm be able to be disruptive and cause a collapse? Ideally, that's what they'll be wanting pretty soon, because we've got a change of bowler now with Nicole Harvey coming on. She's been really disruptive herself within this campaign, so hopefully from a Western Storm perspective they'll get this breakthrough.
Disruptive in a good way.
In a very good way.
Yes, disrupting the opposition lineups, yeah.
Yeah, obviously she's birthday girl as well, reap the rewards. She's had an amazing summer so far.
Beautifully flighted, and doesn't matter whether it's 85 without loss or whether a team's 20 for 5. She's going to keep giving that ball some air and a chance to turn. Cut away. There's a bit of hesitation there. I'm not exactly sure why, because it was played right between two fielders on that offside there.
I think we just had a birthday announcement there for Nicole Harvey.
Oh, is that what it was? I couldn't actually hear it, I'm afraid.
Yeah, what a year she's had though. Obviously her story has been widely shared. She's been raising lots of awareness for sepsis and obviously becoming a mother for the first time, and all these exciting life events alongside her cricket journey this year has been phenomenal.
And I think something that she shared recently as well was about the impact of the 100, and a young fan, 11-year-old fan called Molly, who's saw Nicole play for Welsh Fire in the 100 and now has taken that support to the regional setup as well. So it's nice to see.
Ooh, that's a good ball.
Some people who are inspired by the 100 now taken to the women's regional games and supporting them there as well, which is exactly what we want to see.
It is. It's again, from a personal point of view, a shame that it hasn't been encouraged more.
Definitely.
Let's cut away for 1 out to deep cover, and I really felt as though there were a lot of people saying after the 100, rightly so, we do not want to miss this opportunity like we felt we missed the opportunity after the 2017 World Cup. But I think the jury's out on that one.
Yeah, absolutely, and I understand some of the decisions from the 100 perspective and everything. They wanted to keep it simple. They didn't want to cause any confusion by introducing too many teams. Like, all these players play for all of these teams in their regions plus the 100. They wanted to strip it back, keep it basic. But I think the fact they didn't do it, and there has been so much backlash, which is really positive to see, means next year they can build on that and they can listen to people a little bit more and be like, look, we want that transition route in between regions and franchise-based cricket. We want people to know where these girls come from, who they play for, how people can go out and support their favourite players, because it's not just about a short 4-week competition. It is about a full summer schedule of cricket.
Yep, certainly. I mean, I understand there are some who say, look, the 100, just like the other competitions, the 100 should be about the 100, and it should, you know, it doesn't have any obligation towards the other tournaments. But to be honest, I think for the sake of the women's game, for me it does. It does have that obligation, and it's failed in that for me, personally.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, and I think it just shows that there's so much more we can do, and it's an exciting space to be in because we can have such an impact, and some decisions still need to be made, and we can all be a part of it, and we can call it out and hopefully see the change that we want to see.
Yeah. I mean, as Hennessy now is into the attack, cut straight to backward point. But yeah, I mean, I think the one thing to say, I suppose, as a caveat to that at least, is that there is time. It does actually bring out the passion of people who want to make things happen, at least. It gives another opportunity for people to show, actually, look, we should be doing these things. We should... You know, we should be making noise about things which are worth making noise about, like these types of games out here, where Griffiths moves up to 30 now with that single out to the offside boundary. We've got a phenomenal game of cricket here, involving several names who people will know from the 100. I think we should be making more noise about this than we are, possibly.
Massively, and like you mentioned before, just even having dedicated official channels to promote ticket sales, for example. Just getting more bums on seats. There's so many people who would probably love to attend today's fixture but haven't got a clue because they're not following Western Storm channels yet because they don't know about Western Storm, so they need it from that centralised Rachael Heyhoe Flint account and getting more partnerships and PR on the go.
Another single out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, this time from the right-hander Griffith, who's got 49 to her name. And Scrivens has taken a bit of a backseat the last couple of overs, but she hasn't seemed to let that bother her at all. Ooh, she's come a long way down here and not far down enough that there's any chance of a run out, however. So a tidy start so far this from Hennessy, just a couple of runs off these 4 balls.
Yeah, and Hennessy's been a really key player for Western Storm, obviously the leading wicket taker in this competition for them. So if there's anyone who could come on and take a wicket, it would definitely be Georgia Hennessy.
Well, no, they're not going to come back for a second. I thought they were thinking about it for a moment, but electing not to. Danny Gibson is the fielder out at deep mid-wicket for the left-hander, out deep cover for the right-hander. And Griffith on 49, a chance to reach another half-century for her. And gone! Griffith stands back in disbelief as to what she's done. What she's done is bunted it straight back to Georgia Hennessy, who has struck for the Western Storm. Sunrisers are 90 for 1.
Yeah, and Western Storm desperately needed that wicket, so great to see that Georgia Hennessy's had an impact. And yeah, Cordelia Griffiths will be gutted with that. Just straight back to the bowler, and quite an easy catch for Hennessy in the end, but exactly what Storm needed to kick-start this defence.
Yeah, and you absolutely called it as well. You put it out there, you asked for a Hennessy wicket and you got it, so...
Yeah, I'm still leading wicket taker, Storm with 8 now in this competition, so definitely a key player in this team. But obviously Lissy McLeod in now for Sunrisers.
Yep, another one of those former Western Storm players that I was talking about. It's the only person to have a winner's medal from each of the first 2 KSL seasons, Lissy McLeod. And out at number 3, coming off a 79 against the Southern Vipers last time out, and also from her time with the Welsh Fire, she'll be very familiar with the opposition that she's presented with here.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of familiar faces for her, isn't there? From both, like you say, the Welsh Fire days and obviously playing for Western Storm back in the day, so...
I imagine she probably faced a fair bit of Harvey and Hennessy in the nets of late.
She'll know exactly what they're all about, and obviously now we've got the privilege of so much video footage that players can review and they can do their homework, and...
With the commentary muted, hopefully. As Harvey lights that one, and that's a great stop from Lauren Filer. They'll get 2 for it, but she has undoubtedly saved 2 runs there. I thought that was 4 off the bat of Scrivens. And well, having said that, I'll rephrase that, because I thought it was not hit very hard, and then all of a sudden it was, oh, hang on, that's 4. And then turns out just to be 2. Cut in the air on the bounce to backward point. Pleased to say that the sun is back out at Bristol. The thing that isn't quite so pleasing is the fact that it's beaming into the commentary box now.
Making it slightly difficult to see.
Exactly, yes. And it will become rather warm in this room.
Yep, I've already reached that point. But what a beautiful day for September.
Another cut shot comes out from Grace Scrivens, who may have to just, I guess, resume the mantle of aggressor a little bit now. I mean, there's not a lot of pressure on Sunrisers run rate wise, at least not any more pressure than they were under when they first came out. But at the same time, with McLeod just getting her innings going, Scrivens may need to just kind of resume what she was doing earlier on, really. Nicely bowled by Harvey. Just looking as though she maybe had that one stop in the pitch a little bit. McLeod couldn't seem to wait for it to get to her. It's tickled very fine, and going to be a leg by the looks of things. I would imagine it was probably pitching outside leg stump, or certainly going down the leg side anyway, as it was missed by McLeod, but 4 off the over, 93 for 1, and they had just begun to drag things back before that wicket, but Storm will be very much hoping that this wicket continues that trend.
Yeah, certainly need to. It is at that kind of stage of need at the moment, isn't it? We really do need to try and form some sort of collapse and just take away that momentum from the Sunrisers.
I think as well, Western Storm will be aware of Sunrisers' depth in batting as well. We've obviously got people like Fran Wilson still to come in, so they'll be desperate to get off to a good start and try and claw this back with a few wickets, hopefully in quick succession.
And just on the replay, we've got that Hennessy wicket. Like you mentioned earlier, Cassie, it's simple cricket, isn't it? Straight back to the bowler, easy catch.
That hair going flying out behind Georgia Hennessy as she celebrates. Oh, that's swung a little bit actually from Hennessy. We'll get one into the leg side, so that gets McLeod off the mark, or was it signalled leg by? I'm afraid I missed the key moment. I think it may have been signalled leg by because it's not got up as 1 on the board. So, yeah, McLeod not yet off the mark. Scrivens goes back, tries to cut. But unlike Griffith, who was lofting a lot of her shots over the infield, Scrivens tended to hit the ball along the ground. So, I guess another thing that the Storm will be hoping is that now that she kind of needs to hit the ball in the air, or at least place it perfectly if she's going to find the boundary. That's going to build pressure on her.
And I just think at the beginning of the innings, quite a few of the bowlers did bowl, give a little bit more width to Scrivens, and perhaps a little bit shorter, which she seemed to love and likes to sort of get on the back foot and punch it through the covers. And just see Hennessy now is bowling a little bit fuller to Scrivens, which is making it more difficult for her to score.
Does go on the cut shot there, and they'll push for the second, but not get it. So Harvey 2 overs for 5, and Hennessy now 1 for 4 from 1.4 overs. They have put a bit of the squeeze on, as they like to say, good squeeze. They do say that. It may sound silly, but it's not my fault. Oh, that's a full toss, and it's gone down the leg side. And is that going to be signalled no ball? It is. Interesting. So it's another waist-high no ball. Datani bowled 2 in the same over and was removed from the attack. And now both Lauren Filer and Georgia Hennessy are on their first and final warning.
Yeah, it's something Sophie Luff will definitely have to think about, and hopefully her bowlers can keep a bit of discipline and prevent themselves from bowling a second no ball and having to be taken off.
Yeah.
So the free hit coming. And bashed down the ground. It will be caught at mid-off, but there will be no dismissal. I think a few people in the crowd might have forgotten that there was a free hit.
I was just going to say the same thing. There was a big cheer then, but I think everyone realised a little bit afterwards it was slightly in vain.
Nice to see the crowd getting involved there.
Yes.
Yeah, so good.
A section of about 5 people in the mound stand who I think may have been responsible for that one. That's turned straight to short mid-wicket. Oh, and that was probably worth the shy at the stumps from Sophie Luff there, because it was nearly a terrible mix-up. I think it's, when you're batting with Scrivens, it looks as if it's something you've got to be quite aware of, that she may just hit the ball straight to her fielder, take a couple of steps down, and then she's quick enough to get back into her ground, but you might not be as the non-striker.
Definitely. We see from the sort of bowlers' scorecard there, Harvey and Hennessy have made a real difference to that Storm bowling lineup since they've been introduced, and have kind of clawed back from where the Sunrisers were originally, particularly the first couple of overs where the Sunrisers really got off to a great start.
Confidently pushed down the ground by McLeod. It will be quite interesting to see what the order to come is, because with Carr back in the side, it's difficult to know exactly where she's going to come in. Turn to short fine leg, and McLeod quickly calling Scrivens through, and that is the 100 up for Sunrisers. 100 for loss of just 1 wicket.
And I think, as you said, Ed, it'll be interesting to see where Carr does bat, because we know in the start of this competition she did have occasions where she opened the batting for Sunrisers, so it will be interesting to see where she slots into this Sunrisers lineup today.
Yeah, I was just trying to think where she will slot into, but they've got so much depth. It's going to be such a good game to see this go through. A real battle of like cat and mouse, that's another cliche people say, isn't it? So
it'll be helped round the corner, but she's not got as much bat on that as she would have liked. Yes, seesaw, topsy-turvy, to and fro. all those ones. Pitched right up from Harvey, and just 3 off that over. 101 for 1 after 16 overs. And yeah, I mean, you kind of think you might want to keep things as similar as possible to what was a successful batting effort last time out. So possibly Fran Wilson will come in next, Atani after that, and then maybe Hamara Carr slots in underneath those two.
I think that's a really good guess.
Yeah, I think we'll definitely see Fran probably coming in next, and then a mixture probably to see Datani or Carr afterwards. But like we said, definitely got a good batting lineup to come.
And obviously that's without mentioning like Maddie Villiers, Joe Gardner, Kelly Castle.
Yeah. And I think also yes, I think the only question is whether it's Datani or Carr. Datani's not been on the best of form with the bat recently, so maybe Carr slots in ahead. I don't know. May not find out, of course. Clipped into the leg side, and single taken. Morris.
I think, like you said, Datani's not perhaps been in the best form, but I wouldn't be surprised if perhaps they sent in Carr before and sort of saved Datani, depending on the situation, if they needed runs near the end, because she is quite an explosive player and sort of left-hander. We know as soon as there's any short balls, she's straight on that. So I think she could be one to sort of save and see how many runs they need at the end.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And honestly, this top 3 so far do not look like they're a side that haven't won a game. Like, they're looking so good out there. Regardless of the context, it's been such a good game of cricket. From a batting perspective, obviously from a bowling perspective, we do need to tighten up these lines from the Western Storm side of things, and that is going on now with Hennessy and Nicole Harvey.
Also, though, I mean, it's nice to see some high-scoring games as well, because after all that, the high-scoring games in 50-over cricket tend to be the ones that grab most of the headlines. Well, use of the feet from Scrivens, and she's hit that high in the air over the top of mid-off, but more high than far, and she'll get 2 for it. There was no question that that was going to be safe, just didn't quite get the connection she was after. I think, you know, you do like the odd low scoring. I mean, I just like a mixture of things, and it's nice to see what looks like we may have a real high scoring thriller here today, the way this is setting up. Scrivens turns to square leg, and we'll get 1 out to Gibson out on the boundary rope. 17 gone now, 105 for 1, so the required rate for Sunrisers still a little over a runner ball, but not much.
Yeah, I think the other thing with the high-scoring games, they're the ones that do change perceptions.
Yep.
Which, even though low-scoring matches can be really exciting, really entertaining, people are just so biased towards batters all the time. They want to see the runs, don't they? Like, because a bowler could have an amazing spell and force a low-scoring game, but it won't be about the bowler per se. It's more, women's cricket can't hit the runs or whatever. Whereas when you get a big scoring match like this, it's like, look at women's cricket, we can score runs. Not that we have to prove ourselves, but unfortunately that's how some people think.
Yeah. Towards deep cover. No, I take your point exactly. Or it's either that or it's quality of the pitches again.
Yeah.
But you know, I want to do my Bristol pride bit here, but I think the pitches have been cracking here. Oh gosh, that's the one that just slides on and almost slid on towards off stump. You see McLeod looking towards square leg with a bit of a sideways nod of the head there. But I think even the last match, which turned out to be 240 defended very comfortably, I don't think that had a huge amount to do with the pitch, because, well, that last wicket partnership of Lightning certainly didn't make it look a bad surface. Whipped away to deep mid wicket. There'll be another single. So yeah, I think you know, a pitch that allows the opportunity for big scores once in a while. Obviously, I like to see the bowlers have something to work with. Sometimes, particularly in men's cricket, it feels like they don't. Cut and a miss there from Scrivens. You know, sometimes it really feels like it doesn't matter what they bowl, they get whacked, and then people criticise them for it as well. Well, you've gone for 350 today, you must have bowled awfully. Well, no. Actually, there was just nothing in the pitch whatsoever, and batsmen are quite good nowadays in men's cricket to clear the boundary ropes, and they are also in women's cricket. It's just that unfortunately all too often the pitches don't allow it. So I think it's been really good to see what's happened in 2 of the 3 matches at Bristol, and I think, as I say, in the one that didn't in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, it wasn't necessarily down to the pitch. I think both sides just lost a couple of sets of wickets in clusters, which really sets you back.
Yeah, it's just that change from like playing at club grounds and stuff, isn't it, where some random person from down the road comes to cut the strip or whatever it may be. So
Commentary Cam is
on the camera.
I think it was that just a little bit wide of us, maybe.
Oh, maybe just a bit wide.
Oh dear.
Somebody enjoying the afternoon on the balcony. Oh no, there we are. Hennessy starting a new over with 1 down the leg side, and it's been turned out to deep square leg in the end. She probably could have got a wide or 4 runs off that one.
Yeah, no, it's just a change between some random person cutting the grass, pretending to know like they know how to make a good strip, versus actually playing at proper grounds. It does make such a difference. Because Cass, you've probably played at some interesting grounds, which didn't probably give much.
I think definitely at county age group there was some grounds we played at that perhaps looked a bit more like village greens.
Whereabouts do you play? Do you play at
and
street? I
parks,
guess that
but
was a bit of a road there.
not too many streets. To be fair, it did definitely get better, and I think it was always an enjoyable fixture with Somerset women when we got to play on the county ground. For a while that happened once a year, and that felt like a really big occasion for us at the time, and I think it's something that I definitely felt push for to happen more often, because I think it's really nice to get your women's side as part of that. So yeah, nice to see regional cricket taking place at grounds like Bristol.
It's the way it should be, absolutely.
Good pace off the ball here from Hennessy, just not allowing them anything really to work with. I think also, I tell you what, another thing which I would love to see, which several members of the Sunrisers setup have been part of. It's driven to backward point. Oh, it could have been a chance of it would have been a piece of utter brilliance from Skelton at backward point. And a half chance of a run out there, but knocked it down and kept it down to 1. But looking down at several of these players who play for Middlesex, for Sunrisers, the London Cup is another great thing. Oh, that's very short. Scrivens is onto that quickly, and a dive out at deep square leg from Danny Gibson, but nobody was getting to that one. So really one of the first times that there's been a genuine short delivery from either of these two bowlers, and that is a rare boundary. It might even be the first boundary we've had off these two bowlers.
Yeah, these two bowlers have definitely brought it back for Western Storm, and like you said, went through a period at the start of the game where Sunrisers really were finding the boundary a lot, but a bit shorter from Hennessy the last ball, and like you said, Scriven straight onto that. No mistakes in a 4.
Really did not miss off stump by much, that slow-mo you've just been seeing of the Nicole Harvey delivery, which just missed that off stump. But no, what I was going to say was I would love to see, we've got another great rivalry here in the West Country between Somerset and Gloucestershire. It would be so good to see some sort of cup competition played out. I know there's so much cricket played at Bristol and at Taunton over the summer, but it would be pretty awesome if that were a thing, like the London Cup is, and I think they've done a great job with making that what they've made of it.
100%, especially for the county schedule. It's needed, because the county schedule at the moment is, what, a month?
Pretty non-existent, really,
yeah,
isn't it now?
Play the 2020 Cup, and driven back to Harvey, who does so well in her follow-through there. She picked it up cleanly as well, so if McLeod had even been a step down the pitch there, she might have been in trouble.
Yeah, I appreciate why they've turned their focus to regions.
Driven up over the top of Hennessy at mid-off. And that's 4 runs to McLeod, so the first time that she's looked to open her shoulders, and that was not too far off Hennessy at mid-off, but she just got the I can't even say it anymore, elevation. Yeah,
and Lissy McLeod has been a really key player for the Sunrisers, part of that sort of opening trio who have scored quite a few runs recently for 79 against Seven Vipers in the last game, so she'll be hoping to produce something similar to that today.
It's got to that time of day where the lips don't quite want to move like they did this morning. Nicely bowled.
Yeah, we were talking about the county schedule and stuff, and I completely agree with you in terms of getting some sort of rivalry down in the southwest on the go, because I get why they focus on the regional structure, but I think that pathway from county into regional is so important.
Down the ground towards long on, so boundaries in each of the last couple of overs, and that's the 20 over mark, 119 for 1, so Sunrisers are way ahead in the comparison. at the same stage, 86 for 2. The Western Storm, so 1 wicket fewer and plenty more runs. Admittedly, they can't necessarily bank on that massive flurry of runs at the end of the innings. However, if they keep wickets in hand and they keep ahead of the rate, then yeah, they're going to be tough to stop here, the Sunrisers, in pursuit of what, as I say, it would be the highest chase in domestic List A cricket. And also there's another chance of it between the Lightning and Central Sparks, I see. Driven back to Hennessy. Was she looking to... Oh, actually it did get just behind her. I thought she was looking just to pretend that it had got past her and see whether the batters wanted to leave their ground. But it actually did just trickle underneath her. But Central Sparks 102 for no wicket against Lightning. Lightning 320 for 6. They need to probably up their rate, Central Sparks, unlike the chase here. But they are chasing 320 rather than 313. McLeod works that one short mid wicket. This could be a run out here, and it just misses the shy at the stumps. And I think that time that probably would have been gone with a hit.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a big opportunity there for Western Storm to get that second wicket. Just like there's been some occasions between Scrivens and McLeod where they've looked a bit of hesitation when they're running, but yeah, close one there. Morris with the throw, very nearly dismissing McLeod.
Sharp work from Morris to get to the ball as quickly as she did and get the throw off. But to be honest, it's as difficult as, for the most part, it's been to take wickets today. It sort of feels like the kind of innings where a run out might be the key, kind of to maybe to open the door or be the big moment in this run chase. Scrivens works that one away backward a square on the leg side, and she's now ticked along to 46. So her strike rate, which was well over 100 at the start of the innings, just come down a little bit, but she's manoeuvring things about really nicely and showing she's got more than one string to her bow. And I notice we've got another free hit. I think that must have been a front foot no ball, that one, by the looks of things, unless it was the incorrect number of fielders. I think it must have been for front foot. So another no ball and another free hit coming up. So a chance for McLeod to open her shoulders. The only good thing from Luff's point of view is that she can change the field, so she's sent long off and long on back. A very slow delivery, which is whacked through extra cover by McLeod, and that has raced to the boundary for 4. It didn't seem as though long off had that far to go, but it whistled past her and 4 more.
As we said, the outfield here is really quick, so you definitely get value for your shots, and McLeod's just pierced the field there. Great shot.
She really took every bit of pace off it there, did Hennessy, but McLeod showing the power that she's got, and it was also a low full toss. This could be another 4. Yep, Luff dives desperately at extra cover, but can't get it. And sounds as though there's a few travelling supporters as well, as McLeod picks up back-to-back boundaries with a delightful extra cover drive.
Yeah, just interesting to see there, looking back at that replay, listening to McLeod just sort of standing on leg stump, giving herself a bit of space on the sort of offside deliveries to really get her hands through. A great start from the Sunrisers, 130.
McLeod's also now got to that kind of stage where she's seen a lot of deliveries, and it's just seemed as if you can stay there and build for about 15 to 20 balls, then you're in today. It's not seemed like the kind of surface where you'd say you just never really quite feel in. Harvey, 5 overs for 15, but she is now out of the attack. And the Western Storm, no, she's not out of the attack. Pardon me. I thought I was looking at Fee Morris there, but no, it's Harvey to continue. Apologies. Help down the leg side. Oh, it's caught. That's a horrible way for Scrivens to go. She's helped it straight to short fine leg. I think it's Claire Nicholas who's taken the catch. A sharp one, high up away to her right. But that is a pretty desperate way for Grace Scrivens' innings to end, and she falls 4 shy of a half century.
And that is exactly what Western Storm needed. Obviously not the best ball to get out to. It was going down leg there, but a wicket's a wicket, isn't it? Nicole Harvey's going to be very happy with that on her birthday as well.
Yeah, I think Harvey and Hennessy have bowled really well in tandem here, just to put a bit of pressure on Sunrisers. Obviously they're going at a really good rate to begin with, but they managed to claw it back, and those dot balls have certainly built up a bit of pressure, and I think probably Scrivens felt that and wanted to cash in on that ball, but didn't quite make the connection that she needed.
Yeah, I'm not sure if she knew there was a fielder there either. I think she thought her luck was in without, obviously she can't check before she hits it, but just being a bit more aware.
Yeah, I mean, it was, I guess, a kind of an instinctive shot, really, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
you see the drag down from the leg spinner, you just look to smash it, don't you? You don't necessarily think exactly about where you're hitting it, but, I mean, a little bit unlucky, I suppose you'd have to say as well. I mean, if that's even a matter of inches further to the fielder's right, then that's 4, and she'll be raising her bat with plaudits, but such is cricket. And Fran Wilson is out at number 4, so a key wicket this one for Western Storm, and oh, if they'd put a slip in place they would probably have had it, and that's edged down towards deep third. They'll get 2 runs for it, but I mean, it's easy to say they should have had one in, but I see why they don't, because you know they're still rattling along here.
I have to admit that I was a little bit surprised they haven't put one in. I thought it might have been a great opportunity just to try and apply some sort of pressure, considering the Sunrisers have got off to quite a good start, but like you said, it's easy to say sometimes from the commentary box.
Yes, yeah, hindsight, etc. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, you've got Fran Wilson coming out, and run prevention is important as well. You need every fielder you can get at this stage, but yes, Nicole Harvey will be disappointed there isn't one in, but there we go. It's obviously a collaborative effort, and a chance for 2 wickets in 2 balls that would have really turned this game. Going a begging. Worked into the leg side. Luff sliding away, putting the slide tackle on the ball, but able to come through for 1. So a couple of right-handers in now. Datani, the left-hander, possibly to come in next. Played uppishly down towards long on by McLeod, who really seems to be striking the ball well out here in the last 10 balls or so that she's faced. But that's the end of a successful over from Nicole Harvey. 134 for 2 after 22 overs. It doesn't really matter what level of leg spinner you are. So often it's the case that you get a wicket with the worst ball that you bowled. And I think that's probably the case with Nicole Harvey there. I don't think she bowled a ball which was, well, she barely bowled a ball that wasn't landed perfectly, so there can't have been many to choose from, and she got one with a pretty rank short delivery outside leg stump, but that is the way that it rolls.
Yeah, definitely. It's sometimes the case as a bowler, isn't it? You can bowl your best ball and you think, how did that miss? And then you bowl your worst ball and you seem to get a wicket. So I think you've got to take the good with the bad. Sometimes just, like Hannah said, it goes down as a wicket, and unless you've watched the game, no one will know.
Exactly.
Right, we have a bowling change, and it looks like Lauren Parfitt who's coming on to bowl from the Bristol Pavilion end. So Lauren Parfitt, I'm just thinking off the top of my head. No, she hasn't bowled yet in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, but she played such an important part in the Charlotte Edwards Cup as she deals a filthy full toss first up, which is clouted out to deep mid-wicket, but it's only a single, and this is going to be another no ball. Won't be a warning, but it will be a no ball and a free hit. Discipline just costing the Western Storm a little here with the ball. This is a nice little opportunity for Fran Wilson to get herself going. Ooh, and she's tried to push that one through very quickly and very wide, and that will be a wide. So Lauren Parfitt's gone for 3, and she hasn't yet bowled a legal delivery, and the first one that she does bowl will be a free hit. That's smacked down the ground by Fran Wilson, but long on will be able to come across. The throw is a little offline, but the important thing was that it was got away quickly so that they couldn't come back for a second run. So I suppose it's effectively now as though Lauren Parfitt's first ball got whacked for 4. Just guided this time through the covers by McLeod.
Like you said, interesting that Parfitt's obviously bowling, like you said, hasn't bowled in this competition yet, but been put on by the captain here to hopefully try and break this Sunrisers partnership.
There'll be a dot ball there to extra cover in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. 3 wickets for Lauren Parfitt. She bowled 16 overs, 3 for 83, economy just 5.18. Oh, that's an awkward looking shot from Fran Wilson as that skewed away into the leg side. She'll get 1.
Yeah, I guess the other thing as well is the Sunrisers would have planned accordingly to the bowlers they'd expect to face, so wouldn't have planned knowing she'd be coming on necessarily.
Clipped away. There'll be another single out towards mid-wicket. Yeah, so she did a fair bit of bowling in the warm-up, but then I think from memory she has done a fair bit of bowling in the warm-ups for some of the other games and hasn't been called upon to bowl. That's a short ball which is hammered out to deep mid-wicket by Fran Wilson, but she's again rather got away with that one to some extent. It's a long boundary out there, but still it was a drag down, and that is the end of the over. 142 for 2, not the start that Parfitt was after. She has limited the damage to some extent after the no ball for wide and the free hit, but still another good over for Sunrise as they look to build this partnership up. And Nicole Harvey now into her 7th over.
Yeah, Harvey really has bowled well, but like you said, 7th over already, and interesting to see how many more she bowls after this.
Straight down the ground, lofted well and beats long on. A good straight hit from Fran Wilson, and she moves to 10.
And she's another player like Maddie Villiers who has a point to prove in that England setup, trying to get her spot back perhaps within that ODI kind of team. A lot of work perhaps needed with England trying some different options, so she's definitely got a point to prove here today.
Yeah, so I've got a little stat on Fran Wilson, which I shall deliver perhaps after this delivery. Driven away out towards extra cover. It does make it past Fee Morris's dive. Well, not completely past it. She did manage to half stop it, but there will be one. Maybe I'll do it at the end of the over. Nicole Harvey doesn't give you a great deal of time. And that's biffed through extra cover. That is a tremendous shot from McLeod. That's 4 more. She is hitting the ball really nicely here. And if it's pitched up to her in her half, looks like she's just going to go after it now.
Definitely, like you said, a slightly slower start from McLeod when she first came in, but almost laying the foundations to then get into the game and go a bit harder. And that shot was an excellent shot, sort of squeezed through the extra cover region. But great player and someone who has obviously come into this game with some good form as well, as we'd spoken about before.
150 for the Sunrisers, comes up with that 4. Not too far off halfway to this Western Storm target. 314 to win. McLeod this time brings out the slog sweep and swipes it out to deep mid wicket. 10 runs off this over. And there's another dark cloud away in the distance, but at the moment the sun has just gone in. It's still providing a very pleasant afternoon here. Flighted, low full toss, and Wilson drags it rather down to long on. Sounds as though a plane is making its way across the sky and on its approach to Bristol Airport. Down the leg side, helped round the corner. It will just be 1. I think it looks as if it's going to be off the bat, yep. But a very decent over for Sunrisers there. 24 overs gone, 154 for 2. So Harvey threw 7 overs, 1 for 30, but there were 12 runs off that last over, which has slightly dented the figures. And I just wonder whether possibly we may see a change from this Ashley Down Road, and I would have thought they would want to save a couple of overs of Harvey for later on.
Definitely, you'd think so. She's someone who's been really successful in the competition, and particularly, like we said, the T20 competition. But you would think that Sophie Luff would, like to keep a couple of overs back for Nicole Harvey, just in case this run chase does get interesting and very close.
Really good glove work off the first ball from Nat Wraith. I'd have to imagine as a keeper that those full wide deliveries are some of the hardest to take, trying to half volley those away from your body. Driven through extra cover with lovely timing again from McLeod, but she's only going to get 1, so that proves what on earth kind of a word is that? Moves Wilson back on strike. She has, Fran Wilson, the second highest score from a number 6 in ODI history. That was my Cricinfo assisted stat on Fran Wilson. 85 not out off 49 balls against Pakistan 2019 in Kuala Lumpur. The only higher score from a number 6 as she backs away and drives straight to extra cover. And Sophie Luff, almost on fast forward, gets the throw in. The only higher score than that was Alex Blackwell, who made 90 off 56 balls in the losing cause in the 2017 World Cup semi-final. As that's edged and wide of the keeper down towards the third man boundary. It will trickle across it. There is no fielder down there at deep third, and there is no slip either, so no chance of a catch, and it's 4 more to Fran Wilson, who moves up to 16.
I think that isn't surprising when you look at Fran Wilson as a player. She is someone that can hit 360, and perhaps, like Hannah said before, someone that is struggling for that England place at the moment, perhaps has something to prove, but definitely has all of the talent to achieve that. So be interesting to see how she goes today, and obviously the last game against Seven Vipers, she was very close to getting them over the line with 65 not out. So she'll be hoping to go one better today and really get over that total and bring it home for the Sunrisers.
Yeah, and really, I suppose it's only volume of runs that will get you back into the side. And there's got to be a little bit of a worry when you kind of look at the ages of some of the players who've been, I say cast off is a bit of a kind of harsh term, but at the same time, England are looking younger now, and I think, you know, all Fran Wilson's got to do is score bundles of runs and make it impossible for her to be left out. I think that's, you know, that's the route back, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much is that. There's nothing else you can do, is there? And like I say, when people look at age and try to go for younger options, obviously the younger players need to get this experience and we need time out there, but at the same time you can't replace somebody who's in form, and those older players should be getting selected. If they're in form, it should be the best team out there. But at this moment for England, obviously they have got the luxury of, we aren't in a major competition at the moment, they have got the chance to pick and choose and allow some new options come to the forefront, and I guess crunch time for Lisa Keightley will be post-Christmas with the Ashes, and obviously going into 2022 with Commonwealths and another World Cup.
Yeah, and as you say, very, very busy calendar. It's great, obviously, to have cricket at the Commonwealth Games. Really can't wait for that. But, well, when you add that into the calendar for next season as well, goodness me, everyone's going to be rushed off their feet next season with the summer of cricket that is ahead.
Yeah, because obviously the Ashes is in January for the women, isn't it, this year? Well, next year, 2022. And then obviously we'll have the return of the 100, we'll have the Commonwealths, we'll have obviously these competitions as well, hopefully. So it is going to be so jam-packed.
I guess the other thing with Fran Wilson and England is that the batting lineup's so settled for the most part. It really is only a couple of places that you're gunning for, because unless there's injuries, of course, injuries change everything, and that's why you need the depth, of course, for the injuries. But when you look at that middle order of England, if you're trying to be a middle order batter to get into that England lineup at the moment, it's not easy.
No, definitely not easy. I think Sophia Dunkley's taken really well to the role that she's recently been given with England, and starts off in that test and haven't really looked back. She's really cemented her spot, and every time she's been called upon, she's stepped up. So it's quite difficult to replace someone like her at the moment. Yeah,
and then you've got the senior, well, I say senior names, the more experienced names, and nobody's going to be taking them out of the lineup anytime soon unless there is an injury. So, yeah, not easy, and a lot of competition. Halfway stage then, and comparison-wise, there is no comparison. Sunrise is 160 for 2, and Storm were 109 for 2. So way, way ahead. Sunrise is into the distance at the moment, but wickets can change things, and Claire Nicholas is back into the attack to try to do that. Nicholas to McLeod.
And we've been speaking quite a lot about this, the sort of balance between youth and experience, and I think in the Western Storm side we've obviously got Claire Nicholas, who is coming to bowl at the moment. Used to be the age group coach of Alex Griffiths as well at Wales Women, so again a nice link there between the two of them, and I bet it's nice to share a field with someone who you've looked up to, and obviously Claire Nicholas as coach.
There's a big swing and it's out. It's been given by Yvonne Dolphin-Cooper, the square leg umpire. So Nat Wraith has effected the stumping and the bowling change has worked, and I guess, as so often happens as a wicket after a break, and the midway point of the innings provided that break, and, well, a tight run thing, that stumping, by the looks of things. You have to slow it down to see exactly when the bails were removed. The foot certainly was up off the ground, but did it get back down?
Yeah, like you said, difficult to see from that sort of angle, but you can see that the foot definitely does come up into the air, so it's a very close one.
So McLeod departs for 32, 160 for 3. So still solid contributions all the way down so far from Sunrisers. They are still, I guess, waiting for that. Well, I was going to say that they're waiting for that one knock that really is the big innings that somebody plays, but perhaps this is just going to be one of those innings where everyone gets 30 or 40 and they get over the line that way.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it's going that way at the moment, doesn't it? Everyone's contributing so far. That's Naomi Datani's come in now as well, so see what her form is like today. Will she find it? Will she also go into that 30-plus score club?
Yes, it's been a bit of a struggle lately for Datani. I don't really like reading these statistics out, but we have to. She hasn't passed 20 in any of her last 10 innings across all formats. Defended out towards extra cover. Of course, still part of that England A setup, so you know they're showing faith in her, and she's too good a player to stay out of form for long. Short ball pulled away. She'll get off the mark, but there's two fielders patrolling that leg side boundary.
Yeah, it does happen as well, doesn't it? Players do dip in and out of form all the time, so can't be too critical.
I never got in form, but I've heard that it does happen, that players do get in form and then go. I mean, the other thing is, some players just, I don't know with Datani, but some players are just like that. They have runs where they're very much out of form, and then they have runs where they just can't stop scoring runs. Reverse sweep's going to come out here, and Fran Wilson has got that away towards the wide third boundary. It's going to be hauled in, but they're going to come back for a third run now. The call for the third was a good one from Datani, and Fran Wilson just had to get her skates on for a moment there, but makes it, and she will have the strike for the next over. Wilson up to 19, but the Western Storm have got that third Sunrisers wicket in that over, 164 for 3. I can tell you, by the way, that the Thunder have wrapped up victory against South East Stars. So 185 all out, plays 130 all out.
Oh, wow.
Thunder
Yes,
win by
unexpected.
55 runs.
Yeah, Stars have had a tricky couple of weeks, I guess.
Parfitt continuing. That's whipped aerially out to deep mid-wicket for 1. Yes, it's been a strange one for South East Stars.
Yeah, because obviously they were in the Charlotte Edwards Cup final, and they won it, and off the back of that, it seems not to translate it into a 50 over comp.
They won, I think they won their first game, did they not, since the resumption, and then I think they lost their last two.
Yeah.
And I thought that the first game that they won pretty much following the same kind of formula. I think Capsey got runs again. Bryony Smith got lots of runs. Datani facing up to Parfitt. Oh, that's a full toss. That's surely going to be another no ball. Waiting for the signal, and hasn't been one yet. Well, Lauren Parfitt's having a chat with umpire Yvonne Dolphin-Cooper. Are they saying Parfitt's out of the attack here? I'm a bit confused, I must say, because I did not realise that spinners, that the 2 over waist height rule applied. But that's it for Lauren Parfitt then. And Chloe Skelton is going to come on to bowl. Her first ball for the Western Storm is going to be a free hit that she's going to bowl. I don't think she would have imagined this.
Yeah, we said this earlier, didn't we, when Joe Gardner came on to to bowl, and it was a free hit. Not the ideal way to start an over, but also probably not the ideal way to start your first ever ball for Western Storm either. But
oh, well, she made it a good one. And playing a miss. Just kind of seemed to skid through on Fran Wilson there. Turned leg side. Well, it's a bit of a late start from Datani, but she's going to make it. It's clipped pretty much straight to Harvey at short. I say short mid wicket. The ball was short mid wicket, but she was at mid wicket. But Datani, for a moment, especially from her angle, it must have looked like it really was directly at Nicole Harvey, but she's made it through. Nice start this from Skelton. And at the rate she's going, I should think she may well earn herself another over if she can, another several overs if she can keep this going. It's another dot ball out to extra cover.
yeah, and Chloe Skelton's been someone who came into the side 2 games ago, I believe, made her debut against the Northern Diamonds, and batting-wise, she's done really well.
Sweep comes out, hard sweep from Datani along the ground, but out to the deep mid-wicket fence. So, good work from Skelton. She's just gone for 2 runs off 5 balls there, including a free hit. 169 for 3. She's limited the damage, but there is a bit of damage because now Lauren Parfitt cannot be used further by Sophie Luff. She may end up having to bowl herself after all. Sophie Luff. Replay here of the wickets, the stumping in slow motion. I think maybe almost the question is that foot actually behind the line? Because it looks like it might have been down to me.
Do you think, on the slow-mo there, I thought actually maybe, yeah, but that was the right call. I think it's one of those that you need to see multiple times.
Nicholas starting the next over, and Datani just caresses that one out to deep cover.
On second viewing, I'm not sure now. So it is definitely.
So you've changed your mind.
Yes.
How many is that? 3 times total now? We're counting the 2 times
Yes.
now and 3 times to. Okay.
So it's definitely one of those you need to see it multiple times, I think.
Swept away. She just didn't quite get that as fine as she wanted, Fran Wilson. They've done well there to keep it down to just the single. And trying to see who that is. I think it might be Chloe Skelton having just bowled. As this time it is helped fine, and that's what Fran Wilson was looking for off the previous ball. Datani has just done it, so she moves to 8 and she gets her first boundary.
Yeah, good from Datani there. Nicholas again just straying a little bit with her line, and as we said, Datani doing what Fran Wilson struggled to there.
I was going to give you a few more details on that score between South East Stars and Thunder. Datani will clip that one leg side. No, says Fran Wilson this time. But 5 for 33 from Hannah Jones for Thunder to help bowl South East Stars out for 130. So you score 185, and Thunder have probably got a bonus point out of that.
That's really good going from Thunder, isn't it?
Well, the delivery, which is a bit leg side-ish, they'll pick up 1. Good work from Filer out on the boundary.
Yeah, really good from Thunder, defending a sort of 180 total.
And Hannah Jones is another name that keeps getting put out there, isn't she?
Yeah, I think she's a relatively, let's call it a sort of unsung hero in some senses. Obviously,
Yep.
Sophie Eccleston is a mainstay in that at Lancashire and Thunder side, and obviously Manchester Originals in the 100 as well. So she can sometimes go under the radar, but she is a quality spinner and obviously showed that today.
Cut shot comes out from Wilson. They'll pick up one. The throw's going to come into the non-striker's end, but they were always going to be home there. 8 runs off the over, 177 for 3. So still that required rate for the Sunrisers is hanging around about that 6.2 mark, where it's been for a long time, and they've just been up with the required rate for the entirety of this innings. We've still got sunshine for now, but it's just going in as I say that, and I suspect, judging by the dark cloud, pretty foreboding when the sun was out. I suspect that might be the last we see of the sun for a little while, but hopefully it's not as bad as it looks, because it did look quite bad, that cloud. Skelton continuing, a reverse paddle from Fran Wilson. It's a lot of enterprise, but it's just the single.
Yeah, we said before, Wilson is very innovative and likes to sort of play 360, so she's not afraid to pull out the sweep or the reverse sweep or even the sort of paddle. So yeah,
Yep.
definitely one to watch.
Yeah, she's someone who stays busy, like we were talking about Sophie Luff, but she's a very busy batter.
Hit aerially, just short of extra cover, actually. I mean, that was nearly a very soft dismissal from Datani, and when you're out of form, that tends to be the kind of way that you find to get out.
Yeah, it's been really promising from Skelton as well. Like we said, came on to replace Parfitt after the two no balls, and she's done really well so far.
The width on offer, but she has that protection out on the deep cover rope. And we were talking about Fran Wilson with the sweeps and the paddles. There are some batters that you look at and they go down for it, to prepare for the reverse sweep, and you think, oh gosh, they're probably not going to make any contact. But with Fran Wilson, you pretty much know that she's going to hit it when she goes for it. She's going to go down the ground here, and it's going to be one bounce to the fielder at long on. So Wilson clearly looking to put a fair bit of pressure on Skelton here, not just allow her to settle into her bowling career. Pulled as far as mid-wicket. Lauren Parfitt gets everything in behind. That was a good old-fashioned piece of fielding there.
It'll be interesting as well for the Sunrisers, having not faced probably Chloe Skelton before as well, so another test to try and overcome there.
Shot. Great shot from Datani over extra cover. She's not actually hit it quite as well as I thought she had, but it's still a really good option because long off an extra cover are up inside the circle. So 2 runs to end the over. It's still another very tidy over from Skelton on 82 for 3 at the end of 29.
Yeah, it's just reducing it down slightly, like we saw in the Western Storm innings. But getting the 8 and over plus does a lot of damage. So if they can just bring it down and keep Sunrisers on the back foot slightly, which at the moment is neck and neck, isn't it? Sunrisers just slightly ahead, but if we can just keep drawing it back a little bit, it'll be a really good contest towards this back end.
What you can't see from those bowling figures on the screen there are the point whatever's hanging about. Lauren Parfitt 2.1 overs. She cannot now bowl again. Chloe Skelton 1.5 overs for 7, not just the 1 over for 7.
Yeah, that's a long list of bowlers that Sophie Luff has turned to, and obviously you've still got Fitty Morris on the pitch as well, who is a good option to turn to.
Well, Danny Gibson's going to come back. I was just looking at those figures and thinking Gibson 3 overs, that she probably was going to have to come back and bowl some more at some point, and it's going to be now. It's going to be interesting to see how she does divvy these overs up, Sophie Luff, because Lauren Filer hasn't tended to bowl much at the back end of the innings. Here's Gibson. by Fran Wilson for 1 out to the cover rope, but Filer's not bowled much at the back end. Claire Nicholas has bowled 5 overs for 41, albeit she did get the key wicket of McLeod. Then Nicole Harvey's a shoo-in to bowl her 3 remaining overs. Imagine Georgia Hennessy will come back, but there's a lot of overs that have to be got from somewhere, and Lauren Parfitt is not somewhere that she can turn to get those overs. I mean, there's still plenty of options. You mentioned Fee Morris, Alex Griffiths could come on and bowl as well. So there's 2 bowlers, despite the fact that we've seen 7. There's 2 bowlers who haven't been bowled yet.
Like I said, obviously Lauren Filer as well did bowl that one no ball, so she'll have to be disciplined when she comes back on as well.
Nice looking drive from Tatani, only as far as Filer, fielding at mid-off, and the searing sunshine, which was really rather rudely entering our commentary box and attacking our faces, is now gone. And amazing the difference in the feel. I wonder if there's going to be any change to how the ball behaves out there. Tatani turns into the leg side and gets 1 for that. But it feels, maybe it's just because of the sunshine, isn't there? It feels a little bit more humid, actually. It doesn't feel the moisture in the air a little bit, so I don't know whether that's going to affect things. Obviously the balls, as they are quite old now, but even so, saw some swing pretty late on in the game last time out. There's a Yorker squeezed out to backward point. Excellent work by Nicole Harvey, I believe that is, at backward point. And no run there. So Nicole Harvey contributing in the field as well.
Yeah, this is really good from Danny Gibson as well. Just finding a nice amount of pace there and really is starting it in.
Yeah, no room there for Fran Wilson to work with. I wasn't exactly sure where she was looking to hit that. She just rehearsed a correct forward defensive shot. I mean, I understand why she didn't play that one. In some instances, you probably get fined for a forward defensive at this stage in a 50 over innings, but certainly for a leave, I think some clubs will be issuing fines for a leave in the 30th over. But down the leg side, Wraith can't bring it in, and that just undoes really almost all of the good work that Gibson had done off the first 5 balls of the over. Just 2 runs conceded there, but 5 runs in one fell swoop.
Yeah, and she knows it. You can see it as she comes in here. Disappointment on her face.
I mean, that Wraith has been her usual terrific self behind the stumps, but when the ball is bowled at that pace, that far down the leg side, you've just got no chance. Cut away, and so a single to finish the over, and for Gibson it's what might have been 3 runs off the bat, but the 5 runs for the extras still make it very much Sunrisers over. 30 have gone, 190 for 3, and 66 runs ahead. That's how many Sunrisers are ahead of where Western Storm were at this stage for the same number of wickets. And I think whilst you'd still have to say 6.2 and over, it is an ask still, but I think you'd have to say, for me, I don't know about you guys, but for me it's 55-45 Sunrisers at the moment.
Definitely. I think with Fran Wilson and Naomi Tatani at the crease, obviously 2 more experienced players, I think if they're still there, then Sunrisers definitely have a great opportunity.
Skelton continuing, and that was actually not that far off a caught and bowled. It was well away in the end from Skelton, but it was played slightly loosely by Fran Wilson, who's now just readjusting her grip desperately. Tatani back in her crease and picking up 1 out to deep cover. It looks very much as though at the moment, although things could change, that Southern Vipers, the defending champs, are going to go straight into the final. Georgia Adams, 67 not out, 40 for Maya Bouchier, 42 not out for Georgia Elwis. As Wilson goes for the reverse sweep, gets it fine towards deep third. There's a chase on, and it will be hauled in by Lauren Parfitt. But 2 more runs to Fran Wilson, who now gets to 30, as it seems it's obligatory for every Sunrisers batter to get to 30 plus today. But Southern Vipers need 95 of 18 overs, sorry.
Yeah, it definitely seems that kind of day for Sunrisers, doesn't it? It's going to be a team effort.
Pulled over mid-wicket, there's a dive, and it's able to bring the ball in at the first attempt, and she just manages to get it at the second attempt as well. And they have effected that piece of fielding, I think. I can't see the umpire signalling for, and that was terrific work, not once, but twice. Is that Alex Griffiths out there on the deep mid-wicket rope? It's a long way away from where we are, but I think it might be.
It's usually a boundary rider, very athletic fielder.
Dot ball there. Yes, I think it is, because Lauren Filer was also out there, but she's out at deep square leg, I can see. So yes, I think it was Alex Griffiths who saved 2 runs there.
Yeah, you're talking about the Vipers game as well. George Adams said to me only last week, can I please have some runs? Because she was having a bit of a tough patch, and back to back now she's finding her form again.
Just a really intelligent shot from Fran Wilson. Just works the ball softly into the leg side and hits it with just the right amount of pace so that she's able to come back for 2 runs. 198 for 3 after 31 overs. Fran Wilson 34 off 32. Only 2 boundaries in there as well. So that is just terrific accumulation from Fran Wilson, and Datani is keeping her good company here at the moment.
Yeah, I think Hannah made a really good point earlier. We compared sort of Sophie Luff and Fran Wilson in terms of their style and how they like to be busy at the crease, and I think that's definitely something that Fran Wilson has shown here. So, like you said, only 2 boundaries in her innings so far, but always looking for those ones and looking to turn ones into 2s, and that's exactly what you need when you're chasing down a total that Western Storm was set.
Yeah, she's got the experience. She knows what to do in these situations. She's quite a composed head as well, so she'll be really looking to build and take on responsibility here.
Gibson to continue. Right on the stumps. Gibson gets to the ball quickly and makes sure that they can't sprint through for a quick single. Central Sparks 185 for 3 in the 35th over, chasing that score of 3-2-1 from Lightning. So 136 needed off 15.5 overs. Might be tricky. Eve Jones and Marie Kelly both made 60s, but they're both gone now. Oh, good Yorker. Inside edge onto pad. So Tony Gibson started off this over in a similar fashion to her last one. Just building the pressure.
The expression on her face there as well said how close that was.
See, Abby Freeborn's got an unorthodox hat-trick there. That's just beautifully picked up by Datani. 1 bounce 4 over wide mid-wicket, and she made that look so easy. 200 is up for the Sunrisers with that boundary from Datani.
Brilliant from Datani here. As you said, Ed, picked up really, really well. Flick of the wrist. And straight over for boundary.
It's kind of in that slot length, but at the same time, she put it away so well. A full toss driven, and ooh, Sophie Luff's worn that one as well. I think the physio, whoever's on duty today, Sophie Luff surely has to be the first person to receive physio treatment after today. She has been in the wars.
Yeah, I believe it's still a lovely lady called Jessie Meany, and she will certainly be getting the ice packs ready.
More terrific glove work from Nat Wraith to keep that one in front of her. anyway, I was just going to go back to that hat-trick of sorts. Perhaps we should call it a freeborn hat-trick. So she's caught one, she's had a stumping, and she's had a run-out. Not a bad little trio there. Oh, there's another chance for a stumping here. That's gone as well. So a second stumping for Nat Wraith, and Datani reaching for a wide delivery, looking to drive, and she's just overbalanced, and she was looking in such good touch today after a run of low scores, but unfortunately for her, she's fallen just shy of 20 again, and I think that one looks to be much more clear on the replay.
Yeah, brilliant from Nat Wraith behind the stumps, and like you said, Danny Gibson has been bowling well today, and although Zatani did look like she was finding some sort of form, just sort of fell out of her crease there, and credit to Nat Wraith for whipping the bells off, and Western Storm look like they're clawing this back here.
Yeah, really quick hands, complete game sense there. Danny Gibson, like you said, Cass, has been really, really well here, like building up the pressure. And now it seems like momentum's swaying into the Western Storm's favour.
That's certainly a wicket that does change things, but they do keep coming at you, these Sunrisers. There's lots of finishing ability left in that dugout, and also coming out to the middle as well. Maddie Villiers, who finished off the innings against Western Storm at Taunton in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, and she's got a chance to come out here alongside her England colleague and do exactly the same thing here as well, and it's certainly not over even when this partnership's broken. Both Kelly Castle and Joe Gardner in particular are more than accomplished in terms of the finishing department. However, they'll be very pleased to see the back of Tatani. It also means that it's just right-handers left now.
Definitely a crucial moment coming up in this game now, these next 10 overs or so.
And we know Nicole Harvey thrives in these situations. She loves being a match winner, and she potentially could start something really special here.
Yeah, so it looks as though Sophie Luff was potentially waiting for the partnership to be broken to bring Harvey in, and now looking at this as an opportunity to really make that run rate rocket up, and it's going to be a wide, but not too far off either bowling Fran Wilson round her legs, or also potentially being another stumping for Nat Wraith. Oh, Boulder! Harvey gets her second wicket, and she is making this a birthday to remember now, as she has got rid of Fran Wilson. Massive wicket there for the Western Storm. And just looking to use her feet, turn into the leg side, and it's crept through and whacked into middle and off stump.
I mean, full credit to Nicole Harvey for how she's bowled today, but also I think credit to Sophie Luff for bringing her back on in that situation. I think it's quite aggressive captaincy. Harvey's been really good today, and to have the guts to bring her back on in that moment, and when they're searching for wickets, and get that important wicket of Wilson has been really, really crucial.
And we've now got two fresh faces at the crease now, so that is going to completely, we talk about disrupting, but Nicole Harvey has now just disrupted the whole of the progress made by the Sunrisers.
I'm going to use this in the Nicole Harvey, the Disruptor.
Yeah.
I think we've coined the new nickname for Nicole Harvey. I like it very much. Second wicket for Nicole Harvey. So now, yeah, two batters out there who haven't faced, and so it is Amara Carr who's come out next. So the answer was number 7. Congratulations to anybody who said that at home. Drew the winning number there. Amara Carr has come out at this point, but there we go. Perhaps it's the universe's way of saying she should have come out at 6, because now she's going to face a ball before Maddie Villiers has faced one.
And obviously with Amara Carr, she's also former KSL Western Storm player, so again, she knows these players. She will be feeling pretty okay about facing these girls.
Harvey striking with her first legal delivery of her 8th over, but she wasn't actually far off having a wicket off a wide as well. Going back and cutting, and they've tipped it past each other there. Hennessy's deflected it out of the reach of Sophie Luff in the end, and they've come through for a single. We can find it funny up here, but I can't imagine there's going to be too many laughs out there at the moment. After that, there might be a few later on.
Perhaps once the game is finished, and as long as Western Storm win.
So Villiers does now get to face her first delivery. Sort of wondering, of course, we're staring into the sun now in the commentary box. Nicole Harvey's now giving the ball so much flight, I'm almost wondering if Maddie Villiers is in danger of losing the ball in the sun. Goes back and pulls out to deep mid-wicket, so they didn't stay on nor teach for long. So I must say, I thought we might have seen the last of the sunshine for today, but perhaps this cloud's not quite moving as quickly as I thought it was. So that's obviously good news, because over in the far distance, I'm a little bit concerned, and it is the very far distance, but I'm a little bit concerned that that is a bit of rain way over there. Swept away in the air over the top of a diving Nicholas at short fine leg, and so that's 4. And the end of the over, not the end that Harvey was quite after, but it has been another successful over. 209 for 5 at the end of the 33rd over. There was one other... No, there wasn't one other score. I thought there was one other score that I hadn't updated, but of course it's the South East Stars Thunder match, which is already over. That's the other one that was ongoing. Southern Vipers 181 for 3, so they've lost Georgia Adams for 67, but Gabby Lewis has come in and made 15 off 11 balls, and she's in there now with Georgia Elwis, who's approaching half-century.
That's such a really good signing for Vipers as well. You got to work with Gabby in the 100, didn't you, with Southern Brave?
Yeah, I think, as Ed mentioned before, what's been quite nice for Southern Vipers is that quite a few of their players have been called up to England duties, but they've still managed without them. And I think that'll be quite pleasing, especially for Charlotte Edwards, head coach, to know that players can step up if needed.
Gibson then to start her 6th over. Exactly sure what we're waiting for at the moment. Looks as though there's a problem with the boundary down at fine leg, but we're going to continue with a hole in the boundary.
It's not quite the dog on the pitch that we had.
Yes.
It was making the rounds on Twitter a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Well, you see that we don't have the, as Dan Norcross likes to call it, the boundary sponge. She takes great delight in saying we don't have the boundary sponge here. We've got a boundary rope, but perhaps we need the sponge. There's an attempted cut shot from Villiers off the back foot there. There won't be a run. I mean, I think it's foam, personally, not sponge. It's hard. It's like a sort of a thick foam substance for me. I don't think it's I don't think it's sponge, personally.
Talking about it, in the T20 World Cup, Kate Cross stepped back onto it, taking a catch, and was it her knee or her ankle?
It's clipped away aerially out towards deep square leg. Yes, I think it was, as Villiers picks up a single. Yes, I think it. When there've been a couple of instances as well, which were talked about. There's the section of rope which just had to be repaired. Claire Nicholas is getting some attention for her finger as well.
And that's Jessie Meany, who I mentioned earlier. She's a very good physio. She was with Lightning in the KSL.
Sorry, just Claire Nicholas being given the runaround there after she just been given some attention. She's now been asked to field a very fine leg.
And a fun fact about Jessie, she used to have terrible trainer options, so the girls actually helped her shop for trainers, so now her trainer game is really good.
Well, so let's come off the pad into the leg side, look at a leg by. If you are going to be a physical trainer, then I think you've got to have a good pair of trainers, haven't you? It's kind of in the name.
Yeah, she's so good at what she does, and it's amazing to have like more women working behind the scenes as well, especially within like sports science roles and physio and all the amazing things you can get involved with.
Well, it's a low full toss, but with the pitch being so central, there's time for the fielder to get across. It's Skelton on the deep square leg rope, but they were able to come through for a couple of runs. This pitch is almost as dead central as it's possible to be in the square, so there's no short boundary like we had in the last game here in Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy action. The same pitch, if you went with us earlier, that was used for the ODI a couple of days ago. Oh gosh, that's going to be another no ball, and swatted out to deep mid wicket. They'll pick up 2 here, but more ill discipline from the Western Storm. That's 6 no balls they've bowled now, and 5 of those have been for being over waist height. So now it'll be Gibson to be on the warning. And here is the free hit. That's smacked out towards deep mid wicket. 2 fielders after it. It's Sophie Luff out on the boundary rope. They'll come back for 2, which they'll make easily enough. And 2:18 for 5 at the end of over number 34.
Yeah, definitely something that Storm will have to be aware of. A couple of bowlers now have just had warnings for no balls over waist height, so definitely something they'll have to consider.
She's got 3 bowlers on a warning now, as well as 1 who's already been taken out of the attack.
We did say that Sophie Luff, I believe, did get a wicket in his previous fixture, so there's always an option for her to come on and bowl, perhaps.
Yes, I'll have a look actually and see who it was she got out. It was Jo Gardner.
Oh, interesting. Because we've mentioned it in previous matches as well, that like Sophie Luff did actually start off as a bowler back in the day, so she has got it in her locker. She can do a job, although she's not known for that so much now. She can do it.
Harvey then into her penultimate over. Just nicely worked by Carr down to long on for a single. So it'll be a big moment when Harvey's overs are used up, and maybe Sunrisers are just going to look to tick things along against Harvey until that point. Having said that, maybe that's not in their minds. Let's cut away out to deep cover. Obviously you don't want to just let Nicole Harvey bowl at you, but at the same time, she is, at the moment, she's Western Storm's #1 strike bowler, really.
Definitely. The field is quite spread, so I think, like you said, just looking to pick up those singles and almost see Nicole Harvey off. And
sweep shot comes out, backward of square, and it's just going to be the one. Lauren Filer across from the deep square leg boundary, but they're picking up singles off this over, which is really pretty much all they need now. Somebody out there might be saying, we'll get them in singles if they were of the persuasion of some of the club cricketers that I've have been out there with. And this will be another single, I think. Oh, there's a direct hit, actually, which makes it a bit closer than I thought it was going to be. It's still not out, but it was... Oh, I thought that was going to be a more comfortable single than it was, actually. But
there's a slight bit of hesitation between Carr and Villiers there, but...
So we'll see it on the replay by the looks of it.
Well, it was... Oh, I think it was. Well, it was definitely a single if they'd taken off, as you say. Possibly a little bit of hesitation, and nearly cost Maddie Villiers. Well, there's a shout for late before wicket here, and not out, says umpire Dolphin Cooper. And Nicole Harvey.
Really good appeal.
It was a good reaction after the appeal as well. Maybe just sliding a bit. East of the feet to end the over from Amara Carr, but it's a dot ball, so 4 runs off the over. It's a good one for the Western Storm. However, Nicole Harvey's now just got 1 over left, and the required run rate is still only just over 6 and over. So 2, 2, 2, 4, 5, and now we've got a slightly more familiar pattern, really, where the chasing side's ahead in terms of runs, but behind in terms of wickets. So where's your money?
Yeah, it depends on these next 2 overs. I think is going to define that outcome. If Georgia Hennessy here can strike again like she did in her earlier spell, it's definitely going to sway things back in the Storm's favour.
Yeah, I think a wicket now for Storm, I think would bring it back into their hands a bit more. But at the moment, I mean, like you said, Sunrisers are ahead, trail by 91. So, I mean, if these two can go along and build a partnership, I know we said that a lot today, but stick together and build something, then I think Sunrisers could get the first win.
Yeah, it's wickets, really, isn't it? That's the key. If these two are here at the end, or if they do it with the next couple of wickets, then they may well have won this game. Hennessy then. First ball just flicked into the leg side. They might think about pushing for 2 here. It's gone between the 2 fielders out there. There's a strong throw in, but it's not able to prevent them from coming back for that second run, so they were off double Nelson pretty quickly. And a more intelligent batting, really. I mean, it's been good to see not just the boundary hitting today, but there's been a lot of really good manoeuvring of the field. Oh, that one's come off a leading edge from Villiers. She'll get 1 for it, but didn't know an awful lot about where that one was going.
Yeah, Western Storm don't seem too stressed out at this point either, do they? They seem still quite composed, still thinking that they've got quite a few different options that they can bring on and use as well. So
I think it makes a big difference, doesn't it, when you set a total and you've got the runs on the board. I think psychologically that always helps.
Yeah, and you've got plenty of experience out there as well. There isn't the additional pressure of knowing you have to win this game in order to make the knockout stages. And a very slow ball. Hennessy scoops up in the follow through. But there's plenty of experience from positions like this out there, and Western Storm certainly will still be feeling like they're the ones in control out there. Oh, right up in the block hole. Oh dear! There's a moment of madness really from Amara Carr, and that's going to be, I think, run out rather than stumped from Nat Wraith. But Amara Carr had no idea where the ball had gone. As it turned out, it hadn't really gone anywhere, and Nat Wraith just picks up and puts the ball into the stumps, and Amara Carr looked to be short of her ground there, and that is the 6th wicket for the Western Storm.
yeah, that was a little bit silly from Amara Carr there. She didn't have to do that. There's still plenty of time, and like we said, Sunrisers were going above where Western Storm were at this stage, but this now shifts the momentum back, and we were saying, weren't we, a wicket is going to make a difference here. So really, really hotly contested match this.
Yeah, definitely a crucial wicket, I think, and now a lot of pressure does fall onto Villiers, which I think not an ideal situation to have still 88 to chase and a lot of pressure on her, but again, brilliant from Nat Wraith. The awareness to grab that ball and know where Amara Carr was as well, and that she was off balance was brilliant. So definitely a big wicket for Storm there.
Yeah, both of these stumpers have come from players being off balance, hasn't it?
Now, it has, I think, by the looks of things, been entered into the scoring system as stumped. It's a question as to whether she was attempting a run there or whether she'd overbalanced and then wasn't sure where the ball had gone. Anyway, it's gone down at the moment as Hennessy's wicket. And so, Castle out there and driving the first ball to extra cover for no run.
Yeah, I don't think Hennessy will have any complaints about having that
No.
next to her name, but yeah, I think it did look like a run was attempted, didn't it? And then
Yes,
sort of off balance from that, but
really nicely bowled. That ball that Hennessy gets it's almost as if it drifts on the wind as it goes down from one end to the other. The end of the over, 225 for 6, and that is an over which has really altered the course of the way this game seemed to be going.
Yeah, and she bowls so tightly as well. Like the lines that she's bowling there, being superb compared to some of perhaps the earlier bowlers who were getting a bit too much width. That's exactly what we want to see, making it difficult for the Sunrisers.
Yeah, and I suppose you make a good point there in that perhaps had there not been a little bit too much width had been offered up early on, and to a certain extent the Sunrisers were allowed to get off to a really fast start without taking so many risks because of the width that was offered up. Might be in a very different position now had that not been the case. However, Western Storm are still, I think you'd have to say, favourites now. As Villiers pulls, and we'll get one out to the fielder on the deep square leg boundary. So Kelly Castle, the captain, can she play captain's innings to win this one? She's got the black gloves, well, black and white gloves out. I'm a fan of those. Castle looks to drive, but Western Storm piling a bit of pressure on here now by bringing their extra cover and mid-wicket up. Now very much saving the single. Oh, if that's going to be a tight-ish single. Parfitt's able to bring it under control and then it deflects off Kelly Castle, but fortunately for the Western Storm, not towards the boundary with enough pace that the runs might have counted.
yeah, I have to say I'm a fan of those gloves from Kelly Castle. Haven't seen too many of those around before.
No, I've seen all black gloves, but there's this mixture of black and white. Villiers looks to pull, gets a bottom edge down towards short fine leg and will pick up one. It sort of looks as though she's been doing those kind of knuckle press-up things in a pool of tar or something like that, maybe. As she cuts that one away, that'll be a single out to deep cover. But yeah, no, I'm a fan of, if you've got a black uniform, I like black gloves. I think they look great.
Maybe it's a bit of DIY, you know?
It could be. I almost wonder about the fact that it might be.
Got the biro pens out or Sharpies or a pen of your choosing.
Use of the feet driven straight to mid-off, and that ends the over, and it ends Nicole Harvey's spell. So yet again, she's claimed more than one wicket. 2 for 46 from her 10 overs. She's been the pick of the Western Storm bowlers so far. 229 for 6 after 37 overs of Sunrisers, but yeah, another really impressive spell from Nicole Harvey.
Just seen that replay again of the Amara Carr.
I'm sorry,
dismissal.
that's run out.
Yeah, she's making her way, definitely making her way down the wicket then.
So I'm sorry, Georgia Hennessy, but that's run out. the slow delivery. Oh, Hennessy almost ran into, well, she did run into Villiers there. Yes. Not to any cost. They were never going to come back for a second run there, but just for a moment it looked as though there might be a bit of rugby action out on the field there. I think I'd probably be backing Hennessy in that situation. The delivery, all the pace off, it's kind of wrong-footed. Fee Morris at extra cover. Nicholas on the chase towards the long off boundary rope. They'll come back for a couple of runs. But Morris went one way and then the ball went the other. I don't know whether it took a weird bounce off one of those used surfaces there. Paddle sweep brought out as far as short fine. And another single. So drawing up the boundaries, but there's not too many dots in here at the moment, and it's been really good from Maddie Villiers, the way that she's manoeuvred the ball about, just like Fran Wilson was doing. She hasn't actually scored a boundary yet, Maddie Villiers, and she's scoring it over a run of ball.
I think that's so important, isn't it, to any run chase, but particularly 50 over cricket. If you're not getting boundaries, you still need to be busy and preventing those dot balls from building, that pressure from building. So yeah, great from Villiers.
And I guess Villiers also wants to be that kind of Fran player, because in that England lineup, she offers the same standard of fielding. Batting wise, perhaps a little bit behind Fran at the moment, but is edging her way closer. But then she offers something with the ball, which Fran obviously doesn't at the moment. So I'm not sure she's planning on changing that anytime soon, but
down the leg side, and the good thing there for Hennessy was that she took all the pace off it, so the attempted paddle round the corner from Maddie Villiers didn't go very far, and only as far as short fine leg. But 6 runs off that over as well. The required rates got up to more like 6.5 now, a little over 6.5, but still 6 runs off and over at this stage, with still some batting. They've still got Joe Gardner to come in next. 6 runs off and over like that is more than handy for the Sunrisers.
Definitely, it's so important now for particularly Castle coming in. Obviously Villiers is arguably the more in batter, so just trying to work the ball for the single if it's not there to be put away, and playing sensible cricket in a way, rotating that strike.
Now Claire Nicholas returning, 5 overs, 1 for 41 her figures so far.
yeah, she's just got to be careful, hasn't she? She was sliding it down leg a little bit too much to begin with, so.
Driven, good work from Nicholas. Scooped that up one-handed in the follow-through, and quite obligingly, Kelly Castle looked like she got out the way there. She could have just stayed where she was, or even taken a couple of steps towards the pitch from where she was. She's standing very wide, backing up. She's almost on the next surface. As that's down the pitch and edged by Maddie Villiers, just wide of Nat Wraith, and it will be 4 runs. So that could have been very close to that for the Sunrisers. As it is, it's 4 runs even.
And another edge off of Claire Nicholas's bowling as well, something that we've seen throughout this Sunrisers innings.
Yeah, she hasn't had the rub of the green today, even though ball perhaps hasn't come out so far as she might have liked. That's a good ball from her with a little bit of turn into the body of Villiers, but they've got that boundary early in the over, and it's 6.5 and over. That's 2/3 of your runs that you need in every over off 1 ball.
Yeah, but this is a much better over from Claire Nicholas here. And it does beg the question, should she bring somebody in behind there, or Obviously, the stage of the game, probably not, but at the same time, like Cassie was saying earlier, a bit of pressure.
Drop and run from Castle, just behind square on the leg side. So Castle 5 off 10, but because Villiers has been so busy at the other end, Castle's had the time just to have a look at a few deliveries here. Cut powerfully by Villiers, but she's just jogging because she knows it will only be a single out to Hennessy on the deep cover rope. So 7 off the over, and 72 runs will be needed from the final 11 overs in what is now a cloudy but thankfully dry Bristol County Ground, because there was just a doubt at one stage as to whether we might have a shower later on into the afternoon, but looks now as though we should be clear for the rest of this game.
Yeah, we just see from Storm there at the table we're looking at now, 26 extras. Perhaps be a little bit disappointed with that. Yeah. Definitely an area that they can take into next season and improve on, but as we said, they've managed to bring this back to a good position. Hennessy coming into bowl.
Well, that was a nice piece of bowling, and nearly a run out. In fact, yes, that would have been out, I think, if that had hit.
Yeah, direct hit. She was walking back 100% there.
She's now got a load of dust down her trousers and inside her pads as well. But she's not walking back to the pavilion, so she'll be not too disappointed. There's a low full toss which is picked up really nicely, perfectly splits the fielders at wide mid-wicket and long on. So Kelly Castle gets a boundary, and that's her first as she moves up to 9.
Yeah, the Sunrisers will be looking here going into this kind of last phase of the game, trying to reduce down that 6 and over to a little bit less if they can.
Really nicely put away though by Castle, just finding the gap. It was a full toss, yes. Short and wide now. Is Tom Lungley going to say that was inside the mark, as it looks like he is. So about as wide as it could have been. It must have been without being a wide, but a dot ball and a valuable one after the boundary off the previous ball. Down the leg side, great work from Wraith, completely blinded by the batter, and then it was quite full again as well.
Yeah, and that's been a constant throughout this innings. Nat Wraith, really good behind the stumps.
Clip down to long on, and it should just be a comfortable single. A reminder earlier on, Sophie Luff finished 157 not out from 142 balls with 22 fours in an absolute masterclass of a 50 over innings. And now she's got to rely on her bowlers to make sure that doesn't go for naught. Driven well, wide of mid-off, Harvey gets across and tumbles away to her left. Just the one, and that's the 250 up for the Sunrisers. Wickets still the order of the day.
Yeah, some applause there though. Definitely some travelling Sunrisers fans, if we said already.
Off the pad, and will be a leg bye towards short fine leg, so that will add another to the extras column, and 40 overs have gone. 251 for 6 after 40 overs. And, well, so 61 runs in the last 10, but 3 wickets. This is very evenly poised, this one, with Villiers going along well.
Yeah, I definitely think Maddie Villiers is the key here at the moment. If she can stay in, then Sunrisers do have an opportunity, but equally, I think we feel like we're kind of 1 wicket away from Storm really gaining a firmer control on this game.
Nicholas in, and that's carved down towards deep third, and Parfitt is in hot pursuit. She's going to dive and just manage to bring it in. Terrific work from Lauren Parfitt, but they are through for 3, but every run vital, so excellent work from her.
It definitely feels the tension's slightly increasing now. We're going into these final 10 overs, and it looks like it could be going down to a wire if we don't get a Western Storm breakthrough.
Trying to find that gap fine on the offside again, Villiers this time, but a dot ball. Chloe Skelton, the fielder at back point. Pleased to see that they've got Chloe Skelton a number now after the last match. She was still in a name and numberless shirt. Use of the feet from Villiers, and a little bit of a hack in the end, but she just, I suppose, wanted to make sure that she got bat on it, because if she'd missed that, it was either going to be another stumping for Wraith or bowled.
Definitely, it's just so important for them to keep on moving that scoreboard, and like you said, if they can get a boundary early on in the over, then that's great, but if not, they really need to keep rotating that strike.
That's going to be a valuable dot right on off stump, and Castle wanted to clip that one out to mid-wicket, but it was just a little bit too offside to do that too. And swept over the top of short fine leg, should be stopped, and will be by Lauren Filer, who gets the throw in, having come across some deep backward square leg, but 2 runs more for Castle, who's 15 off 16. Now, I've just been so impressed with the way the Sunrisers have done this. Really, there was an absolute cascade of boundaries early on, but since then they've not really done it with boundaries. And a bit of hesitation, there won't be a run. Luff makes sure of that, but 6 off the over, and 57 needed off the last 9 overs. But you look at the boundary counts, and it's not many.
No, they've really worked it well, haven't they, in the field, and found those pockets at Bristol just to push those 1s into 2s, really, haven't they?
Yeah, and that's the thing as well, because we had such a positive start, it did relieve a bit of that pressure, so they could just get the 1s and keep them ticking over, and they're turning 1s into 2s and 2s into 3s, which makes such a difference. You don't have to get the boundary option every time. As long as you are keeping busy, you can keep accumulating.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. 2 boundaries for Fran Wilson, 2 for Datani, 1 each for Villiers, Carr and Castle, and yet they, at the moment, may be on track for a bit of history, as the highest score in domestic List A cricket is under threat. Highest score chased, that is. And they're not going to be beaten by Central Sparks' chase against Lightning, because Sparks are now 253 for 8, so they will be confined to 3rd place in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and will have to play in that playoff game against, it looks like, Northern Diamonds. Southern Vipers 222 for 3. They need 35 from 35.
I'd like to think Southern Vipers have that in the bag. 35.
You would have thought so, wouldn't you, with the wickets in hand? Here's Danny Gibson then, from the Ashley Down Road end. Driven hard, but it was almost the undoing there. They've got the fielder set back on the edge of the circle. Well, Gabby Lewis has just gone for 39. And Phoebe Graham's taken 3 of the 4 wickets. The other one was a run out. So Graham's just taken her 3rd. Elwes is still there, though, on 66 off 64. Looking to hit that one powerfully into the leg side there, Villiers. It will just be 1. Amazing timing that Georgia Elwes has had recently. I mean, never mind on the field, but also off the field. Now she's in demand with multiple broadcasting networks.
She's doing so well. It's honestly, it's amazing to see. Especially, she put up an Instagram post probably a month or so ago about it was during the 100 actually, where she took responsibility for Birmingham Phoenix losing, and it was quite sad actually that she
Oh, driven hard. That's going to be 4. A lovely shot from Kelly Castle with the field up on the offside. And she's just powered it away through the covers for 4.
Yeah, I think it was quite sad that she felt so responsible for losing a match when it was a team sport, and I think that kind of showed the state of mind that she was in when it comes to her game, and she wasn't feeling her best. She wasn't, you know, being who she wanted to be on the pitch, and now she's definitely that person.
I mean, we spoke about before, Maddie Villiers perhaps being the person to lead this Sunrisers chase, but Kelly Castle also getting involved with 2 4s as well, so definitely working well together.
Yep, she's now bang on a runner ball for her innings.
That added weight of captaincy as well.
So now deep cover out, long off and long on up inside the circle. And a short ball pulled away. It would have been caught by a short fine leg fielder, but the fielder Claire Nicholas out on that long leg boundary, so it's just the 1.
It will be so interesting if Sunrisers do chase this down, because it doesn't look, like you mentioned earlier, that Central Sparks aren't going to chase down Lightning's target, I don't think.
No.
I think it will take great, if they do manage to chase it down, it will be great momentum for them going into the next season. And
Driven straight to extra cover. Luff's going to shy at the stumps at the striker's end, but Castle responded well to the call.
particularly, like you said, if you're looking to develop some younger players coming through as well, and then having the experience of getting over the line in a game like this, it will just be invaluable for the team going forward, really.
Yeah, as much as I want today's story to be about Sophie Luff, there's history making opportunity as well.
Yep. Oh, that's a beauty from Danny Gibson. Maybe just nipped away a little bit off the surface, and a vital dot ball to end that over, because it's still an above average one now as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted. So we've got what looks like a murmuration of starlings forming down at that deep third position. I think there's several too many on the field at the moment. I think the ground staff will be happy to see those. We're wanting somebody to go and field down there in order to scare them off. 50 needed off 48 balls. 4 wickets in hand, but still batting to come after this even.
Definitely, as we mentioned before, Joe Gardner still to come, so still all to play for.
Yeah, she can hit the ball hard.
Tries to help that round the corner, and I think that will go down as a run. Yep, a little bit of bat involved. Yes, it would be quite something for the Sunrisers, really. We don't win much in 50 over cricket, but when we do win, that would be quite something. We finally do get a win, and they do it with a record chase. Driven by Castle, only as far as Luff, who shies at the stumps, and Villiers. She might well have gone there as well.
It definitely would be close, but especially that for the Sunrisers to, if they do go on to chase this down, the past 2 weeks to be scoring in the 300s.
Oh, sweep shot comes out. It's got to be close out, given. So Castle goes, and 7 wickets down now. Kelly Castle has to depart for a well-made 20, but it looked as though she was trying to sweep a full straight ball, and Claire Nicholas has not been getting a lot of turn, and so I think, at least on first viewing, that looked to be pretty out, and as long as that struck her in line, I think that's gone.
Yeah, momentum back with the Storm, as we keep mentioning, it's going, back and forth, but now 7 wickets down, it is going to be a bit of a task for the Sunrisers.
It's almost the case recently that as soon as Sunrisers, it moves to a point where they're just edging ahead, and sort of 60-40 kind of ahead, Western Storm just pick up that wicket.
Yeah, and you've got to back your bowlers, and Claire Nicholas is somebody with so much experience. She's been in these situations before. Of course, she's going to be calm and composed under these kind of contexts.
Yeah, she was part of that really successful Western Storm side in the Kia Super League. So, as you said, Hannah, loads of experience and definitely someone that you'd want to have the ball in hand in a moment like this.
So, Jo Gardner, this is your chance. She's coming out at number 9, which obviously feels quite low down for Jo Gardner, but such is the depth that Sunrisers have got. But now they need that depth to fire for them. And that slice down towards deep third. There is nobody down there, and Lauren Parfitt has certainly got the steps in today. A bit of hesitation about the third run, but they've come through for it, and wisely so. So Gardner off the mark with that 3. There's been a lot of runs down to that deep third position. They've only got a backward point really to try and cover that huge area. Oh, attempted cut shot, and she moved the heel of that foot, did Villiers, but not the toe.
Yeah, she'll definitely be aware of Nat Rafe there and conscious to keep that foot down.
Down the pitch and smacks it just over the head of Gardner at the non-strikers. Then there's a bit of a fumble down at long on, but the throw is launched in quickly. So 5 off the over. It's not exactly pushed the run rate out of control, but Castle was looking good on 20, and she now has to watch on as her teammates try to secure the Sunrisers their first Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy win.
Yeah, like we've mentioned plenty of times, these two can bat. It's not out of reach yet, but you know, being 7 wickets down isn't going to be easy at all.
You know, and Gardner's a finisher as well, isn't she? This is a situation that they would say, you know, we've put you in the situation. This is your strength here. Gibson into her 8th over. Hammered away. That's probably going to split the fielders, and it certainly is. Maddie Villiers has just picked that one up really well.
Oh, we know in that first game in the 100, Maddie Villiers obviously finished off for Oval Invincibles against Manchester Originals. So, again, on the topic of finishers, these two can definitely do that.
36 now from 33 for Villiers. Inside edge onto pad. Now they're going to run the first one hard. And, oh, Villiers is going to come back for it. The throw comes in. There's a dive and she's gone. That was not a wise decision from Maddie Villiers, pushing the field too hard. And I think it's Alex Griffiths who's affected the run out. A decent throw in right over the bails. But in truth, there was never 2 runs there. And that is the end of Maddie Villiers, and that could be the end for the Sunrisers.
Yeah, and it was her decision to call, just so you can see that on the replay there, that Villiers did want that run, but unfortunately it was a wrong decision in this moment in time.
Like you said, it almost didn't help that they seemed to nearly run into each other as well, coming back for that second run. Slowed Maddie Villiers down, but yeah, never a 2 there.
Yeah,
Maddie Villiers knows it, but good knock from her.
Yeah, certainly, and it's the kind of knock that, you know, if she's going to make her living not just with the ball and in the field, but with the bat for England, that it's the kind of knock that you're looking at her to play at this level, where she can come in and provide that impetus lower down, and you know, I thought it was really good the way that she did it. I mean, it was only the one boundary until that one that she hit off the previous ball to the wicket, but yeah, just a slightly, I don't know whether it was frenetic or pushing the fielder too hard, but really there was never 2 there.
I think almost, like you said, in her innings, almost she had a great awareness of where the fielders were and just found those gaps and ran hard, but Sunrisers will be really gutted that she's had to depart.
Playing a miss to start off with from Sonali Patel, who has come out at number 10. So just Kate Kopak to come after this.
Yeah, because Sonali Patel, as you said, she is a bowler. She's not used to coming in and batting, and just looking at her previous scores, just 1 not out, 5 not out, 9 not out, and 4.
A lot of not outs.
Yeah, but unfortunately it's not going to be a match-winning performance if she doesn't score more than that.
Pulled away. That was nicely done by Sonali Patel. She'll get 1 out to deep square leg. So Gardner, regardless of that, Gardner is going to have to get the bulk of these runs. And the question is, does she look still to rotate things with the number 10 out there, or does she go, I'm going to try and knock as many of these off as quickly as possible and see where we get to?
I think there does certainly come a point in chase where you have to take on that sort of responsibility, particularly
down
if
the
we
leg
look at the
side.
wickets.
She got away with that one a bit. They'll get a leg by, that's all.
Yeah, I think it's a fine balance as well, because if these two just keep ticking over the singles as well, a run a ball plus a little bit of momentum from Jo, it is going to get them over the line. So I think sometimes people can act too quickly and just try to do too much too soon, when actually they can stay a little bit more calm under the last minute pressure.
That's hit in the air, and it's going to be taken at backward point. So that's the end of Sonali Patel. And the other thing, which is not great there from the Sunrisers' point of view, is that the batters have crossed, which now means that the new batter will be on strike to the first ball of the next over. A wide delivery. Sonali Patel saw a bit of width and hit it straight up in the air. And I think it was Nicole Harvey who ran round, took the catch. 9 down now.
Yeah, you can almost see Sonali Patel get excited by that extra wick on offer, and like you said, just put her hands for it and wasn't really there to, in the best body position to hit that well.
Yeah, she didn't have to do it. If she could just stay and just keep rotating the strike and just get closer and closer to that.
Just looking back at that replay of Maddie Villiers being run out there and definitely very far out. Again, brilliant from Storm in the field and great from Nat Race.
But there's a lot of learnings that the Sunrisers can take out of this game, especially when it comes to making those decisions. When to push and when not to push, because you do have more time than you realise.
Yeah, she was, you say about the body position, I think that was the key for that dismissal, because it was as if she'd got herself into a position to try and hit leg side, and then she was already kind of opened up as she tried to hit over the offside. And just dinked it in the air, really. Very comfortable catch for Harvey. And as I said, that now means that Kopac's going to be on strike. So Western Storm can bring the field right in if they so choose. They've not gone all out attack here. Nice looking cut shot from Kopak, but it can't pierce the field. Parfit fields at backward point. The other thing I quite like that they've done here is they've put Skelton in at a short third now, so that outside edge is not necessarily just going to be 4. Another cut shot for a single, so Kopak does get off strike quite quickly. But now I think if you're Gardner, you've almost got no choice now. You've got to, if it's there to be hit, you've got to go for it. Oh, Kopak have come a long way down. Or they're going to come through for the single here, and they're going to be out by a mile. That's the end of the game. The Sunrisers are all out for 277, and the Western Storm have won this match by 37 runs.
A bit of confusion there in the middle, wasn't there? And excellent from Western Storm. Such a comprehensive win here. That didn't feel like it was going to go their way to begin with, did it? But excellent.
36 runs, pardon me, not 37. Of course, there was a single off the first ball of the over. The scoreboard I was looking at hadn't quite updated yet. But anyway, Western Storm have won this game, and 277 all-out Sunrisers. There were steady contributions at the top of the order, and once again, Cordelia Griffith and Grace Scrivens both really impressing here.
Yeah, I think that Sunrisers top order again has put on a good performance. Like you said, steady contributions throughout, but again, just getting towards the end then, just a bit of game management and some rash decisions perhaps, but again, all part of the learning curve. And I definitely think Sunrisers having put 2 decent performances in the last 2 games can take a lot of confidence from that into the season next year.
Yeah, and as you say, it was just that, I guess that final, once again, that final piece in the puzzle, the calmness under the pressure at the end there. They needed a runner ball, just over a runner ball. They've been getting that all innings whilst not really going for boundaries, not pushing the field hard, and then they just lost that composure a little bit at the end there. And credit Western Storm, of course, as well, because they took all their chances.
Yeah, to keep the bowlers to keep themselves in this game, to keep their heads in it, to not, give way too much, to really bring in those lines after a bit of a shaky start. Georgia Hennessy, unbelievable. She really was a turning point. Nicole Harvey and, of course, Claire Nicholas really did shine towards those latter stages, which it could have been easy for Sunrisers just to go off and get out of reach of the Storm, but the Storm have done an exceptional job today. And
final word then on the Western Storm season. How do you think they will reflect on it overall in terms of Rachael Heyhoe Flint and Charlotte Edwards Cup? They finished on a high, obviously, and this competition came so close in the T20. How will they reflect on this, do you think?
Yeah, I think it will be a mixed bag. I think they'll be quite critical of themselves when it comes to some of the performances where there wasn't any partnerships which we've already established. But I think there's so many positives to take away from it. They're going to be so excited with the squad that they've got. There's a lot of youngsters that have been absolutely making a name for themselves this summer, and it just gives so much for next year to build on. I think they're going to be very, very pleased. And for Sophie Luff to finish on her highest score to date, it can't get much better, can it?
No, exactly what Hannah said, just to sort of reiterate that. I think at the beginning of the season, Storm did struggle a bit, but obviously had a great game here today at the Bristol County Ground and ended on a high. And I think there's a lot of youngsters coming through and in that squad, and they can only benefit from being put in game situations like that. So definitely, I think next season will be a good opportunity for Storm to sort of take that momentum and hopefully go one better and get into those sort of eliminators and finals.
Well, many thanks to both Cassie Coons and Hannah Thompson. Hopefully it was enjoyable. It was certainly a cracking game of cricket that we've seen here. Western Storm have won in the end by 36, but a lot of runs scored today. Sophie Luff, 157 not out from 142 deliveries. She hit 22 fours in one of the better innings that you will see in 50 over cricket. Georgia Hennessy kept her company for a while on 25. Alex Griffiths with a half-century, really pleasing for her. 55 made off 60 deliveries. And then Danny Gibson came in at the end with 23 off just 10 balls as the Western Storm piled up 313 for 4. Maddie Villiers finished 10 overs, 2 for 39. She had a tremendous game with both bat and ball. Sunrisers 277 all out. Cordelia Griffith top scoring with 49. Grace Scrivens made 46. Solid contributions as well from Lissy McLeod, Fran Wilson and Maddie Villiers. But in the end, the Western Storm held their nerve and have won this final game of the season. Many thanks to Shane McGannon once again for his tireless work behind the scenes to bring you the pictures today. Hopefully you've enjoyed our coverage of the Western Storm this season, and if you didn't, well, I have good news for you. That's the end of the 2021 season. It's been a pleasure and a privilege bringing you every home game this year, and we'll be sure to do so again come next season. So I hope you all have a great winter, and with more than a tinge of sadness, it's goodbye until 2022.